Hey guys, welcome to part 9 of What If Naruto Became Serious During Chunin Exam. If you enjoy the video then like, share and subscribe and also comment your thoughts as it inspires me to make more such videos, and remember to check out my playlist section for other interesting stories. So let's get started. Chapter 30. Book 3 Chapter 1. Rebirth. Naruto and Jiraiya were looking at Tsunade fidgeting a little as her left eyebrow was twitching. You know you two are like two peas in a pod, right? Tsunade asked this while Naruto was pointing to his master while Jiraiya was pointing back to his apprentice. On the floor was the gateway seal to Takamagahara that Naruto had shown after carefully placing the room in silencing seals and closed the curtains and glass of the windows so that not even a bird could eavesdrop on. Two peas in a pod, all right. Tsunade was shaking her head and held the bridge of her nose. Look here, you two. I have been doing my work diligently for the past 3 years. In between that, I do hospital work as a consultant and watch Sakura try to revive a dead fish while at it. I have been buried neck deep in paperwork. I expected you two to keep a low profile, keep quiet and not have to worry about you two while I deal with things here and not only face threats from the outside but on the inside as well. So tell me, how is it that you two manage not only find yourself in a heap of trouble, but you also gave me not one, not two, but 3 possibly world-ending news in a span of 2 years? In my defense, I was only planning on training the kid and trouble seemed to find him wherever we went. I usually have no problem when I'm on my own. Tsunade glared at the man heatedly and Naruto did the same as Tsunade replied, You, Jiraiya, have no room to talk seeing as you almost married off Naruto, a village asset, to another village, you goddamn idiot. Jiraiya promptly shut up. Naruto was enjoying this. Seeing his perverted master have a dressing down by Tsunade was a sight to behold. Sure, he had thrown Jiraiya to the wolves, but his sensei had it coming. It wasn't a stretch that he may have caused headaches to Tsunade too, but at least he didn't inadvertently put the village at a disadvantage. As another round of rants came from the Hokage, Naruto had raised his hand up and pointed to his scroll. Granny, I know you want to smash Sennin's face in one way or another, but I have to know, I need to show you this. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya was waving his arms telling him to stop. Naruto didn't want to. Well, I needed to show you this personally. It's a pretty big deal. Besides, I think you'll like it. Naruto activated the seal on Takamagahara and Tsunade looked on. A small ripple in space began to tear and open and saw the other side. This better not be a stupid prank, Naruto. I've got enough problems courtesy of your master here. Tsunade gripped Jiraiya by the collar and began shaking him like a ragdoll. Trust me, you'll love it. An hour later, the three went out of the portal as Naruto gave Tsunade the same impromptu detour that he had given to Jiraiya. Once they got out of the portal, it was Naruto's turn to be shaken like a ragdoll. Why do you always have to have the most variable luck in the world? Do you know what this means? Do you have any idea of what would happen if word goes out, considering where we're at in the current times? Jiraiya was laughing his butt off when Tsunade glared at him, stopping him from his amusement as Naruto adjusted his bearings. Tsunade gave a sigh as she went to her desk and flicked a switch underneath, revealing a secret compartment by the desk and grabbed a large jar of sake. Fuck it, this whole thing has been a major pain on my ass. I'm canceling all appointments today and drinking. You want a share, Jiraiya? Jiraiya watched as Tsunade took a big swig straight from the jar and shrugged. Sure, I'm game. Just after dropping off a seal draft down by R&D and have them look up what Naruto and I are coming up with. You have better make sure the thing works. This would be our secret weapon, you hear? Jiraiya then guided his student out of the room with him and replied, Yeah, it's just not fair how my apprentice gets away with it, but you can't just let me catch a break. Ha, your apprentice may be a rude and obnoxious brat, but at least he got me a nice present with that thing in tow. Now get the hell out and come back after you're done before I finish all 15 jars here. Tsunade shooed away the two as he took another big swig, obviously being stressed out of the job and having to relax. You know I don't appreciate the fact that you just left me to get eaten alive by Tsunade. Jiraiya gave a humph as Naruto laughed out loud as he remembered Jiraiya shaking like a leaf at Tsunade and sweating bullets. Serves you right, Sennin. That's payback, little hellion. Whatever, Sennin, let's just go over to wherever we are supposed to go so that I can go to Ichiraku's. It's been 3 years without ramen and hearing my teammates going there earlier made me crave it more. Once they got to the R&D department, Jiraiya parted ways with the blonde as he made his way to Ichiraku's. The promise of ramen awaited. As he made his way around town, the blonde had run in with some people he knew and waved at them excitedly as he tried to catch up with them. It was near 6 in the evening as well, and it was right about that time that some people started dinner. Naruto would be one of them. The blonde stopped when he saw Team 8 were discussing among themselves, and Naruto hurriedly rushed to them with a smile on his face. "Hey guys, I'm back." Team 8 looked at the blonde as he waved at them. Hinata was the first to act and was immediately running towards the blonde and embraced him with a smile on her face. "Whoa, Hinata, how have you been?" Naruto asked with a smile. She looked down at the girl and noted how much she had grown since he last saw her. It was only a year, but he could tell that Hinata had changed quite a bit. She was now wearing a shortened kimono with loose sleeves, but not loose enough that it could hinder the movements of her hands. The kimono color was light blue and white with gentle floral designs, and the hem just reaching above her knees as she wore a pair of leggings beneath, with the kimono being tied around her waist with a purple obi. He could tell she was wearing light armor beneath her dress as she continued to hug him. A gentle smile escaped his lips as he returned the hug. "Since when did you get back?" Hinata asked him, and Naruto grinned at her with a reply, "Just this afternoon. I had to make a report and it took us a few hours just to finish, but I'm glad to be back. How have you been?" "I'm doing great. We just finished a team meeting and we were discussing of doing something before we go home." Naruto: "Wow, you look good as hell. What's with the goggles on your head?" Kiba replied as he tried to beat down his annoyance on the fact that his blonde friend had a girlfriend. "Oh, this. Just to help me see when I move fast. The wind gets in your eyes and it hurts sometimes that I can't see whenever I practice my jutsu. You should totally see it whenever you guys can. I have a lot of things to tell you." Sans all of the S-class secrets that he had to keep, but he wasn't worried he was going to blurt them out now. "Naruto, we're happy that you finally came back." Shino replied in monotone as Naruto gave a big smile to Shino. "Glad to be back, Shino. But it would help if you could show you're happy seeing me back a little." "I am smiling. I couldn't tell because of the collar and the shades." Naruto squinted and he just couldn't tell if Shino was being serious or not. Even after all these years, Shino remained a bit too stoic when it came to talking to them. Kiba smirked and pointed to Shino with his thumb. "He's working on it. He has Fu to help him with that part." "Who the hell is Fu?" Naruto asked, and before Shino could answer, Kiba answered for him. "You weren't here when it happened, but Fu is Shino's girlfriend." Naruto blinked once, then twice, and then looked at Hinata in his arms and asked her, "Is it true?" Hinata answered amusedly, "You weren't here when Fu arrived. Shino likes to deny it, but yes." "Alright, Shino. Congra. Fu is not my girlfriend." Kiba had to laugh hard at that and said, "Yeah, that's what he says, but pretty much everyone knows what's going on." Shino promptly adjusted his glasses with his middle finger. Naruto looked at the boy with a little smirk and then turned to Kiba. "Since when did he give snide gestures like that?" Kiba smirked back. "Since when did you notice people subtly throwing profanities like that?" "Touché, Kiba. Anyway, we were thinking of going out to eat ramen before we go home. Care to join with?" Kiba was going to invite Naruto when Shino held him by the shoulder. "I just changed my mind. I'm thinking of going for some takoyaki. Fu said she'd like to try some, so I think we'd better meet here there." "Hinata, are you okay with us leaving you with Naruto?" Hinata nodded to Shino as Kiba answered, "Right. Well, we'd better get going. I heard Maru's gets a line at this time of the night and they usually sell out." With that, Kiba and Shino left Hinata with Naruto. "You okay with ramen? I promise when we're done there we'll make a detour at that place you buy your cinnamon rolls before I walk you home." Hinata was overjoyed. "Yes, let's." With that, the two were walking towards Ichiraku's as they held hands. "I know I was supposed to say this, but I forgot. Hinata, you look absolutely beautiful when I saw you." Naruto complimented Hinata, who blushed as she turned her face away from the blonde in embarrassment. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You look more handsome today since I last saw you." Naruto scratched the back of his head with smile and said, "Aw shucks, Hinata, you're making me blush." "Hey, if it isn't Naruto. How have you been?" A voice interrupted them as Naruto and Hinata turned to Shikamaru and what looked like the Gaara's sister from Suna. "Shikamaru." Naruto looked at his friend, who seemed to have grown taller. Shikamaru-san. Hinata bowed as Shikamaru did the same. The girl with the giant fan behind Shikamaru raised an eyebrow for a second before recognizing the blonde. It had been a while since she last saw him. But she noticed how tall he was now compared to the shrimp he saw back then. The face had gotten a little sharper, but it was more like Naruto was having a more defined jawline than anything else. Ah, Naruto. Shikamaru was telling me how you were apprenticed by Jiraiya and left for a trip. I take it you already finished. Yeah, I just got back from Myobokuzen a few hours ago. I had to make a report to the Hokage before I met with Hinata and we decided to go to Ichiraku. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence, we were thinking of going there too. Naruto looked at the two before him suspiciously before he asked Shikamaru with a grin, so what's with you and Temari, Shikamaru? You two on a date too? Shikamaru merely looked annoyed and said, don't be ridiculous, we were discussing things about the last Chunin exam and I was asked by the Hokage to show Temari where she was staying currently. Naruto didn't look convinced. Temari and her brothers were confined to Konoha for a few months since the invasion and they had plenty of time to explore the village after they were pardoned by Konoha and set free to Tsuna. By the looks Temari was showing who was looking away at Shikamaru with a blush on her face, she looked like she was keeping quiet as well. Gaara sent me here as an ambassador, so don't get any ideas about me and him. Naruto merely gave a sly grin but not before Hinata pinched his cheeks softly. I think we better leave it as it is, Naruto-kun. Naruto was surprised that shy Hinata would reprimand him like that, but Naruto could only grin at her and said, yeah, I better not look into it. The ramen awaits us. Naruto then turned mischievous as he whispered to Hinata's ear, I think we should just go to our double date. Hinata hid her mouth, trying her hardest to contain her chuckle as she said, yes, we should. With that, the quartet made their way to Ichiraku's. During their walk, Naruto had received news of Gaara becoming Kazekage. Naruto grinned at that and told Temari to send his congratulations. He was happy for Gaara to have changed his ways and now the once fierce enemy of his has become a wise and beloved leader. To Naruto, Gaara wasn't just a friend, but a glimmer of hope for a Jinchuriki like him. Which was why Naruto was happy that Gaara was recognized as worthy of being Kazekage. The quartet arrived at the ramen stand and inside, the familiar faces of Chuki and Ayame greeted them as Chuki looked on disbelievingly at the blonde. Naruto, is that you? How have you been, son? I almost thought you've disappeared from the face of the planet. And you brought Hinata-san along too. That's great. Hinata-san, it's good to see you. You look as pretty as ever. Will you be having the regular? Naruto raised an eyebrow at this and Chuki grinned at him. Hinata-san has been eating here with her team as regulars for 3 years. I always see them on a weekly basis since you left, Naruto. She and your friends have been keeping business afloat without you around. Ayame nodded. That's right, she's quite a customer too. In fact, she's beaten your record. Naruto looked at Hinata and smiled. Well, she is the girl who's after my own heart. I didn't want you to know about that. Hinata blushed as she held her face with her hands as she tried to hide her embarrassment. Don't be, Hinata. We all have our own quirks, it's just that your quirk is more endearing to me than weird. Naruto replied as the two cooks behind the counter nodded at the same time with sagely wisdom. Please gag me with some chopsticks. Temari replied, she had never seen a couple acting so sweet to each other this close. The two were blinding her with the way they shined. You and I are in agreement there. Shikamaru replied as he looked at the two with a flat tone. Ayame looked at the other two customers and gave a sly grin. Oh, don't worry, it's not the first time couples get all lovey-dovey in our restaurant. Dad told me once that the fourth Hokage and his wife used to visit this place when they were young. At that mention of his parents, Naruto's face lit up and asked, wow, really? First time I ever heard of that. How were they? Hinata was quick to notice this as Naruto's smile became genuine. I'm going to tell those stories when you're eating a bowl so you won't interrupt me. I've got a lot of things to tell you about those two. Chuki grinned as he began to prepare a bowl for his customers. When they began eating, Chuki began his stories as Naruto paid full attention and Hinata watched as Naruto listened attentively at the old man. She had never seen him be this happy before. As she finished her bowl, Naruto would slow down in his eating and listen to Chuki about his stories of the fourth Hokage and his wife and she would join in with her own questions as well. Soon, their meals were finished, Naruto eating 8 bowls of ramen while Hinata had 13. Shikamaru and Temari were looking at Hinata and Naruto to their utter shock and surprise as they were just finishing one bowl. These two are vacuums, Shikamaru thought while Temari was having questions of her own. Where does she put all of that? Temari's eyes wandered to Hinata's chest and shook her head. It would be rude to insinuate such things. She may be ruthless with her words sometimes, but she knew she had more tact than most people. Well, as promised, we're going to buy those cinnamon rolls, Naruto said with a grin, not even bothered at the fact that he was beaten by his girlfriend by a significant lead. Shikamaru and Temari were looking incredulous again as Temari asked, "You guys aren't done after eating all that?" Naruto grinned while Hinata hid her face to Naruto's chest out of embarrassment again. "Yep. I promised Hinata we're eating cinnamon rolls after and we will." Naruto said this as he paid Yuki and Ayame a large sum of cash for their troubles. It seemed that Naruto had been making good money while he was away. The two cooks waved at the two as they walked away and Ayame counted the bills. "Hey, wait a minute, he just paid for the other two as well." Ayame said this and Shikamaru and Temari looked at each other and they chuckled. "He must have been in a good mood," Shikamaru replied, silently thanking the blonde for the free meal. Naruto and Hinata walked around town as they were making their way towards the Hyuga compound after they made their stop at the bakeshop Hinata frequented. As they walked hand in hand, Hinata watched as Naruto was grinning ear to ear. "You're in a good mood, Naruto-kun." Naruto somehow looked embarrassed and nodded. "Ah, you noticed." Naruto grinned once more and said, "Being back home feels great. I missed Konoha in the amount of time I was gone. I missed all of my friends and I missed you." Hinata smiled at Naruto and Naruto noticed the radiant beauty of the girl he was with currently. "I have a feeling that isn't all." Naruto nodded looking thoughtful for a moment before he spoke to her again. "Hinata, I never did tell you about my parents, did I?" Hinata looked curious at this and said, "I was under the assumption that you didn't know. I didn't want to ask anything that could be a sore subject to you." Hinata looked down as she recalled Naruto's life when they were younger. Naruto was an orphan, a child with no parents. And she noticed back in the academy that every time he saw a parent with their child, there was a sense of deep longing within him that Hinata could understand. But that longing didn't appear long enough for him to think about, and instead Naruto would bury it deep within his thoughts and resorted to pranks back then. So she never minded whatever it was that Naruto kept within him. She never asked him about it even within the short time she had spent with him before going to his trip. She had assumed it was a sore subject for him. "I understand and I never did try to bring it up. But before my training, I discovered who they were and I was happy knowing that they did everything they can before they had me." Hinata noted Naruto's sincere expression as he looked up at the faces of the Hokage monument. "Who were they?" Naruto smiled. He had noticed that fewer and fewer people were now walking the streets as they were getting closer and closer to Hinata's home. Naruto then answered, "They were Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina." Hinata stopped for a second as she recalled the name Namikaze Minato. She looked up at the Hokage monument and she followed Naruto's gaze. The name of the fourth Hokage, Naruto, is the Hokage's son. Hinata thought, and suddenly, it all made sense to her. The epiphany of Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yuko and then the son of Namikaze Minato. She understood now why Naruto was the one to hold the Kyuubi within him. "Now I get why it had to be you." Hinata said this as she changed from holding Naruto's hand to embracing his arm as she rested her head on her shoulders. "Now I understand why you had to be the one to carry your burden." Hinata continued, as she continued with her thoughts. The Hokage couldn't ask someone else to do that sacrifice for the village. As the village leader, the Yondaime had set an example to lay down his life for the village and to lay his family's life before others. And she thought that other people had spat on that sacrifice, the ultimate cost of the Yondaime Hokage's family just for the village to remain standing. "I wish this world wasn't so cruel," Hinata thought as she held on tighter. "Hinata." Naruto looked at Hinata worriedly, who only looked at him with a smile. "Naruto-kun, when Tsuki-san and Ayame-san were talking about the Yondaime and his wife, that made you happier than coming back home, huh?" Naruto nodded silently as they walked through the night. "I got to know a side of my parents that I never knew. Who knew my mom was the one who loved ramen? I guess it runs in the family." He laughed at that last sentence and Hinata seemed to laugh as well. I bet they would have loved to meet you. Hinata looked at Naruto and smiled. I would wager that my mother would have loved to meet you as well. Yes, that would be the case. A voice had interrupted their talk as Naruto and Hinata were met outside the gates of the Hyuga compound by none other than Hyuga Hiashi. F father. Naruto suddenly trembled and mimicked Hinata in surprise. F father. Hiashi looked at Naruto for a moment and inwardly, he was satisfied at instilling fear onto the boy. It's Hiashi-sama or Hiashi-san to you, boy. I don't ever recall giving you permission to call me that. In fact, I don't ever recall giving permission of you laying your hands on my daughter. Naruto shivered as he told Hinata to let go of him while Hinata apologized as both of them blushed and looked away while now at a marginal distance compared to before. I see that you two are comfortable enough about being this close. I hope that nothing else has gotten closer while I didn't know my daughter was going out with you. Naruto vehemently shook his head. No, sir. Nothing else has gotten close. I haven't touched your daughter inappropriately, sir. Seeing as there were no lies in his voice and his actions seemed to agree with Naruto, Hiashi gave a nod. Good. Now I know that you have finished your team meeting earlier, Hinata. I'm sure you are tired. You may go to your room and rest while I talk things out with Naruto. Hinata wanted to know what they were going to talk about, but when she noticed Hiyashi's look of assurance, she bowed and went inside, but not before giving Naruto a hug and a smile. When she was finally out of view, Naruto was already sweating bullets. He was prepared for the moment that Hiashi was going to reprimand him and tell him to stay away from Hinata. But he was not prepared to see the man bow before him in gratitude. I thank you, Uzumaki Naruto, for helping my daughter live past her own shell. I was informed that you were with her during her trip to her mother's home village. For that I can't thank you enough. You have inspired my daughter to become better for herself. Naruto was silent for a few seconds and then shook his head. Don't thank me, Hiashi-san. Hinata is strong. What she needed wasn't me. I'm nothing compared to your daughter. You should see for yourself how much she has changed over the years. What she went through and what she had to do was all her. Hiashi was silent at this. Try as Naruto might say about his daughter's improvement. Hiashi could still see how Naruto was instrumental in bringing his daughter out of her shell. But Naruto didn't want to take credit for what Hinata worked hard for. Hiashi respected that in the boy. The man then smiled as he looked at the boy. Be that as it may, you still have my gratitude. I am quite happy to know that you are looking out for her well-being. Naruto, seeing the man approve of him, relaxed a little and said, I just wanted to let everyone know how strong she is, how she's willing to go the distance and run with it. I know about what happened to her and I want push her to keep fighting as long as she wants to. Whatever she does, I'll always support her decisions. And if she stumbles and asks for help, I'll gladly give it to her. Hiashi looked at the blonde and for the first time, noticed the fourth Hokage's visage in front of him. A knowing smile escaped his lips. Minato was an inspiration in their generation. The man who had conquered armies and the only shinobi to get a flea on sight order reminded him of how strong someone can be and how he can pull others to reach their potential. Minato was their ideal, a model worth following. It was then that Hiashi had finally accepted this boy. Naruto. The blonde then looked at Hiashi questioningly as the man continued, I approve of you going out with my daughter. You have my permission. Naruto smiled again and grinned, I won't disappoint you. Hiashi returned the smile. See that you won't. Naruto looked quite puzzled at the head of the Hyuga clan. From what he could gather about the stories about the man, Hiashi was a strict and no-nonsense person. The stories that came around him described as cold and unrelenting when it came to his decisions. Decisions that ultimately affected Hinata and Neji. I'm quite surprised, Hiashi-san. I never expected you to be much more open than what I was led to believe. Hiashi raised an eyebrow at this, and what was the impression that you had of me? Naruto's smile vanished as it turned into a frown, that you were cold and unforgiving. Especially on your own daughters. You expect them to do well even if it means forcing them. It worked well enough for Hanabi, who from what I can see, can shrug off anything you throw at her. But not someone like Hinata who can take your words to heart. 3 years ago, I found it quite angering that nobody seems to know what to do with Hinata, even though she always had the resolve. No one seemed to look at her like she was worth the effort. It frustrated me that someone like her had to face something like that. But she didn't seem like someone who would hold it against them. No, She even forgave Neji, who almost killed her out of her own sense of kindness. I asked myself one day, how could anyone do that to her? Why is it happening to her? Why did no one stop? It took me 3 years to realize that if no one wants to do what needs to be done for her, then I'll do it. Not out of obligation, but because I'm willing to put everything on the line for her. Hiashi sighed as he looked out towards his home, then back at Naruto. Many of the boy's assessments ring true in the past. He himself was not exempted to Naruto's judgment concerning how he treated his family and how his family seemed to look at his daughters out of either spite, disgust or disappointment. These days, the other members of the Hyuga were looking at them with more curiosity and less hostility, especially after his eldest had brought home vital information concerning their mother's now extinct clan. The marriage that he and his wife had been constructed as both a political gesture to increase the influence of his clan as well as a measure to assimilate an already dying clan to the Hyuga and consolidate whatever it was that remained of the Iwagami. A ruthless endeavor, Hiashi thought. But he could not exactly fault the elders for their thinking back then to make it as calculated as possible. The Iwagami, a minor clan that did not live within the walls of the village, had been known to be record keepers throughout the shinobi world. They were an ancient and well-known clan whose works were more concerned about keeping accounts of the history of the shinobi world throughout their eyes. To the Hyuga, who valued strength above all, the Iwagami were nothing special. But whatever information they held would certainly be valuable, and the fact that the Iwagami was known for keeping information certainly made them sought after by many clans within the continent. It was only because of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama that they could prolong their already dwindling existence. And as fate would have it, the Iwagami had died out. There was no generation that came after his wife, and the clan eventually ceased to exist. A silent death, and nothing remained. It is as you say, Uzumaki-san. I have no intention of denying what has happened to Hinata and Neji and the clan as a whole. And I am remorseful for what I have done and what has happened. But we can't take back the things that we've done, only to move forward. I have been an awful father. And now that I see what she was able to accomplish, I feel nothing but regret and thought about things that I could have done, like trying harder for her or repairing the damages that I should have noticed between the main and branch families. But we have passed that point long ago. All I can do is make amends. Naruto watched as Hiashi bowed once more and the blonde began to walk away, but not before replying, I understand. Maybe one day, you can forgive yourself as much as Hinata has already forgiven you. Hiashi watched as the young man gave a wave and set on his way home. Leaving behind Hiashi, who, for the first time in his life since the day of his wife's death, saw a glimmer of hope from within himself. Early morning. Naruto's sleep was interrupted when a loud knocking on the door forced him out of his bed. All right, hold your horses, I'm coming. Naruto shouted as he yawned, still in a pair of pajama pants and not much else. When he opened the door, he was met with Sakura now in full gear as she said, Naruto, Hokage-sama wants us at her office. Behind her, Naruto noticed Sasuke wearing a modified version of the Anbu armor. Sasuke was now wearing a silver chest plate over a padded black and red short-sleeved shirt with his hands covered by a black pair of gloves and a pair of white armguards made of sturdy lightweight material. His pants were of the same color as the shirt and was supported by a pair of white shin guards made of the same material as the arm guards and a pair of black sandals. His equipment pouch and sword were neatly strapped to his back. Sasuke did not wear his mask today. What's this about? An evaluation? Sasuke answered, and the two were gone from his sights immediately. Naruto nodded and went inside his bathroom to clean himself up and took a cold shower. A few minutes later, Naruto had arrived, still a bit sleepy but was alert enough to see Tsunade gripping her head, probably due to a hangover, and said, Good, you three seem well rested. I was going to announce this yesterday, but due to unfortunate circumstances. Tsunade glared at Naruto. I decided to lay it off until today. Sai has been recalled. If you haven't noticed, he'll probably join another team since Naruto is back on active duty. But before we let you take on missions again, you three will be evaluated for your teamwork and individual skills. Naruto, this is especially true for you, seeing as you have been gone for 3 years and no one can vouch for your abilities other than your sensei. Unfortunately, that skews his judgment for a bit. So now, you will be evaluated by a third party. Shikaku then walks in on them and nodded, I'll be the one to evaluate your team. Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi have assured me of what you can do, but I'll need to see it for myself. Naruto nodded as he asked the Hokage, so how are we doing this? Tsunade was about to speak when Kakashi walked into the room by the window. His new book glued to his face as he spoke. A good question. You'll be taking me on along with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto turned back to his sensei, a grin forming on his face as he replied, taking us on all by yourself, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up from his novel and smiled beneath his mask, showing his amusement at Naruto's question. No, this time, I think I'll have some help. Kakashi then closed his novel and pocketed it before he continued, Training Ground 7. I think you know the drill. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto all looked at each other and nodded to their sensei. Tsunade nodded at this and thanked his subordinates for explaining things for her in the midst of her hangover. Now that it's settled, I'll be heading out and see for myself if the hype about you three is real or not. There have been rumors going about you three that has the entire Shinobi force excited. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke all looked at each other again as if asking one another what it was about, but all of them couldn't come up with an answer. The three of them simply shrugged. Shikaku had been scratching his head why these three didn't know they were being compared to the previous Densetsu no Sanin. I'm surprised you three don't know what the hell is going on around you. No matter, you'll understand it once you pick up those rumors. The three, instead of going to the training ground in haste, were stopped when Naruto began talking to them as they went outside the building. I know this isn't like me, but I think we should begin planning before engaging Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this and Sakura was the one who voiced her confusion. Look, I know how much you changed since we last faced Kakashi-sensei together, Naruto. But you talking about a plan is still a little disconcerting sometimes. Sakura is right. But how sure are you that we can come out of this without a hitch? No plan survives first contact. Naruto simply waved it off. Nah, it's just simple outlay of objectives we have to do. We already know how Kakashi-sensei works. What we need to do is to lock down his skills or outlast him since stamina seems to be sensei's weakness. Sasuke raised another eyebrow at this. Okay, shoot, what do you have in mind? Naruto was the one who asked the obvious question first. Can we list the elemental releases that Kakashi-sensei can do? Sakura was thinking about this as she looked up and began counting with her hands. Raiden, Suiden, Doden, if we can believe his moniker, then we can add Fuden and Kaden. Naruto groaned at the fact that his sensei essentially had good coverage of all 5 elements, and given that Kakashi is a pretty lethal shinobi with the skill to back it up, he must also have a good mind to go along with that arsenal of his. Well, there goes controlling that option. Sasuke was incredulous at this. You expected Kakashi-sensei to be hampered down by countering him with ninjutsu. Are you no, never mind, that was a stupid question. Of course, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Sasuke had thought that Naruto's initial plan was idiotic and crazy. Because that's the problem. Kakashi-sensei is as good as he gets when in his element. He has taijutsu ability that could rival even Gai-sensei, can track his opponents with his nose even if his sight is limited, and of course his ninjutsu list has to be scary. If we can just lock down his ability to use ninjutsu, his biggest advantage, aside from the Sharingan mind you, we'd be dealing with just a really good hand-to-hand specialist. Naruto argued, crossing his arms, and began to think of more avenues to attack. You forget he's pretty good with Bukijutsu too. Sakura reminded, and Naruto looked at Sakura questioningly and the girl pointed to her back which contained her 2 short double-edged swords. Right. I forgot that he taught you two how to use a sword. Speaking of which, I probably should ask him for pointers about that. Naruto thought as he flinched before continuing. There has to be a way of keeping Kakashi-sensei at bay. We can probably outlast sensei, but I doubt he doesn't know that it's a viable option to get him too tired to move. My guess is he has a timer on how long we are allowed to fight him. Unless we put the pressure on him earlier on and have him do jutsu after jutsu, but that's a gamble since he knows a lot of jutsu and we don't know how we'll fight that. Sasuke then proceeded as he remembered Kakashi having enough knowledge in Fuinjutsu if it was any indicator during the Chunin exam. Aside from that, he knows a bit about Fuinjutsu. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. He has skill in there too. So what kind of seal does he know? Sasuke recalled that day after he beat someone up in taijutsu. He couldn't recall the name, the man didn't even have a face to recognize, but he distinctly remembered hammering down on his enemy with his Shishi Renden. And the aftermath of that match involved Kakashi applying a seal around the cursed seal too. If I recall, he calls it Fujihoin, evil sealing method. Naruto cursed and did a spit take at that, son of a bitch. Sakura looked at Naruto as to why the blonde would curse like that. What's the matter? Naruto replied, the Fujihoin is an intermediate to high-level class sealing method. It takes great skill in pulling it off and requires meticulous attention to detail in applying. The fact that Kakashi-sensei can do that means he's no slouch in Fuinjutsu methods too. Fucking great. As Naruto kept swearing like a sailor, Sasuke and Sakura were looking at the blonde and found themselves in astonishment that Naruto has intimate knowledge on the subject. Well, they found it hard to believe during the stories that they heard about him, but seeing as it came from his mouth this time, they could accept it a little more now. So what does that leave us? Naruto sighed and slouched forward. I guess we'll just have to wing it. Sasuke scoffed. How long did it take you to come up with that conclusion? Naruto looked annoyed and replied, screw you, Sasuke. I'm the one who has a bigger stake here. Naruto growled, and in this case, he had to prepare now as they approached Training Ground 7. When they saw Kakashi, they were surprised that he was conversing with Guy and the man's team just behind them. I got a bad feeling about this. Sakura muttered, and Sasuke remained quiet as he looked on at the two while Naruto was already cursing up a storm again. It would intensify later when Kakashi turned to them and gave an eye smile as Guy was now grinning at them ear to ear. Ah, you're here, good. We can get this started. You have 3 hours to defeat me and Guy. No holds barred, come at us with the intent to kill. You win if we get knocked out or give up. Kakashi said a little too jovially for their taste as he then continued, I hope whatever it is you have planned works. Because I can't seem to shake the feeling that we have to go all out. Kakashi then revealed his Sharingan eye and the trio smirked, if a bit nervous. For Kakashi to draw out the Sharingan against them means that he was acknowledging their progress. A few weeks ago, he had stated to Sasuke and Sakura that he was proud of them. The way they showed their excellence was a testament of their hard work. Kakashi seemed genuinely happy that his students were excelling. But with Naruto now, things were getting more interesting. From what Jiraiya had reported, Naruto had a good and solid basics down pat during their journey. The boy started creating his own jutsus, his own seal formulations, a feat that he had never thought that Naruto could excel in, and his own style in taijutsu. It seemed whatever it is that Jiraiya taught his student, it seemed like Jiraiya only explained the concepts and did not taught Naruto much to the letter. And if it was any indication, whatever it is that Naruto was about to pull out in his bag of tricks, anticipation won't be enough to keep up with the blonde. He looked to his side and saw Guy going into stance for the Goken. To the sides, Neji, Tenten, Lee and another girl were all watching in trepidation. All was silent on the battlefield. One could hear a pin dropping due to the tension. The wind began picking up as Kakashi and Guy prepared themselves. Guy blinked for a second. It was here that Team 7 chose to attack. Sasuke led the charge, his sword drawn as he let the edge touch the ground and carving it before he vanished in a blur and then appearing just beside Kakashi. Kakashi was about to counter-attack and instead, whipped out a kunai in his holster and swung on the opposite side. A loud clash of screeching metal was heard as Kakashi deflected Sasuke's sword strike. 3 Sharingan spinning madly, Kakashi then proceeded to hold the kunai in his right hand in a reverse grip as Sasuke countered with his sword and the high-pitched sound of metal screeching against metal was heard again. Sasuke was about to strike again when Guy had managed to get within close range as soon as he could, surprising Sasuke by the man's speed, and he was forced to use Shunshin again, vanishing in midair with Guy kicking but only hitting his after-image. It was then that Sakura began to work. With a strong and in quick succession, Sakura was already slashing away with her swords. Kakashi then grabbed another kunai and met with Sakura's blades with his knives. Another clash escaped as Kakashi parried the blows and sent a knee upwards to Sakura's exposed shin. It would not connect, though, as Naruto had appeared from above and stepping on Kakashi's knee with both his feet before Naruto performed an all too familiar jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. 5 clones of the blonde became real as all of them went to engage Guy, who did not even stop once Naruto managed to lock him down. The real one jumped once again and began to perform a set of hand seals with him as he jumped. Kakashi wasn't done though. and with his Sharingan still spinning, began to perform seals of his own. Kakashi landed on the ground and inhaled deeply. Kaden. Gukakyo no Jutsu, Fire Release. Grand Fireball Technique. Naruto then was smothered in flames only to be replaced by a log. Guy was already free from his batch of clones. The two of them watched closely as all three members were gone from their sights. I see they are already going at it. Guy remarked as Kakashi nodded. Be careful, this is when they are at their most dangerous. They can basically attack at any angle all at once. With Naruto's Kage Bunshin that can provide both cover and ambushing opportunities, Sasuke and Sakura can hide well under Naruto's jutsu and the blonde can coordinate attacks as well in that time. It was not long when a surge of electricity came running on the ground and then several dozens of Naruto's clones began rushing at them from all sides. Then, the earth shook as the ground became displaced and started cracking. The two Chunin jumped into the air to avoid whatever it is the earth was going to do to them as Kakashi remained in composure. Cover me, Guy, Kakashi said. Nerves of steel and experience had stopped him from panicking as Guy quickly did as he was told and began bombarding the clones left and right with his fists. It was then that Kakashi began performing several hand seals and lightning began crackling in his hand. The Reikiri roared to life with its otherworldly screech before the area around him became heated and the color of his lightning changed to purple and had effortlessly cut through the surging lightning that came for them. A brief pause escapes them as then Kakashi's three students all appeared at once, surrounding them and began performing hand seals of their own and ending at the same time in varying sequences. Fuden, Kaden, Raiden. Naruto pointed one finger at Kakashi, while Sakura began to inhale and Sasuke's hands started crackling. Shinku Uho, Vacuum Cannon. Karyudan, Fire Dragon Bullet. Jibashi, Electromagnetic Murder. A loud burst of winds escaped from Naruto's fingertips as Naruto was blasted back by the recoil while Sakura breathed forth projectiles of flames that were looking like they were launched from cannons with Sasuke's technique surging towards the two. Kakashi had then performed Naruto's favorite jutsu as Guy made the option to jump once more and entered the first gate. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Two clones of Kakashi appeared beside him as they all began to perform their own techniques. Kaden, Sweden, Futon. The first clone inhaled, the second began spitting out water as the third gathered the winds around him and circulated from behind the real one. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Grand Fireball Technique. Sushoha. Water Colliding Wave. Daitapa. Great Breakthrough. Elements clashed and cancelled each other out. Naruto's jutsu was eaten alive by the flames of the fireball, while Sakura's was snuffed out by the water and Sasuke's lightning was dispersed by the wind. Kakashi was a little winded at that. The Kage Bunshin was a jutsu that was taxing on his reserves. Unknown to his students, he too had taken on some form of training to mitigate this weakness of his as well, but Kage Bunshin was still taxing on his reserves. It was then that Guy had managed to make his presence known and his momentum somewhat changed as he became a rocket towards his target. Which turned out to be Naruto. Dynamic entry. Naruto, with his quick reflexes, braced for the impact and blocked Guy's attack but was sent skidding back with Guy opening his gates as a force multiplier, sending the blonde away from Guy. Naruto stopped to one knee and grimaced at just how much force Guy could deliver to him. Guy wasn't finished as his speed had dramatically increased. Naruto was suddenly alarmed when Guy had seemingly vanished only for him to appear just a second later, already in a stance as he was about to deliver a punch. Once more, Naruto was quick to move out of the way just as Guy had let his punch fly. Naruto could hear the leaves rustle behind him and a tree cracking as well. Guy was powerful enough to deliver a punch with a shockwave. And in true Naruto fashion, Naruto performed the Kage Bunshin once more and let it deal with Guy as Naruto leapt away. Guy was going to follow up until Kakashi shouted, "Guy, don't." It was too late. As soon as Guy got close enough, Naruto's clone suddenly destabilized in chakra and suddenly blew up. Boom. Naruto watched his handiwork with a grin only to look disappointed, when Guy had appeared standing unhurt. At that. Well now, that's just not fair. Having an expendable and versatile army isn't fair either, Naruto. Kakashi had appeared beside him, surprising Naruto as he noted Kakashi was letting off steam around him in the same effect as Guy, Sharingan flaring. What the hell? You know how to open the gates too. Kakashi shrugged. I'm the copy ninja for a reason. Naruto then leaned back as he fell down from the tree and grabbed the board on his back, Kakashi went in pursuit of him as Naruto rolled in midair and stuck the board on his feet. The effect was immediate. The blonde's feet stuck to the board like super glue and the seals on the board glow. A high-pitched sound escaped as the winds howled beneath Naruto's feet and the boy was now zooming across the air and rising up further and further into the skies. Beside the battlefield, Shikaku was surprised when Naruto had attained flight. He looked beside him. Tsunade was as shocked at this and another voice had entered the field. Well, he's gone and done it now. Tsunade looked beside her and saw Jiraiya, a bit sickly looking with his disheveled hair, and watched as Naruto began spinning in mid-flight to halt his incredible velocity and changed course back towards the ground. What the hell is that jutsu? Tsunade asked and Jiraiya shrugged at that. Tsunade growled and looked at Jiraiya. There was never any report about this from his letters. It's a combination of Fuinjutsu and Fuden Jutsu. Naruto, with that wacky head of his, created a jutsu from scratch by creating a new ceiling matrix from trial and error and a mean core that converted his chakra to wind and exponentially multiplying that, creating a force strong enough that it could take him to the skies. He calls it Fujin no Odori, Dance of the Wind God. Jiraiya said with pride as he looked at his apprentice that circled the air, zigzagging, looping and diving as he went straight to Kakashi. Neji watched in rapt attention as he saw Naruto seemingly looking like the jutsu indeed made him dance across the skies. He was amazed that he had never seen a jutsu of this kind before. And Lee was watching excitedly as he saw Naruto fly through the air and began bombarding Kakashi with kunai and shuriken. The Chunin had no time to admire his student's ingenuity for jutsu as he had jumped to every which way he could to avoid Naruto raining sharp steel down on him. An apt name, Shikaku commented as his mind was racing at the potential of this jutsu. Down on the ground, Sasuke and Sakura watched in wonder as Naruto was emitting gale force winds from beneath his feet as he then straightened his fingers out into a chopping motion and gathered chakra into his hands. Kakashi watched as his Sharingan had noticed the buildup of chakra at the boy's hands and dived once more at him. Kakashi, not willing to know what it does, rolled on the ground as Naruto's attack safely sailed by him and only a few strands of hair were caught. The hair caught was cleanly cut down and Kakashi noticed that the tree behind him fell down as it was cleanly cut as well. Tsunade watched in complete attention as another list of things for Naruto surprising her. And that jutsu? She asked to her teammate and Jiraiya grinned. It's his own jutsu again. He created a technique that creates an invisible blade of wind so thin that it can cut through almost anything. He doesn't know how far the technique can go, but my guess is 5 to 10 meters around him. That says a lot about his improved chakra control. The blade is so sharp that it looks like he's cutting the space itself. That's why he calls it Kuokan Zengeki, space cutting strike. That damn kid. Tsunade watched in pride for Naruto as he once more applied himself with his ingenuity. These 3 years were not a waste of his talents. Back on the battlefield, Sasuke and Sakura's attention turned back to themselves. The two looked at each other seriously and nodded. We can't let the idiot outshine us. Sasuke replied with a grin and electricity crackles in his right hand before turning orange and raging wildly before finally turning into a pair of glowing 8-pointed shuriken. Sakura replied with a grin of her own, I'm with you there. Sakura then raised her legs slightly and applied chakra to the soles of her feet and stomped the ground so hard that the earth trembled. Doden. Ippo Jishin, earth release. Single quaking step. Kakashi and Guy could feel the earth tremble once more and the ground began cracking as fissures of earth and stone rose up and cracked. Why you taught that kid of yours your super strength? Jiraiya watched and trembled seeing Sakura destroy the land with a single stomp. Tsunade grins from ear to ear, clearly her hangover was disappearing. Why wouldn't I? Seeing as she's my apprentice. Jiraiya shuddered at that. Shikaku only watched as the two of the legendary Sannin show off their work and living vicariously in their students. The Chunin commander couldn't help but sigh. Back on the battlefield, Guy and Kakashi were now back to back but was again separated when another quake had happened. Guy was suddenly surprised when he saw Sakura now with 6 arms holding 6 swords each charging at him and slashing at him in different ways. Guy was about to grab something from his pouch but Sakura would not let him set up. She then goes to slash away at Guy with 6 arcs of chakra heading towards him. Guy made the conscious effort to jump but something had crashed into him in midair. Guy turned up and noticed Naruto, who had just rammed him with his board, surrounded by winds as he accelerated to the ground. But before he could do so, Naruto stopped at the last minute and sharply turned up as guy crashed to the forest floor. Kakashi was then ambushed by a mirage of Sasuke's after images. He was suddenly surprised when he saw two eight-pointed stars escaping from one of the after images with Kakashi dodging effortlessly. Kakashi knew what came next, seeing his student perform this jutsu once and instead of standing around after that dodge, went after Sasuke with his own shunshin. The eight-pointed stars exploded behind him. Kakashi paid no heed to that and kept following Sasuke, who now surrounded himself with electricity and his after images began to look a little distorted. But from what Kakashi could tell, they had some chakra in them. Chakra that was already converted to lightning. So this is his creation, Shinkiro Reiko, Mirage Lightning. Sasuke's after images attacked him once again and Kakashi was prepared this time. He applied electricity to his kunai and purple lightning escaped from them, negating Sasuke's Raiden technique. The technique not only enhanced Sasuke's speed, it was also intended to hurt. He suddenly remembered that he couldn't afford to stop as immediately. Several high-pressure waves of wind crashed down onto him in multiple directions. Kakashi had narrowly avoided by substituting just in time, but the hits almost connected. To him, that was not a good sign for him. Now, not even the cover of the forests was safe for them. Naruto had drastically increased their range and unhampered by any obstacles in his path. And from his attacks, he can locate people and guide his teammates to where to strike with signals or if or any subtle form of communication. There were very few people in the world who can boast about having aerial superiority in a fight. So few in fact, Kakashi could probably count them with just one hand. Beneath his mask, he smiled. He had never realized how much his students had learned and he was happy knowing that these three turned out fine the way they did, despite all that's happened to them. Naruto watched from above as Guy and Kakashi regrouped. Probably thinking of another way to approach them now that Naruto debuted with his new technique. He went down with Sasuke and Sakura as they began to discuss another tactic amongst themselves. On the sidelines, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shikaku and members of Guy's team were watching very closely as Shikaku began thinking while Jiraiya and Tsunade began discussing things. That Uchiha brat, Kakashi enrolled him in Anbu. Jiraiya asked and Tsunade nodded. That kid changed much when he got into ANBU's training program. Falcon removed any sense of entitlement from him and acts more or less professional around people. Perhaps what Kakashi did was the right thing for helping that kid have direction. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at this, even if it's revenge. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya for a second and then replied, "Stop that already, Sasuke is dead set on his path. No one can change his mind on it. But what we can do is give that direction." He was close to breaking. "Jiraiya, you know that. There were previous reports of him wandering alone sometimes and avoiding people entirely. What the Anbu did to him wasn't psychological torture. They had to give Sasuke some meaning aside from his view of revenge. But he has every right to claim retribution from his brother, selfish or not. I don't like it any more than you do, but if he was left alone, he would have deserted." Jiraiya sighed. "I get that. Sage knows how many there are people like him out there that was twisted by some tragedy or another. But using his emotions for our benefit sometimes makes me wonder about our motives. Then again, our goal is for our home to stay in one piece. And peace it shall be for us, Jiraiya. We can't always get what we want. For what we control and what we can't, we just have to accept the cards we've been dealt with and try to find a better solution. Kakashi has already gotten through to Sasuke. Sakura has showed me her reports and Sasuke is improving. Jiraiya, Sasuke needs people around him and Konoha needs him. We don't want the last member of the Uchiha clan to be wandering the world committing crimes. Itachi and Madara were enough." Jiraiya nodded at this. He perfectly understood Sasuke's motivations. He didn't like it, but it was better than a mad Uchiha running around the world committing irredeemable acts of cruelty. On to their side, Shikaku watched the battle intently, trying to keep up with his evaluation, and so far it has been promising. Shikaku had to take in the subtle Ks the three were doing. Naruto would occasionally take command and from what he could tell, often takes the initiative as well. But it was not out of brashness anymore, but rather out of the three, the boy knew that he had the most chances to survive first contact. Sasuke was the one at the wing to support his teammate, keeping up with whatever plan Naruto was going to do and communicates with them what roles they could play in his working strategy while Sakura made sure the both of them were fine as being the medic. The ability to come up with something on the fly was nothing to sneeze at. And along with Kage Bunshin that can give Naruto the perfect way to transfer information without risking himself, Naruto can organize in his own chaotic way to whittle down opponents. He had seen the blonde's ability to lead during those exams and so far, it hasn't waned yet. The blonde was still sharp and cunning. He was the perfect opposite of Shikaku's son, who would organize plans and force enemies to let them do what he wants them to do, which required gathering the necessary information that can pile up. If ever Naruto and Shikamaru teamed up during their drills, then it would spell a nightmare to the opposing team. Naruto's brand of chaos with Shikamaru's organization can almost guarantee a landslide win. Shikaku smiled, that was something he would pay to see. He then noticed it. He watched as Kakashi's students suddenly now move with purpose. The blonde in question had then, for the first time, grabbed the sword at his side and noticed that the fuda was burning off, turning into ashes. The rope had untangled itself and Naruto drew the wakizashi. Jiraiya's eyes grew as Tsunade was looking like she was about to hurl boulders. He's using it. He's using it. Shikaku could hear Tsunade's voice all around as the remaining bystanders, not Jiraiya or Shikaku, were wondering what it was that would drive the Godime Hokage in a fit of rage. They would get their answers a few seconds later as Naruto planted the sword on the ground and multiple ceiling lines crawled to the ground and made their way to the two Chunin. With Naruto and his team, they had discussed that in order to win, they had to make an underhanded tactic. With that in mind, they needed something to bind the two Chunin down. Unfortunately for the three of them, they didn't have any jutsu to hold down Kakashi and Guy. It would have been nice if at least one of them could learn the Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, double suicide earth decapitation, but they didn't now, so they would have to rectify that. Naruto began to think and then finally gave in to the idea. He was going to use Minamoto no Banbutsu, gathering of all creation. Naruto knew that using the sword lightly would be the wrong thing to do now with all the dangers that he could possibly get into. But Kakashi had given them permission to use everything in their arsenal. And Naruto was intent on doing that. When he gripped the Minamoto no Banbutsu, Naruto's head was filled with thoughts of a binding seal that could immobilize people. And true enough, the wakizashi responded. The sword sorted through its own records and returned back to Naruto just in time, with Kakashi and Guy now lined in their sights. Fuinjutsu. Kanashibari, sealing arts. Body binding. Long lines of sealing matrices escaped from the sword as Naruto stabbed the earth with it. The seals moved in a subtle but quick manner as Kakashi and Guy were caught within its grasp and the sealing matrices crawled all the way to their heads. Kakashi began to think of something, but his chakra seemed to be disrupted. This sealing technique was preventing him to do ninjutsu as well. Finally caught them. Naruto shouted as he raised a fist in the air with a grin. Of course, now knowing the ins and outs of the seal, he immediately turned to the two. Alright, I suck at genjutsu, so let me handle Kakashi-sensei. This binding seal only holds out for 10 minutes, so I know just what to do in order to make Kakashi give up. You two can make Guy-sensei give up. The two were looking confusedly at Naruto as the blonde went to his sensei and they began to talk. In a matter of seconds, Kakashi shouted something about asking for mercy and then promptly giving up while Sasuke and Sakura watched. Did Naruto learn how to interrogate people as well? The two looked at each other and they knew would have to ask the blonde while Sasuke and Sakura approached Guy-sensei. Sensei, it would really be nice if you could give up, you know. Guy was still apparently struggling. No. Youth does not give up. Youth burns brightly and gives hope. Maida Guy will never give up. Sasuke sighed and had stared at Guy for a few seconds with his Sharingan and said to Guy, give up or you will tell your students the most embarrassing thing you've done, that you would shame yourself again if you ever spoke of it. Guy was unaffected because the man just closed his eyes from Sasuke. Nice try, Sasuke-kun. I would have been caught if I didn't know your eyes would cause hypnosis. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other. They were running out of options fast. It was then that Naruto arrived with a grin on his face as Kakashi was now unsealed and the look of horror plastered on the man's only visible eye was obvious to see. Hey guys, is Guy-sensei still not surrendering? Naruto asked and the two nodded. Naruto began to think of something and whispered to Kakashi's ear. The man shivered slightly and then began singing like a canary to the blonde and the boy gave a devilish shit-eating grin. Guy-sensei, if you don't give up now, we'll tell your students that you once paraded around town in nothing but your apron and had to recite a whole chapter of Ika Ika in the market. Guy, looking like he had seen a ghost, shouted at the blonde, "You wouldn't." Naruto's grin still plastered on his face, told him he would. If it's come down to that, then I give up." Naruto and Sakura high-fived each other and cheered as they had finally won against a pair of really competent Chunin. On the sidelines, Team Guy, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shikaku watched wordlessly as two of their best Chunin were defeated by mind games by the trio. "Jiraiya, you keep withholding information from me. Did you teach Naruto how to interrogate people?" Jiraiya shook his head. "No, I didn't. But I would wager it comes naturally at the blonde when he's pretty observant. He must have noticed something that would drive Kakashi mad and used that to blackmail him into surrendering. But what kind of blackmail material would it be that Kakashi would just give up like that?" Jiraiya thought about it for a second and remembered his interaction with Kakashi yesterday. My guess is that Naruto was about to spoil the ending of his favorite book. Tsunade looked incredulous at this. "What? That's it?" Jiraiya shrugged. "It's just a hunch. But I bet Naruto was using it as leverage." Tsunade clicked her tongue at this. Her elite Chunin were a bunch of crazy people. Shikaku seemed to get a kick out of that and had to withhold his laughter. He was so going to rig the next wartime drills and pair Shikamaru with Naruto after this showing. All joking aside, Naruto was going to be good Chunin material. Sakura seemed close to it as well. He was sure the evaluation of this group was going to be good. When Naruto's team, Kakashi and Guy were in earshot, Shikaku approached the members of Team 7 and nodded. "That was a fine display. You three, I now understand why the rumors are substantiated." The three looked confused at this as Sakura was the first to respond. "Okay, now I have to know what these rumors are. Is it so bombastic that we have to be kept in the dark about it?" Tsunade replied, "Well, being compared as the next Densetsu no Sannin, I would say yeah, it is pretty bombastic." Naruto whistled as Sasuke's smug was slightly showing while Sakura's jaw dropped. She looked at his teammates from Sasuke and then at Naruto who seemed to be taking this well. "Aren't you two being smug?" Sasuke merely shrugged. Sakura turns to Naruto who replied, "What? That's awesome. You know it, kid." Jiraiya shouted and a haughty laugh escaped between both of them. Tsunade palmed her face for the antics of these two. These two were indeed two peas in a pod. Chapter 31. Beginning. Mitarashi Anko was very brazen and uncouth woman with a massive chip on her shoulder. She was a sloppy and hard-nosed woman that had her kicks in tormenting people physical or otherwise. Her hedonistic demeanor was a result of years of abuse and betrayal from her former master. And just a whisper of his name would bring forth a sense of rage that would impress even the Kyuubi itself. Due to this, many had coined her a loose cannon. Her reckless behavior had scared many people away. But that sure as hell didn't faze her. She claimed that she didn't need anyone and that her happiness involves Dango and the death of the asshole that used her admiration and emotions as a little girl. It had been tempered over the years, and after meeting Iruka and gotten to know the man, Anko could say that her former self-destructive thoughts on loneliness had disappeared. Iruka, an unassuming teacher at the academy, didn't look at her past or her current demeanor. He saw something past that and had accepted her for who she was. Imagine her fear when she talked to Kurenai about how Iruka had suddenly tore down her walls and she was acting like a lovesick puppy even after all she went through. That didn't mean to say that she got with Iruka. The man could be as dense as he was nice for his own good sometimes. And the man seemed celibate despite the admiration some of the fairer sex were giving him. A lot can be said that with the way he had practically raised the blonde hellion, but bad wasn't one of them. Which was why that knowing that out of all men that she was surrounded with, Anko was glad that Iruka was the one who managed to capture her heart. She had found herself at the academy after work more often than not. She could see how the unassuming Chunin would be so straight-laced and passionate with his role as a teacher. Many had been praising his work more than once, being part of Tsunade's program in restructuring the academy to make them more combat-ready after their graduation. It was now much more apparent given the results. Now she was at the academy again, but with a different purpose in mind. As a Chunin, they were required to serve either in a special unit or be saddled with genin. Anko had the quick thinking of applying at the torture and interrogation department to be an intelligence officer and occasional recon personnel. No way was she going to be saddled with a bunch of annoying brats that couldn't even survive on their own. But with the current times and in the foreseeable future, Anko had no choice but to quietly accept the fact that she will be one of the many Chunin that will have to lead a team. And now, as predicted, Tsunade had assigned her with one, although this time, it was different. She had been briefed earlier that this team was a special case. Imagine her surprise when she found out that the ones she will be leading were the experimental rejects from Orochimaru. Anko could feel the irony for this one. Imagine her surprise more. When these three were helping Iruka with moving items around the school, they have seemed to take a liking on the man and they seem to have been doing well at it too. Earning quite a few ryo in the process of their community service. Ah, Anko, you're early. I was expecting you to arrive just in time and make a big fuss. Iruka grinned at her. Anko looked sideways trying to contain her blush and replied. I just wanted to get this over with. No sense in dragging things on if I failed them, right? Iruka's grin turned to a frown. He probably didn't like that. Now don't say that, Anko. I know you have problems with your former master, but give them a chance, okay? They got discarded and left behind. Something you could associate with. Besides, it wasn't the Hokage who recommended you to having a team. Anko was livid. Who's the bastard who pointed at me? I'll murder that asshole. Give me a name and I'll tear him limb from limb. Iruka suddenly paled and thought about lying through his teeth but decided against it. Anko did not like being lied to. She had severe trust issues that no one seemed to take care of. But Iruka was seemingly the only person that Anko can confide in just as much as Kurenai, if not more. It was me, actually. He. Iruka laughed nervously and Anko felt scandalized. She immediately ran over to Iruka and began shaking him like a ragdoll. She felt betrayed. Why would you do this? I thought you were a good man, Iruka. Why would you suddenly do this to me? Iruka, who couldn't reply as he was being manhandled, told Anko to stop and let him explain himself. When Anko had finally let go of him, Iruka adjusted himself and answered her. It's because I know you can do it. Iruka said truthfully. He had seen Anko put all of her being in work. And she had shown him her loyalty to the village. She was passionate about proving people wrong again and again. From the time he saw her on her lonesome after Orochimaru's betrayal up until ranking up with her own merits and entering the intelligence team, he had always seen her achievements as a kunoichi worthy of being Konoha's best. What's with that answer? Asked Anko. Iruka answered her this time with more conviction. Anko, you may not know this, but back when we were genin, I had always been watching you ever since Orochimaru left you here on your own. Iruka admitted as he turned to Suigetsu, Karen and Jugo. I've seen you endure so much unneeded judgment. And I saw you prove them wrong again and again. You never wavered, you never stopped, and when you became part as one of the most rigorous and difficult teams of the Shinobi force, I was glad that you made it on your own. I was happy that you made it in. But I didn't exactly know how to approach you back then, you were always pushing people away. It wasn't until I handled Naruto that I could find it within myself to talk to you. Seeing as you two are similar in that way. Iruka then smiled as he continued, that's why I have complete faith in you. Anko was quiet for a few seconds as she looked down trying to hide her embarrassment at being complimented by this sissy, seemingly unassuming teacher. Seeing what could be the most Anko thing she could do, she grabbed Iruka by the back of his head and proceeded to smother him with her chest. You goddamn idiot! Anko shouted, gripping Iruka's head tightly as she rubbed her breast to Iruka's face as Karen and Suigetsu looked scandalized while Jugo decided to avoid looking and remained quiet. Iruka had managed to pull away. A bit of blood trickled on his nose as Anko's demeanor changed from miserable to motivated. Of course, she had heard Naruto once used the Oroku no Jutsu against him and it had worked. But to see him react to her that way made Anko a little bit happy for herself. Alright, brats. The sexy Anko-sensei is here to be your new instructor. Meet me in training ground 44 in 10 minutes or I'll fail your sorry asses. The trio, seeing Anko's commanding presence, had immediately agreed to her decision, never once arguing with her while Iruka supported them. You can do it, guys. I wish you the best. Research and Development Center. It had been a week since Naruto's return and the ninja populace within Konoha were discussing among themselves about the recent evaluation that Team 7's returnee had underwent. Among the many of the rumors going around, The one to strike the interest of the people was the fact that Naruto can now achieve flight and had been going at the Research and Development Bureau at least once a day. Tsunade had authorized him to be part of the research and development on seals, and as a result, he was given the rank of Chunin as he was asked to be part of the Fuinjutsu Specialist Corps and be one of its members. Tsunade had reminded him that this was out of necessity as very few people had delved into Fuinjutsu, and the dwindling of the Uzumaki certainly had done them no favors in sealing techniques. Of course, by no means was Naruto's new rank as a Chunin was a result on his Fuinjutsu knowledge. His skill also played a part for his promotion as a shinobi overall, making him earn the rank. But Tsunade had given her another objective, to aim for the sealing team to become independent again and earn enough supporters to be a Hokage candidate in the future. So his rank of Chunin was not only there for political gain, it was there because Naruto was qualified for that position in a much-needed attempt to bolster Konoha's forces. Something that Naruto had no qualms in disagreeing. As much as how the village's medical branch had stagnated when Tsunade was gone, the sealing team within the village were in the same position after the deaths of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. The blow of the Second War had been devastating to the sealing team, with the destruction of the Uzumaki who were helping Konoha in their own sealing research and development, and Minato and Kushina were doing their best in reviving the department. But after their demise, even with the Sandame's help, the sealing team just couldn't muster up enough members to maintain their own department. No one seemed interested, and the sealing team had no choice but to be absorbed by the research and development department, where they were forced to do their work inside. They were on the verge of being dissolved entirely were it not for Ryugumine's work and interest in all things research. And when presented with another opportunity to innovate their field courtesy of Jiraiya and Naruto's appearance a week ago, they took this as a challenge immediately, and the team began to work as they all gave their inputs and began their experiments in earnest. It was an opportunity not to just show the populace of the importance of the sealing team, but also to get the necessary funding and members so that they could go back to being independent again. Naruto had been their saving grace, but Ryugumine and Tenten were the ones that kept them afloat in the last 3 years with small innovation after innovation that they could help with. Tenten, who makes it a point to visit every morning, did not seem surprised at the fact that Naruto was talking to Ryugumine sensei discussing seals. But for what purpose were they concocting a new seal, she did not seem to know. She merely shrugged it off as Ryugumine being a nerd in seals and wouldn't bother him with it. Tenten was surprised, however, when she was given a chance to try another experimental weapon in her hands. Not one, but two. She looked at the weapon presented before her. It was a large axe, with its blades about as long as an arm of a fully grown man and curved perfectly like it came from a circle. The matrix of the seal was looking more like a spider web as the multiple lines placed on it stretched to the blades themselves. The core of the seal, from what she could tell, was placed neatly inside a red-colored gem at the stock of the blade, with the sturdy wooden handle being at least 1.5 meters in length. She could tell the nice polish of the handle was made of ironwood, the toughest wood known throughout the continent that even blades couldn't cut through. She surmised that the material for the wooden handle was made to lessen the weight of the weapon. The second, however, was what she was getting giddy for. It was a spear, 3 meters long, silver in color. The tip was pointed upwards as it reflected the sun back with its silvery polish. Beneath the tip of the spear was a hollow circle about the size of her hands, with 3 golden rings each side of the circle. It was the shaku staff design that Ryugumine sensei had done earlier. Tenten-san, I'm glad you made it. With Naruto-san to help me with the seals, I only had to focus more on the creation of these weapons. You could not believe the amount of time I had to save just to make them. Ryugumine exclaimed this as he ran over the weapons he had made and then motioned for her to come closer to inspect them herself. Naruto had grinned and puffed his chest out for his work. The seal specifications were strange at first, but we managed to create these things in record time. All Ryugumine-san here had to do was ask for my help in them. A little Uzumaki sealing know-how and these babies are as good as they are going to get. Tenten first held up the axe. As she noticed, the axe was heavier than what she would have assessed earlier. The weight of the head of the axe was seemingly compensated by the fact that the handle was light and her grip on it didn't seem to slide despite the smooth surface. Wow, this thing is heavy. Heavier than Gorenjigoku, Pyroclasm, at least. Tenten commented as she tried to swing the blade, noting that for her to effectively use this axe, she would require 2 hands on it. Ryugumine said with pride as he continued, And as promised, I applied the 2 Doden Jutsu inside as well. The first is a copy of the Doden. Dochu Igyo no Jutsu, Earth Release, Underground Projection Fish Technique. Underground Movement. Tenten asked and the R&D officer nodded. Yes, and the other is Kudobakufu, Surging Earth Blast. Although the second one is dependent on your swinging power, Tenten-san. But I doubt it would be useless in your hands. Tenten raised an eyebrow and looked at the axe. Another promising work accomplished by their scientists. Naruto then pointed to the spear and said, the next one is pretty sweet. The spear is Raiden-based. The sealing matrix and core isn't obvious, but it's written in the inner part of the large circle and stretching to the rings. They're made to align with the core seal on the main ring once you gather enough power for them. Ryugamine-san programmed in them with about the same amount of jutsu as the axe, Tenten. Ryugamine was about as enthusiastic about this as the blonde as he continued. The first is an offshoot of the Reikyu, lightning ball. It's a jutsu that deploys multiple balls of electricity at once, and they are used more as a defensive measure by replicating themselves and firing at the enemy that you target. The distance is about 20 meters from my calculations, while the second one is linked with the first one. As Ryugamine began his enthusiastic lecture, Tenten looked at her new weapons and felt excitement upon touching them. And she had the perfect names for them as well. Masanto, Demonic War Blade, for the axe. Raidensu, Spear of Thunder and Lightning, for the spear. But more to that, Tenten looked at Naruto with curiosity and asked him why he was spending his free time here. Okay. I know rumors have some truth to them, Naruto. But what exactly are you doing here? Naruto grinned and kept a finger up to his lip and said, it's a secret project. Tenten was puzzled more and more but decided not to look further and tested out her spear. It was definitely lighter than the axe, she could spin it well just like any other spear. But the minute she dropped the spear to the ground, she could already feel the pull of her chakra to the spear as it glowed a little. That thing begins collecting chakra as soon as it remains still. Tenten asked and Naruto nodded. It's an unintended effect of the seal when we programmed the jutsu. But I wouldn't worry about it, if I were you. It gathers and stores chakra until a certain point. And it's beneficial because it needs a ton of chakra for the second jutsu. Tenten was looking even more bewildered by the second. Naruto was now speaking in more technical terms that she was afraid that something was terribly wrong. But Ryugamine sensei was looking like he was taking this in stride as the man nodded and adjusted his glasses. Speaking of which, Naruto-san, care to look over the seals that I applied to my previous works to see if there's a glaring flaw in them? I've been doing this for years, yet I can't seem to find someone good enough to see if my work needs improvement. Also, about that last weapon I've been working on, your notes and Jiraiya-sama's notes are interesting. I think I have enough application to apply that seal I've been working on, but I need a huge amount of ore to create the necessary chains. Naruto shrugged. Sure, send them over to my apartment and I'll see what I can do with them. Though don't expect me to give them to you fast. I've got more work to do and I have to look at your notes extensively. Ryugamine nodded with enthusiasm and replied, yes. That is all I ask. Having an Uzumaki looking at your seal work was an opportunity Ryugamine was not letting go anytime soon. Naruto was already tasking them with such a difficult task of creating a seal that would mimic a power generator. It was the least bit Naruto could do in helping them with their other projects. As Tenten went ahead and began practicing with her new weapons, Naruto stepped outside of the building and noticed a bird circling atop of the place. Naruto had been briefed to his new rank that it meant he was being notified of a mission. When he arrived at the office, he was met with Sasuke and Sakura who were waiting for him. However, Kakashi was nowhere in sight. I've got a mission for you three. The three nodded. Naruto looked at Sakura who was now wearing her Chunin vest over her attire. About the same time as he was, Sakura was now designated as a Chunin as well. This time, it was Shikaku who delegated the rank as Sakura was asked to become Shizun's assistant as the medical corps head. Naruto noted that Sakura now had a diamond seal on her forehead, a core, Naruto noted, to have multiple matrices inside that were interwoven to Sakura's chakra. The seal, however, was not as prominent as Tsunade's, not yet, he noticed. Meaning that Sakura's seal wasn't as potent as Tsunade's. In fact, the color of the seal was paler in comparison. We've been recommended by Nami no Kuni for this man. He aims to have you three act as bodyguards to a VIP. It was then that a man with gray hair walked in. The man had a ponytail tied up behind his head and wore a pair of glasses to cover his wrinkled face. The man had a mustache and a beard to be about as gray as his hair. The man wore a maroon-colored suit and his looks told the trio that the man was anxious and weary. My name is Sandayu Asama. I am a vassal of Kazuhana Saozutsu, daimyo of Yuki no Kuni. I am here to ask for your aid in this mission to guard your query, Fujika's Yukie. Sakura raised an eyebrow at this, Fujika's Yukie. Oh, that actress from those Princess Fune movies that Naruto loves so much. Naruto chuckled at that and said, don't deny it, Sakura, you liked them too. Well, the actress was really good for her role. I'm a fan of her work. Sakura. Naruto, act your rank. Sasuke said to the two and both of them gave an embarrassed laugh before they let Asama continue. Yes, well, Fujika's Yukie is her stage name. Her real name is Kazuhana Koyuki, Saozutsu-sama's daughter and rightful heir to her country. At this, Team 7 eyed each other carefully and looked back at Asama who was gritting his teeth as he continued. We are the remnants of Saozutsu-sama's retainers. His brother, Kazuhana Dotu, usurped power more than a decade ago and has been ruling our country with an iron fist. Team 7 looks at Makino solemnly and lets the man continue. I have asked multiple countries for help in this matter but we were turned down seeing as they didn't want to get involved with our problems considering as we are a relatively small country in the Far East that have little to offer in an alliance. Then, we stumbled upon Nami no Kuni for some shots and filming for the Angst movie and with their help, they had pointed me to Konoha. I was hesitant. A village of the 5 main powers would not seem interested in a small country like Yuki no Kuni, or at best, send a force to invade our lands to make it a vassal state. But the people there have assured me that Konoha was different. I have invested my house's entire fortune for this opportunity. Sandayu then dropped to his knees and bowed to the 3 out of desperation. Please, allow us safe passage and help us in freeing my country from Dotu. The 3 now looked at each other seriously before they looked at Tsunade who nodded. I was surprised by this mission as well. He knows the political implications of such a move. But he knows that only foreign aid can help his group now. Kazuhana Dotu is an isolationist daimyo. He has turned the entire country as his prison and diverted all of its resources into maintaining his empire, effectively impoverishing his citizens and causing starvation. Many of the retainers of the former daimyo had rebelled as a result. But Dodo had overwhelmed them with relative ease. This is an A rank in importance. Team 7, your mission is to protect Fujika's Yukie. You are not to engage enemy hostiles unless your client or you are endangered. International missions like these should be handled carefully especially now in these trying times. The 3 nodded in unison as they see Sandayu still bowing at them. I thank you for your acceptance. Naruto was the first to speak. Old man Sandayu, stand up. The blonde then continued, there is no shame in asking for help. You should only be ashamed of it when you ask people to do something questionable in your stead. But we all understand your situation. It's not the first time that we had to deal with a despot. But at least this time, our client is honest with what is going on. Sakura and Sasuke nodded with Sakura smiling as they headed out. Tsunade then said to Sandayu with a smile on her face, there you have it. Your payment will be received tomorrow. Although we have a better deal for you, Sandayu Dono. The man stood up and Tsunade continued, we are looking for a down payment system as assurance. But we are willing to extend the pay for 1 year in increments from your household or from Kazuhana Koyuki. That way, it wouldn't be a blow too much on your assets. And an alliance sounds like a better long-term deal, don't you think? Sandayu could finally see some hope from himself. The man had wholeheartedly agreed. Team 7 had to prepare as each of the trio had gone home to pack for the mission. Naruto, after finishing up his packing, decided to make his way to the Hyuga mansion and had asked to talk to Hinata before he goes. Naruto had been dreading the day on how he could say to Hinata the heap of trouble he was into since his arrival. The fact that Jiraiya had went and disappeared yet again for his espionage missions had been driving him nervous ever since when he dwelled on the fact. But Naruto had to be honest to Hinata or else the hammer was going to be falling harder on his head. Naruto-kun. Hinata noticed him who had a bag behind his back as he said looked nervous. Hinata noticed this right away and Naruto became even more nervous when the 4 sprites of her summons trailed behind her followed by Hiashi. It seemed she was just finishing up her training. To what do we owe you of visiting, Naruto? I'm sure you have a mission to get into. Hiashi noted his bag behind the blonde and thought that Naruto was going out on a mission. His guess was right. Naruto looked a little fidgety and was avoiding eye contact with the Hyuga patriarch as he took a deep breath and said, well you see. And Naruto's tale began. He told the Hyuga how he had a suspicion that he was being targeted by a kunoichi from Natashiko village and how it came to pass. Naruto sang like a canary as he told them of the promise Jiraiya had to make to save his own hide while Naruto was thrown to the wolves. Finally, he told them that his suspicions of being targeted stemmed from the fact that there was no statement in Natashiko's laws anywhere saying that they couldn't challenge their prospect more than once. By the end of his tale, Naruto looked like his soul was sucked out of his body. I see. Hinata looked serious for once and began to think calmly as she looked at his father who was hiding his amusement of it all. She did not like that one bit. I understand why you had to say this, Naruto. You didn't want a misunderstanding to brew, especially if this person were to suddenly arrive here and issue her challenge to you without you to defend yourself. I applaud your honesty of the situation and we'll make sure to approach this as carefully as we can. Hiashi replied and the four sprites behind them seemed to nod in agreement. Hinata, however, was trying to control the inner rage that was building up. She had never thought of someone else going after Naruto so aggressively even if he already said his piece. She knew how considerate Naruto was in other people and she was prepared to fight for him if given the chance. But the fact that she was going out with him made her a bit laxer than intended. She was starting to hear waves of Naruto's popularity within the village. He was slowly building up quite a reputation to the female populace their age and lower, but all of them backed off when they knew Hinata had been the first to act and receive Naruto's affection. But now, some foreign woman was trying to take Naruto away. She couldn't have that. Naruto-kun, what's her name? Hinata asked, her voice having a threatening tone to them as she maintained her composure. Naruto, for the first time, was left speechless and possibly a little bit terrified at Hinata's tone. So he gave the best answer he could come up with. What? Hinata wasn't having any of that. Naruto-kun, I know you're a very considerate boy and I thank the sage for your understanding of others and thank you for your honesty. But I need a name. You will give it. Hinata was slowly but unconsciously activating her Byakugan. Hiashi could feel knives sprouting at his feet and stabbing them at that. His daughter was giving off a sliver of killing intent when she spoke. He didn't know if he should be terrified or proud that his daughter could scare off anyone with that look. The four sprites were looking at their summoner as if they were a little uncomfortable. Shizuka. Naruto stammered out and Hinata nodded. Suzaku-sama. The red bird flinched when Hinata looked at the creature. I am taking your trial. Now. The red bird shivered as the rest of summon looked at their fellow summon in astonishment. The normally temperamental and fearless summon that they had come to know shivered at Hinata's gaze. A visage of a raging lioness escaped from her. When Hinata had walked off with a purpose in mind, Naruto gave a shaky wave to her before she was out of sight. Hiashi still couldn't think of what to feel for this new attitude that his daughter was showing. If any of the elders saw this, they would immediately back off to whatever scheme they were plotting. With that in mind, Hiashi was somewhat assured that his daughter's future wasn't so muddy now. See you when I get back. Naruto waved to where Hinata had disappeared to and Hiashi looked at the boy. Boy, I used to think you were a no-good troublemaker. I thought if she were to mingle with you, nothing will come out of it. But after seeing her improve and then that, I don't think that will be the case anymore. If she were to be your wife someday, my only advice to you is to not make her angry. Hiashi commented and Naruto gave a silent nod. I wouldn't dare. Hiashi nodded. Yes, for both our sakes. When Naruto had arrived at Western Gate, he saw Sasuke and Sakura talking and immediately jogged his way to them. The two noticed him immediately and Sasuke spoke. Took your sweet time getting here, stupid. Naruto scowled at that and replied, whatever, dick. I had to go to the Hyuga to finish up something. The two raised an eyebrow at that. Sakura was the first to ask, what was it about? Naruto stumbled a little and then began to talk, I'm being targeted. The two again looked at each other and Sasuke asked, by another group? By a single person, was Naruto's quick reply. By this, Sakura was the first to scowl and ask, what did you do this time? I didn't do shit. Ero Sennin made a stupid promise and he dragged me into that stupid promise of his. He didn't want to be married so he passed the buck to me when it happened. Naruto shouted and Sakura had immediately stopped. Married. Naruto sighed at this and replied. I'll tell you on the way. I had to talk to Hinata because I didn't want any misunderstandings to occur, especially when I'm not around and that thing is due any moment. So I had to prepare if it comes down to it. It was then that they met with Makino, the director, and the film crew. Naruto made a note to list the people in the crew to look them over. For now, they had to be introduced to their protectorate. A few minutes later, after looking around, the trio had met with Sandayu as he approached the three of them and had them knocking on the lodge that the actress, Fujika's Yukie, was currently staying at. To Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, this was Kazuhana Koyuki, and Sandayu had practically briefed them to never call her that if they didn't want to anger the actress. A beautiful woman had opened the door and looked displeased when Sandayu was seen in her sights. She had long straight black hair with a pair of pale blue eyes. She looked down to Sandayu and then to the three shinobi behind him and asked. What? Sandayu was nervous at first and said to the actress, Yukie-san, I'm pleased to inform you that we managed to hire 3 Chunin from Konoha. They will be the ones who will serve as your bodyguards for the remainder of the filming. The woman gave a sigh as she went inside and allowed the 3 to enter. When the 3 entered inside, she plopped down on her seat and gave an apathetic look at the 3 and looked unimpressed. Sandayu, don't tell me our budget for protection services were cut. I wanted 3 Chunin at the least, not a bunch of freshly minted teens to serve as my guard. The 3 remained silent. Naruto looked indignant at this but remained quiet. Jiraiya had to beat his head many times about the proper act of patience. He wasn't going to ruin his reputation anytime soon. But the Hokage has given me these 3, trained by 3 legendary shinobi themselves. We have Uchiha Sasuke, the one in the black and red, trained by the infamous Hitaki Kakashi, a child prodigy and member of the Anbu. The old man pointed to Sasuke while Sasuke remained silent, not caring about what the woman had said, as Sandayu then pointed to Sakura. We have the student of the Hokage herself, Haruno Sakura, a rising star in battlefield medicine. With her, our safety is ensured. Then Sandayu pointed to the blonde. And finally, we have Uzumaki Naruto, apprentice of the legendary Jiraiya, and along with the Hokage, is part of the Sannin. Naruto-san here is an expert in Fuinjutsu. I'm sure we can't find any better bodyguards than these 3 that Konoha can provide. Then why couldn't we get the other 2? Yukie asked. She was pertaining to Hitaki Kakashi and Jiraiya. Sasuke was the one who replied, they are on important business. Hitaki Kakashi is overseeing something in our borders and Jiraiya can't be bothered with this mission. Naruto had to inwardly shake his head. If anything, Jiraiya would kill at the chance of meeting a pretty woman. But the man was doing something more important, such as running his spy network. Whatever. If that's all there is, then I suggest you get out of this place and watch from a distance. If that is all, then goodbye. When the lodge had its door closed and the 4 were outside, the 3 had walked to a fair distance and Sakura was the first to speak. Wow, what a horrible person. Sakura had heard of a saying that to never meet your heroes, as they would show behavior that would ultimately leave them disenchanted. Naruto was seriously thinking of foregoing to ask for the woman an autograph. If anything, his mood was soured by the way she looked down on them. Please understand, Koyuki-sama had lost her father and had to run away from home. Her hardships have made her the person she is today. The 3 looked at Sandayu for a moment and Naruto replied, look, old man Sandayu, I understand. But her own personal tragedies shouldn't be an excuse to treat other people like trash. I mean, our jobs aren't exactly sunshine and rainbows either, but we try to at least be civil any way we can. When Sandayu had left with an apology, the trio looked at each other and sighed. This was the wave mission all over again. Fire country, southern border. Mizu no Kuni had finally quelled the civil war in Kirigakure. The newly appointed Mizukage had finally allowed herself to take a look at the outside world to see the current political climate after 2 years of winning the bloody civil war. The village had finally quelled, tensions were less and many of the rogue elements of the civil war had been destroyed. The shinobi Gatana Shichinan-shu had all but dissolved after the unrest. Their swords were either gone and missing or destroyed beyond repair except for the Haramakare. So Kirigakure had no other choice but to move on and hopefully create more swords in the process. But for now, Kirigakure, though stable, is vulnerable. With a diminished shinobi force, dissolution of the Shinobi swordsmen and 3 extinct clans under its belt, the Kagaya, the Hazuka and the Yuki, Kurigakure was weak. So now, they had to look outward for an alliance to deter any oncoming foreign threats. As such, Terumi Mei, Godime Mizukage, had set forth towards the nearest power that can hopefully agree to a mutual defense treaty even if it means dragging them to conflict that the other village was currently in. Their sights turned to a country that had suffered as much as they have to look into what programs that they could learn for their shinobi force to keep them standing. She had received news that Konoha had suffered 3 tragedies in a span of a decade. The unleashing of the Kyuubi, the massacre of the Uchiha clan and the invasion of Sound and Sand. Yet its walls remained standing despite the apparent extinction of the Uchiha clan, despite the attack of the known strongest Biju in existence and despite 2 military organizations attempting to crush it. Which was why Mei was accepting of this idea since in her view, Konoha has not much leverage that it can pull against them. A man with light blue hair and a pair of seals for his ears wearing a black eye patch to his left and blue robes spoke to his leader. I'm surprised that the council is in agreement to your plan, Mizukage-sama. Ao, her senior bodyguard replied. A veteran of 2 wars, Ao had been the Mizukage's right-hand man during the Civil War. It had been Ao who had been her strategist and source of information when tangling with Yagura's forces, an instrumental part of her side. He was the one who had given her multiple chances of victories that she took, allowing her to finally end the reign of terror of the Yondaime Mizukage. The Mizukage, a red-haired woman of beauty with green eyes wearing blue robes and a blue and white-colored hat with the character of water written at the front of the hat replied. Only a fool would think that Kurigakure isn't in dire straits, Ao. We have lost much in the Civil War and we currently do not have the means in keeping our borders safe. The last thing we want is a power vacuum to consume our country. We need this alliance. We cannot let the old ways of thinking hamper what is true. It is either we ally ourselves with Konoha or we dissolve. Kumogakure has been in a constant increase in arms despite a general trend in disarmament and Iwagakure is remaining silent. Suna is in no position to be threatening, which is why it returned to Konoha as an ally. Right now, Konoha is our best bet for this alliance. And I would advise you not to let your preconceived ideas take over your judgment. You are my right hand, Ao, and even though you have been brilliant in my side, you must also be open to this idea as well. Kurigakure is our home and I refuse it to be consumed by the times. It must remain standing. Ao, though skeptical, had trusted the Mizukage's judgment. Certainly, ideas differ with others back home, but they could not refute nor could they afford to go against the current Mizukage. They had, after all, just came from a civil war that killed many outstanding shinobi both from their side and the opponents. And no machinations of any kind can budge the current enlisted shinobi to ever side against the current Mizukage, as they had grown weary from all the fighting that they had to go through in the last protracted war. I want to agree with Mizukage-sama. The last member of their group replied, and the Mizukage turned to the youngest member of the group who was the current wielder of the Haramakare. The boy wore glasses and a light blue long-sleeve shirt over his mesh armor. His pants were a mix of different shades of blue and white to serve as camouflage within Kurigakure. This boy was Chojuro, a boy that Terumi could tell had a promising future to be the leader of the swordsmen in the future. She has high hopes for the boy, whose main concern for her was his crippling shyness. I'm glad you agree with me, Chojuro. Mei smiled at the boy who blushed at her gesture. You're being too soft on the boy, Mizukage-sama. Coddle him too much and he'll be useless in the future. Mei stopped when something entered her thoughts. Future. Ao, who was clueless as to what the Mizukage was thinking, continued to talk. My wife always said, a man can't be trusted to protect someone when they can't even be good husbands. Can't be trusted. A husband. Mei began leaking killing intent. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. Ao tripped at the Mizukage's words at that and looked at their leader questioningly. They had to stop now though, as they were now officially in Fire Country. A shinobi from Konoha had ordered them to stop. Surprisingly, it was none other than the infamous copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi, who was looking at them with an indifferent expression. The man had yet to reveal his Sharingan, which meant that he meant to come at them with no threat on their person. You are now approaching Fire Country. Sorry to be a little bit paranoid, but we are currently in a state of war preparation. Please state your business in Fire Country before entering our borders officially. It was the standard meet and greet during wartime or anything close to it for unidentified affiliations. Kakashi could tell they were from Mizu no Kuni. The dead giveaway was the hat that signified the Mizukage. And the leader came with only 2 bodyguards. Which meant that she came by her lonesome for less than hostile means. I am the god, I'm Mizukage, Terumi Mei. I am here in a gesture of good faith to act as negotiator for an alliance with Konoha. A cage making first contact for an alliance was an unusual sight in itself, Kakashi thought. Usually, they sent for representatives first before the cage. It was a sign of wariness despite going in presumed good faith. To see the cage herself to be the ones who wished for better negotiations must mean a sign of desperation within Kirigakure. Kakashi shook his head. He did not want to delve into politics long. So in courtesy, he replied. I am terribly sorry, Mizukage-sama. But in Konoha's current disposition, we are currently in high alert for suspicious activity. You must remain here for a given time and I will send a letter to Hokage-sama alerting her of your presence. For the meantime, we have a room prepared for guests in our outposts. I ask for your patience. We have been weary as of late. The trio wondered at this as Kakashi sensed their curiosity. Recently, it has come to our attention that an international terrorist organization has managed to destroy and take over a ninja village. We have assessed this threat level and we have warned our allies of such. It is safe to say that we are taking precautionary measures in the event that it comes to our doorsteps, and they definitely will. Mei looked surprised at this and asked the infamous copy ninja, what is the name of this organization? Maybe we can provide more intel. Kakashi nodded, seeing as Kirigakure was in possession of the Sanbi and Rokubi. Akatsuki. The Mizukage frowned. There have been rumors going about in her ranks of an organization with that name and that Kisame became a missing nin to join that group. They paid it no heed back then, seeing as they were still under civil war, but now that the war was over, and things were investigated further. The Mizukage couldn't help but scowl at the messages she received. There was a certain organization involved that seemed to ally themselves to Yagura. No descriptions were ever said, but this organization also had a hand in Hoshigaki Kisami's defection. Ao and Chojuro looked at her as if waiting for her orders, and she finally talked after thinking things over. Hitaki Kakashi Dono, if you would please, tell me more about this Akatsuki. I may have something that can connect our story to yours and we can further solidify this alliance. Kakashi nodded and wordlessly guided them to the outpost. During their trek, the Mizukage handed over to him her scroll and proposal for an alliance. Kakashi accepted wordlessly as they made their way to their lodging. The rest of the shinobi from Konoha were surprised seeing the Mizukage herself and led her into the structure. As one of the Anbu kneeled behind Kakashi and he spoke. Senpai, what is it that you wanted me to do? Kakashi then handed over the scroll given to him earlier by the Mizukage and said, direct orders, take this to the Hokage immediately. As soon as you do, we will have a small platoon escort Mizukage-sama and her bodyguards. The masked Anbu with the tiger mask nodded and Kakashi added, Tenzo, make it as quick as possible. Tenzo nodded and vanished in a swirl of leaves. Yuki no Kuni. Kazuhana Dotu, a man of high ambition, took control over Yuki no Kuni in a hostile takeover by killing his brother. Under his rule, it saw the rise of his own henchmen and retainers as they tightened their grip on the country. Its military advancement was nothing to sneeze at as its soldiers were shifted from samurai to ninja. Many of the old retainers of the former daimyo saw this as a front against them and the lordship, and they rebelled against the man, and some, deciding to prioritize their survival, had sworn fealty to their new daimyo. As the better part of the decade rolled, the country saw a massive effort to quell the rebel factions and crushed them under Dotu's heel. The many rebels, who had joined the cause primarily out of their service to Saozutsu, now resorted to infighting due to the problem of succession, as their heir apparent had been missing for years and the group had no one to place as their leader to amass enough followers. The result was numerous former retainers of the killed daimyo having multiple people who they would like to place as their leader in the event that they toppled Dotu. The disagreement had forced these retainers to fraction that had placed the country in a deadlock. Its many civilians being forced into poverty as they felt their hopes wither with every single day. Still, even with Dotu's isolationist policies, the man had reached out to the nearest country to buy weapons and even services to add to his already numerous ninja that were former missing nin. Ni Yugito, a kunoichi from Kumogakure no Sato, watched as the civilians of the country suffer in poverty in their less than ideal homes for the climate. She had seen men and women freezing to death while shinobi of the land showed no care to its people. Surely, she surmised that this form of injustice did not escape the Raikage's ears. So she wondered why the Raikage would involve himself in this region of conflict. It was not politically savvy in any way. But the Raikage had to have a reason. The man had noticed Dotu's rise to power, and the shinobi and kunoichi in his ranks must have worried the man, hence they were sent as delegates. Probably to know and gauge the country's military ability. She had thought as the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nekomata thought about her leader's reasons. She thought it a little bit ludicrous, however, seeing as there were miscreants rising at the eastern border of her country. They were nothing to be worried about, but their numbers were steadily rising and the number of ninja sent to quell the unrest were growing as well. They had yet to find their ringleader or benefactor for that civil unrest. And it irked her that she was being sent to a diplomatic mission such as this when there was so much going on in her country. This is for the village. Yugito thought. She had wished sometimes she could be as carefree as Killer Bee, but that man could be described as weird as they come. Her thoughts were put to a halt when they finally reached Dotu's hall. Inside, the man sat on his throne, a smirk on his face as she and her team of Atsui and she entered the hall. Yugito subtly looked around, noting the man's extravagance and wealth, a stark contrast to the starving and freezing people of the country. Quite an ego this man has. Yugito thought. She looked at her teammates for the mission and they seemed to have the same impression as well. Welcome, Kumo Shinobi, to my country. I trust that my men have treated you well on your way here. The man asked and Yugito was the one who answered. Yes, we were treated fairly when we have arrived. They gave us additional clothing having miscalculated the climate in your country. Dotu gave a nod and continued. Good, it would be a dishonor to my name if delegates such as yourself were to be treated poorly, as I see a great deal of problems coming from Kumogakure if ever this deal were to fall apart. Dotu motioned for one of his men to grab a scroll and handed it over to Yugito. This is how much money I am willing to spend to buy some of your weapons and services. The rebels have been a thorn on my sides for far too long. If you could accomplish this task, we will give you an additional payment plus an exclusive deal of us buying more of your arms and services. Yugito looked at the scroll and carefully read the contents. The amount Dotu was willing to pay was exorbitant and enough to buy 20 teams worth of A-rank missions. Money that could have been spent on its citizens. Yugito could not agree with the man's policies, but being as a shinobi of Kumo, she could not jeopardize the mission. She accepted. Fire Country, Western Border Seaport. Team 7 had managed to arrive at the port in record time concerning the sedate pace that they were going. It had taken them 3 days worth of travel just to arrive at the port. In that time, their query, the actress Fujika's Yukie, had slowly come to the realization that they were heading back to Yuki no Kuni. As a result, she had run away multiple times only to be caught again and again by Team 7. By the 4th attempt, Sasuke was thinking that it just became pitiful and had knocked the girl out with the Sharingan's hypnotic ability. By the time they had made it to the ship and with the crew, Koyuki had woken up in her room, with Naruto standing guard by the door. Slept good, princess? Naruto asked with a grin, and the woman glared at him as she imagined boring holes to that annoying smile. Would be sleeping better if we weren't heading to that hellhole. She answered and looked down, a sigh escaping her lips. Was this all that her life would amount to? Will she die going back to her homeland? Feigning ignorance, Naruto tilted his head to the side as if looking confused. Why? It's just Yuki no Kuni. I don't think we have much room for concern. Yukie gave a bitter laugh and looked down, holding her head with her hands in fear. Oh please, stop it with your shtick. I know what Sandai is planning. I know who I am. I know who he is. I know for a fact that he told you what your mission specification is. He's done it multiple times since we began to make this stupid film. He's planning to send me to my death. Naruto's expression changed from curiosity to serious in less than a second and said, if that's true, then you should already know by now on what to do. Koyuki growled at the blonde and shouted, don't force your ideals to me, you stupid brat. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know how powerless I am compared to my uncle, you have no fucking idea. Naruto remained silent as Koyuki continued, I am the daughter of a daimyo and legitimate heir, but so what? My father is already dead. I don't want any part of the scheme that destroyed my home. Why can't you understand that I'm powerless against a tyrant? Koyuki began to pant in her outburst as Naruto then asked, you done? Koyuki just became angrier. But Naruto raised an arm and motioned for her to stop her next set of outburst. Sit yourself down and let me say my piece before you bitch at me again. Koyuki didn't take kindly to that but stopped when Naruto's eyes shifted from deep blue to scarlet red. His pupils became a slit and the oppressive nature of his chakra had rendered Koyuki silent. Sit. Koyuki did as she was told. Good. Naruto's eyes changed back to their deep blue eyes as he stared down at Koyuki. I'm not here to tell you what to do is right but to do what is necessary. Not for me but for you. How long are you going to keep running away? You'll never know peace if you just run away from your problems. Look at you, wallowing in your own self-pity thinking that you can't do anything. That's pathetic. You can't even rise up to resist your uncle. You're just waiting to die at this point, never having lived your life. Koyuki looked down gripping the sheets of her bed as Naruto continued, you hate yourself, don't you? You hate your powerlessness, you hate the fact that you can't do anything against your uncle and how disgusted you are with yourself for having to run away. But you never did anything about it. You kept running away and when time took its course, you've come to reason with yourself how others are stupid for having to raise up their arms to defend themselves. You hated the people who fought for something, because you gave up even before raising your arms. So tell me this, how can you die if you've never even lived? If we were friends, if you wanted help then you should have done so. I can help you if you let me. Koyuki stopped as Naruto opened the door. Her former resentment changed to self-loathing. As he was about to close the door, she heard Koyuki sniffle a little and uttered, I know that, already. When Naruto was outside, he had asked for Sakura to take over. Pissed you off? Sasuke asked and Naruto shook his head, it's the other way around. I think I just have a knack for that shit. Come on, let's get on deck. I need to inform Makino that the VIP is awake so that we can start filming. The sooner we can get this over with, the sooner we can go back home. I've managed to talk with the crew of the ship. They say they were a bit relieved that we're on board. They said Yuki no Kuni attacks merchant ships that get close to their borders. Pirates aren't as much as a problem, but Yuki Shinobi are said to be the ones responsible for the attack. Naruto groaned. Perfect. Just what we need. Sasuke smirked. Speaking of which, I think I'm starting to see pattern with you. Naruto raised an eyebrow to his friend and asked, what? Sasuke then answered, you are a favorite amongst noblewomen. Naruto had to trip himself at Sasuke's answer at that, what? Sasuke simply shook his head and chuckled. Sasuke never chuckled. Naruto was sure as hell didn't know what Sasuke meant and the Uchiha kept that secret with him. Never mind. You'll see it someday. What? This was eating Naruto's mind. Dobi, don't even bother asking anymore. I'm not telling. It's better that way. Whatever. Sasuke can be an asshole and beg all he wants. He just wanted this damn mission to end as soon as possible. A few hours later, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were at the crow's nest with Sakura glaring at Naruto. What? That was the fourth fucking time he's been asking that question this day. Will somebody just fucking tell him something? Naruto, I want you to promise me that you are going to shut up when we're addressing Koyuki throughout this whole mission. Your candid but well-meaning honesty is a nice change of pace for other people to have. Especially for troubled young women. You don't know the effect that you have on people like Koyuki. Anytime and she might fall for you. Now hold just a goddamn minute there, Sakura, I did no such thing. Jiraiya's voice was laughing in his head at this. All the while as if the man was whispering to his ear, harem protagonist. It seemed to echo to Sasuke as well as he was laughing quietly with that amused gaze of his. This fucking bastard. Naruto, please. You have to realize just how strong your charisma to other people are. You sway people with your emotions, you sway people with words and even simple logic. But you're the one person in our group that can do all three at once. Look at what you did to Hinata. Mind you, I've been rooting for her all this time to get together with you, but I think I understand now why you were readily challenged by that girl from Nadeshiko and why it's dangerous for you to talk to Koyuki. Naruto rolled his eyes at this, finding it completely unbelievable. There was no way in hell was he a smooth talker. Just no way. But other than that, I think we need to come up with a strategy in dealing with our enemies. Sakura said this. Naruto, now sitting down with his team, began to devise their objectives one by one. Sasuke was the first to speak. We don't have enough intel to gauge the strength of Dotu's army. But what we do know is Sandayu's faction is numerous enough that we can do our jobs well. The Hokage's mission parameters said that we are not to intervene unless danger is directed at us. But I don't think she wasn't implying to be proactive. Naruto nodded. A defensive position isn't something we would want to be in. And protecting Koyuki is our prime objective. So our best bet is to place Koyuki to Sandayu's stronghold while we sabotage Dotu's place. I doubt Sandayu's samurai can pull it off, so we'll be the ones who will have to destroy Dotu's headquarters and possibly kill the man. Sasuke nodded while Sakura remained quite a bit perturbed how this was going to be messy. Naruto, on the other hand, began thinking deeper, or we could pretend to give Dotu what he wants and from there destroy everything from within. Sakura and Sasuke shook their heads at that, with Sakura speaking first. Too risky. Who is to say that Dotu might just kill her immediately before he gets what he wants? She is the heir apparent after all, and the rebels would unite under her knowing that Saozutsu had a legitimate heir. Naruto shrugged. Okay, but I'll be saving that for later if shit hits the fan. I doubt Dotu would immediately kill an invaluable asset to quell the rebels. If he can get her to speak on his legitimacy, then I'm sure the rebels would surrender. No immediate hassle for him, and he gets to have more for his army. Sasuke and Sakura were impressed at Naruto's insight for once. Sakura was the first to comment. Wow, I guess you're right. I never thought about that. Iceberg dead ahead. Their impromptu meeting would be cut short, however, when they felt the ship steer hard to the left as the iceberg managed to graze the ship's side and land, locking the wooden ship to the iceberg itself. The trio jumped on deck, then on to the iceberg itself to see the damage. They could see a crack in the hull, and knew if they were to set this thing back, water would flood through the ship and it would sink. Although minor, they may have to take a few hours to repair the ship. Makino, the director, saw the iceberg and visualized in his mind and then suddenly had an outburst. Bring the crew out immediately, this is going to be the perfect shot. The trio had no choice but to let them film the place even though it didn't seem like the perfect time to do so. The cold chilling winds were at full force today and Naruto was thankful that his outfit Haori gave him enough warmth underneath the cloaks that they were issued with. Sakura, who now wore a pair of long red arm warmers with fur near the entrance of the sleeves as well as a pair of leg warmers, was kept warm, as did Sasuke, who wore the same cloaks, only his had fur by the cloak's neck area and his sword was strapped on his back outside of the cloak. As the crew began to prepare their equipment, the trio remained vigilant. And Sasuke was the first to notice that they weren't the only ones present on the iceberg itself. Up onto the top of the iceberg, standing perfectly still, were three shinobi. One with gray to blue hair with a lean build, another, a man with a stocky build and purple hair, and one with hair pinker than Sakura's. All of them wore armor and uniforms that symbolized their home's shinobi gear. Wordlessly, Sasuke turned to his companions and pointed to the three Yuki shinobi staring down at them. They were in for a fight. Little did they know that this was going to be the start of their own legends. Chapter 32. Renown. It had been a while since Naruto saw proper action after his first encounter with Karen and Jugo. A tense feeling escaped in the air, one much different from when he faced Jugo. It was different, yet familiar as well, as the last time he had this kind of tense encounter with enemy shinobi was when they had faced Haku and Zabuza. The blonde looks to his side and sees Sasuke already reaching for his sword while Sakura was cracking her knuckles. He turned back to the trio that was watching from above, looking at them with grins on their faces. Seriously, what is up with jerks and their tendency to be arrogant shitheads? Three young pups with fangs barely sharpened. I guess Konoha has indeed fallen on hard times. Dotu-sama was right in looking at Kumo for a trade deal. The better looking of the two men spoke. Naruto had to take note of that as well. Yapping out state decisions didn't seem too professional of them. Especially when Konoha, Kumo's bitter rival, was within their presence. That or the tree huggers are too arrogant in sending a bunch of wet behind the ears brats to face Yuki shinobi. The only female of the group said this while Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto remained silent. Sasuke had to be impressed with his teammates. In the past, Naruto would have cried with indignation and Sakura would have reacted by bashing Naruto's head in for taunting his opponents. They would have been too distracted to notice that the enemy began to move or would do their best into destroying any sort of cohesion that they had. But not anymore. He was looking at the two as more like equals now rather than being inferior to him. A voice in his head creeped into his ear and whispered words of disbelief and disgust, thinking that he was superior to any baseborn warrior without any sort of distinction. Sasuke would have agreed back then, but now he simply dismissed the voice's words as nothing more than meaningless boasts. They thought wrong then, said the other man as he looked at his armored hand and flexed it by its claws. Surprisingly, it was Sasuke that was the one who spoke first. If you are done posturing and sizing us up, why don't you try us? Or are you uncertain that you can match up to 3 wet behind the ears brats? The better looking of the man raised an eyebrow at this and showed his smug expression. Ho! I like this brat, he thinks they can beat us. Naruto stepped forward with a grin of his own as he pointed his right index finger at the general direction of the opposing trio. If you're just going to talk and act like douchebags, I'd like to get straight to the point. The lone woman of the Yuki shinobi smirked. I'd like to see you try, you little she. A powerful blast of wind escaped from Naruto's fingers as it forms a powerful stream, making its way towards its intended destination before the 3 Yuki shinobi could react. Boom. A sizable hole was left on the peak of the iceberg as they saw the aftermath of the jutsu. The trio had already scattered. Alarmed, Sasuke activated his Sharingan only to see something surging from beneath the snow. One of their enemies began their descent as he rode the board downwards, but he wasn't going for them. Instead, he was heading straight to the crew. Naruto was the first to act as the boy dashed back towards their protectorate as Sasuke had stopped the advance of the other man that had popped up beneath the snow. With a well-placed Kaden blast. The man had jumped from beneath the snow, but Sasuke already predicted this with his Sharingan, and in a matter of seconds, the man had no time to react when a long blade of lightning at least 10 meters long rose into the air and aimed at his chest. Sakura, meanwhile, was suddenly ambushed when the lone female had appeared from above and dived directly below her. Sakura had managed to get out of the way in time to see the woman embed her foot on the thick snow beneath her. Sakura then proceeded to lean forward and charge at the woman at a pace that would surprise Sasuke. She cocked her right arm back and swung her fist with a hook as the woman ducked from the punch. But Sakura did not let up, as she rolled with her momentum and spun in midair with a thrusting spinning kick to the woman's face. The woman noticed the power behind those attacks. With just a single swing, she could hear Sakura's arms cutting against the chill Arctic winds, and the blow would have most likely broken her skull and neck. And when she seemingly had her opening, Sakura rolled with that momentum and used its force to increase the potency of her next attack. The woman could have sworn that Sakura's leg would have impaled her at the chest with that one blow. So she made the correct decision to back up. A cold bead of sweat escaped her, surprised that she would be bugged out by the girl's striking power. Sakura, this time, smirked, a sadistic one at that, for supposedly being more skilled. Why is it that you can't attack me? Changed your mind. This had the effect of ticking the woman off. You arrogant little bitch. The woman replied. Now she was pissed. But before she could react, Sakura changed her mind, and instead of fighting hand to hand, she brandished her twin double-edged swords from her back. They glowed a blue, almost incandescent hue as she charged at the woman in unrelenting haste. The woman jumped back as Sakura swung down the sword in her left hand, and Sakura took a step forward and lunging at the woman with a thrust of the sword in her right hand. The Yuki kunoichi had to sidestep as it almost impaled her armor. The woman was getting nervous. Even with the blades, her swings were dangerously powerful and quick. The woman then deployed the wings of her armor and flew back to create more space between them. If she wasn't going to get a hit in at close range, then she will go after her opponent at long range. Naruto, meanwhile, increased his pace as his opponent was getting faster and faster. The blonde had then performed the Shunshin no Jutsu as his body became a blur. Before he used his jutsu, though, he had seen Yukie's expression. She looked terrified as she held on to Sandayu for dear life. She knew that they were coming for her. Naruto's face changed to a look of determination as he took off. As a prerequisite of his training with the Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, Jiraiya had him practice the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, extensively to get him used to moving at high speed. Every single day, he had been tasked with improving his time with closing distances with this jutsu. Jiraiya had noticed that Naruto would only use this jutsu for traveling or getting away, unless during fights, as Naruto relies heavily on his creativity in his battles. It was noticeable during his fight with Neji. The Hyuga was superior in his use of the jutsu, and his quick reflexes along with the Byakugan allowed Neji to overcome Naruto when using this jutsu. The Hiraishin required a body that is suitably built for speed and quick reflexes. Something Naruto had, but Naruto did not have the vision that the Hyuga and the Uchiha have in order to react accordingly. The Hiraishin mitigated this drawback with the use of the seals used by the Yondaime and Nadaime Hokage. But even before that, these two legendary shinobi had been training for high-speed combat all their life that made the jutsu deadly. Naruto was only starting to get there. But Naruto still had room for improvement. And it was why in a matter of seconds, before his opponent could lay his hands at Koyuki, Naruto had already intercepted him as he kicked the man's armored hand away before flipping in midair and unleashing a hail of shuriken at the man. His opponent shielded himself as the shuriken bounced uselessly on the man's armor. Naruto then landed on the ground, then stomped his foot forward before landing an elbow thrust on the man's chest, sending him flying away from Yuki. Naruto looked back to Yuki, who remained stunned and scared for her life. Naruto nodded. That's a good face to have. It means you haven't given up on life yet. Naruto turned back to his opponent and said to his protectorate without looking back. Go. Get to the ship. I'll keep you safe. With that, Naruto vanished in a blur as he went after his opponent in hot pursuit. Yuki could not find words within her as she stared at Naruto. His words had somehow reassured her. I'll keep you safe. Her father's words echoed through her ears as Sandayu held his lord's daughter up and took her to the ship to hide. Naruto's opponent now stood up. He was now at the base of the slopes of the iceberg. The man tumbled in the snow and rolled on it before ending up further away from his target. He watched as the supposed princess of his nation scurry away back to the ship, and he scoffed. As if that was going to do anything. He turned his sights back to the speed demon that had managed to cross a longer distance than him with less time needed. The boy was fast, he thought. It was either this boy was used to fighting at a blistering pace, or he was just desperate enough to stop his advance towards the air. Which confirmed their suspicions about the actress Fujika's Yuki. Naruto stopped just a few meters away from his opponent as he looked back to his protectorate. Nobody was supposed to know they had the true heir of the royal family outside of their knowledge, Naruto thought. It was impossible to know unless one of the crew was a spy. Or at least, one of the crew members on the ship were. This man had specifically targeted Yuki and made his intentions clear. Meaning that he knew that the actress was Kazuhana Koyuki. Grim implications entered his mind. Who else knew? How did that information leak? Was it the ones inside the ship? No, that couldn't be right. The only ones in the ship that knew of Koyuki's true identity were them and Sandayu. Unless. No, Sandayu was loyal to Koyuki's father and by extension, to the heir apparent. The possibility of looking for a mole would have to wait. As the man suddenly began to move as he slid down from the slope with his snowboard and headed straight to Naruto at breakneck speeds. Naruto would not give him the chance, though. The blonde was going to give him no quarter, and he knew just how to get his answers. Meanwhile, Sasuke was perplexed when his Chidori Iso, chirping of 1,000 birds true spear, had not pierced the armor of his opponent. He had tested how much piercing power the spear had, and it went through thick stumps of fairly large trees and even metal. But why did his jutsu not work? It was then that he would get his answers when his opponent had landed down, holding his chest with Sasuke hearing a low hum from the armor. He could see a little bit of his chakra lingering before it was absorbed by the armor. Sasuke scowled. Chakra absorbing armor. He concluded, and the man's smug returned. That's right. Witness our country's technology rise above with our ninja. The old ways of the 5 major powers will become obsolete. Sasuke didn't seem fazed at this discovery. This fool may be protected from ninjutsu, but he certainly isn't invincible enough to be overwhelmed. Sasuke had understood then that he couldn't use jutsu that could be emitted or sent directly to his enemy, so Sasuke knew how he was going to fight. Unfortunately for him, his opponent began weaving hand seals and slammed his hands on the snow. Hyoten. Haryu Moko, Ice Release. Tearing Dragon, Fierce Tiger. The ice surged below him and rose up as it raced towards Sasuke, with one turning into the shape of the dragon and the other changing into the shape of a tiger. Sasuke's hands sparked in lightning and burned with flames. He then held his hands together as they began to take shape into a sword and brandished it beside him, the temperature increasing enough that the snow around him began to melt. Enten. Hihirokane, Blaze Release. Red-colored metal. Sasuke then grabbed the sword Murakumo from his back and applied fire chakra to it as well, turning the blade into a burning sword. Sharingan spinning wildly, Sasuke vanished from his opponent's vision, and a few seconds later, his ice constructs were destroyed and turned into nothing more than puddles of water that began to turn to ice as it fell to the snow. Sasuke closed the gap between them, and the man was surprised by the sudden leap in speed. He reacted quickly enough by dodging to his right when Sasuke slashed at his opponent with his blazing sword and his chakra blade. His opponent would have absorbed the jutsu, were it not for a fact that Sasuke continued to pressure by landing a kick to his clavicle, sending him away and smashing through one of the iceberg's peaks and crashing on the ground below. The man was surprised. What was that? A simple shunshin shouldn't be that fast. I would have easily dodged it if it was a simple shunshin, right? Sasuke had cut off his thoughts when the Uchiha looked down at him despondently as he paraphrased what the man was going to say. Don't put words into my head, you damn psycho. Sasuke finished, and a chill ran down on his opponent's spine as Sasuke dispelled his jutsu. This time, it was Sasuke's turn to play mind games. What's the matter? Still thinking we're a bunch of brats? The man had clearly changed his opinion in a matter of seconds. The moment he saw the eyes of the Uchiha, he knew that he had to take this seriously. The man jumped and charged at Sasuke, and Sasuke reacted in kind. The two clashed beside two ice pillars as they jumped at each other going upwards before the two stood against each other on opposite peaks. The man had sustained cuts as with each clash Sasuke drove his sword to the weak points of his armor, tearing them one by one or injuring him in the process. The Uchiha had his sword pointed at him wordlessly as Sasuke remained still. The man growled and gritted his teeth as he prepared for another set of hand seals as he touched the snow beneath him. He would rather take out the entire area rather than be humiliated by some snot-nosed punks. With Sakura, as the woman had attained flight, Sakura contemplated that maybe it should have been Naruto who should have faced her. Her aerial abilities allowed her the necessary range to keep her out of Sakura's range. Ever since then, she had been peppering Sakura with Senbon that can change direction and multiply as Sakura was forced to be on the defensive end of her opponent's attacks. Sakura growled as she performed a Kaiden jutsu to melt the oncoming wave of ice Senbon. She had to note that these jutsu that they were doing were not the true Hyoten she had come to know in Naruto's telling of his fight with Haku. They were cheap imitations compared to the real thing. Sakura began to think. The girl would most likely come down in a few minutes. Sakura thought that her enemy couldn't maintain her flight for long. So she had to bide her time and be extra careful not to get caught in the woman's onslaught of needles. It was a good thing that the Hokage had taught her how to dodge and the importance of being in one piece as a medic. Sakura was grateful that her teacher was hard on her. The woman, however, found it frustrating that her opponent was just too hard to hit even with her attacks becoming more in clusters. She was expending chakra like all hell and she still hasn't had a hit in. Most shinobi would have stumbled by now, but this girl just kept evading her attacks like she had eyes on the back of her head. Running low on chakra, she decided to mix and match her attacks. She grabbed another batch of her swallow-shaped Senbon and let it fly as she clasped her hands together and began weaving hand seals. Hyoten. Sabama Fubuki, Ice Release. Swallow Snowstorm. The Senbon seemingly came to life as it bent and glided in the air like a swallow and swooped down below to Sakura. The woman did not stop her onslaught as she unleashed 3 more batches. The patterns of the Senbon changed direction and trajectory as it went another way, and with her hoping that it created a much-needed opening. The hail of swallow-shaped Senbon intensified as Sakura let her footwork do its job, evading and weaving through the rain of Senbon. She rolled onto the snow as she noticed that the jutsu had then surrounded her in 4 directions before it descended on her. Sakura, without any options left, reeled her right arm back as she clenched her hand into a fist and slammed it on the snow and ice below her. Boom. The Senbon had managed to find their mark, but it never reached their target. As they were impeded by a wall of ice that rose from the ground and the shockwave sent snow and shards of ice upwards, that they had managed to protect Sakura from the oncoming wave that would have left her as a pincushion. It was then that the woman saw her opportunity. She swooped in downwards quick and landed on the snow, her hand now touching the ice, and with a menacing grin, she shouted the name of her jutsu, Hyoten. Hyoro no Jutsu, Ice Release. Ice Prison Technique. Pillars of ice rose from the ground and Sakura looked down below as the shards of ice began to assimilate her. With a split-second decision, Sakura performed a set of hand seals, hoping against all hope that her gambit might work. The woman looked proud of herself when she saw her opponent trapped within the ice. Unlike the water prison, this jutsu was more lethal as her opponents suffer against the snap of the cold within seconds and die of hypothermia within her jutsu. She looked at her prey and smirked. This was a job well done. Her smirk turned into shock when she saw her opponent not within the ice but rather, only her cloak remained. She was about to look around when Sakura had struck beside her like a looming shadow that had just found its prey. Soryu no Kajo, coiling twin dragons. In seconds, the woman's world turned black and white and could she suddenly feel pain on her right leg, and then noted her back was much lighter. She looked behind her and saw Sakura tearing her wings to pieces with her swords. Her chakra-absorbing armor shattered not a scant few seconds later as a gash of blood erupted from her right leg and back. Sakura had managed to cut off her leg in one powerful swing as she looked back at her opponent. The woman slid down to the floor of ice as she frantically looked for her senbon, but Sakura struck the woman's left arm, cutting it off as well, and Sakura's gaze turned as cold as the icy seas themselves. "You're too dangerous. I can't let you live." Sakura said this and steam began rising from around her. The snow beneath her began to melt as Sakura placed the swords on her back and her right hand had folded the ring and pinky finger, glowing bright as it turned into flames, her index and middle finger straight and extended while the flames danced wildly in her hand. "Too bad for you, you faced the wrong enemy today. No, please, have mercy," she pleaded, despite the dismemberment and the pain that she was experiencing. Sakura. Rekka Shinken, true conflagration sword. Sakura then thrusted her finger to the woman's chest, now unprotected by her armor as she was immolated from within. She screamed for mercy some more, but Sakura had already done the deed. "Ah!" She howled and screamed in pain as she burned into ashes. Sakura looked on with no feelings of remorse whatsoever. Her stoic look remains as she watches her enemy burn into nothing. Tsunade had reminded her back then that just as much as she is able to save a life, she can also take it away as well. Was this what she would be expecting in Yuki no Kuni? What about the war that they were anticipating? Questions in her mind would have to be answered later as she saw a gigantic horned white whale emerging from the freezing ocean depths as it jumped upwards, followed by a very loud and very powerful explosion. With Naruto. As his opponent began to speed up and descend at him, Naruto pointed his finger at the man and fired his Shinku-Uho directly as his arm received the recoil and forcing it up. The powerful stream of wind surged into the air and into his opponent, who took it head-on while Naruto looked astonished that someone was stupid enough to get caught in its path. But his astonishment turned into surprise as the man simply absorbed the blow and the jutsu vanished as fast as it came. That man was somehow absorbing his jutsu. Naruto growled in frustration and began collecting chakra again at his right index finger and aimed it at the man again who was still charging at him. This time, Naruto decided to change his target, and instead of a direct hit, he was going to slightly alter his aim. He crouched for a second and then slightly twitched his right hand to veer it slightly away at his opponent. Naruto had let go of his jutsu and the recoil was much stronger this time as it sailed through the air with the man meeting that attack head-on, but it would veer slightly off course as it sailed past him. Noting that the blonde was not good at aiming as he previously thought. His gloating would have to wait as something had suddenly exploded behind him, sending shockwaves from there and him getting caught in the blast. Naruto gave a menacing grin. It was just like when he faced Neji during the exams. His opponent could negate his jutsu, but he couldn't negate the impact if it missed slightly. Naruto had the man dead to rights. Recovering from that wipeout, the man was on his feet immediately as Naruto began shooting. This time, the man had the mind to avoid the attacks, completely weaving through the blasts of wind that Naruto was sending at him. The man then aimed his armored hand at Naruto and fired his grappling hook. Naruto was surprised when the armored claw hand launched at him quick. But with his quick reflexes, ducked from the claw hand and grabbed it by the rope with his left hand, halting the attack. Not one to let this opportunity go, Naruto yanked the thick black rope with both his hands and flipped the man over his shoulder, who had let go of the board as he was slammed on the snow, which, involving the distance from the man, doubled in power. The man yelled in pain as the snow cushioned his fall. Naruto then crouched once more and dashed at the bastard who was recovering from his attack. Naruto then appeared just to the front of his opponent and let go a massive uppercut on the man's chin. The man was sent upwards despite being twice Naruto's size, and the man regained his balance once he took a step back, prevailing despite the power hidden deceptively in those blows. The man screamed bloody murder at him as he slams the ground with both his hands, and the snow and ice were sent upwards. Naruto then jumped back, earning his original position as the man dashed at him, now with his claws within his hands. Naruto then met the man's strength for strength as he was skidding back slightly as he was held by the man's hands, with Naruto pushing back. The defiance of strength that Naruto made against him had surprised the man, as no one had ever withstood him against strength alone until this day. "I got you where I want you, ugly," Naruto said, and smiled with that dangerous glint in his eyes. Soon, the man's right hand had seals creeping into them as Naruto patiently waited for the seal to take effect. The man flinched when the seals began creeping its way to his chest. The man struggled to flail his arms only to find out how he couldn't move. Naruto then let go of his hands and said to his opponent, "Weren't expecting that, were you?" Before any engagement had happened between them, Naruto had placed an incomplete seal for the kanashibari at the palm of his gloves. The seals weren't noticeable unless Naruto revealed them, but the blonde can complete the sequence when it makes contact to his targets. The seal will eventually complete itself with Naruto's guide and apply to his enemy upon contact. The man struggled to get free as Naruto cracked his knuckles and began to ask, "How did you know we were coming? Who gave you that information?" The man didn't reply. Naruto headbutted the man by the nose and broke it. The bridge of the man's nose was now bent to an interesting shape. He was about to beat the man up when he saw a giant one-horned white whale as it rose from the icy ocean depths. He turned back to his prisoner and began to walk towards the creature. He could feel chakra surging from the thing, and it was heading straight towards them and the ship. Naruto effortlessly let the chakra of the Kyuubi take over as a red cloak surrounded him, this time with no tails. Blue eyes turning red and pupils into slits, Naruto had performed the Kage Bunshin and applied chakra to his hands. A mix of red and blue chakra began to spin madly in his right hand, about the size of large iron ball, growing and growing bigger as his clone began applying wind chakra to it. Wind began to pick up as it began to swirl into his hand, and 4 small blades of wind began to form and rotate around the sphere. Naruto crouched low and jumped straight up onto the white whale. His right hand, containing the blue and red orb with the spinning blades of wind, reeled back and extended towards the jutsu once he got close. Fuden. Udama Rasengan, wind release. Great ball spiraling sphere. His jutsu clashed with the white whale's underbelly as the Hyouden technique shattered upon hearing a large explosion. Boom. The white whale shatters upon impact of the jutsu. Naruto was blown back as he was sent careening towards the iceberg and then landing on the snow and skidding back towards the boat, but not before being caught by Sasuke and Sakura. How did it go? Sakura and Sasuke gave different answers. He got away. She's dead. Naruto smirked and pointed to his prisoner still frozen by the seal he had in place. We got a prisoner. The man looked at the destruction that his opponent caused and soon realized that maybe, just maybe, they were the ones who were fucked. Little did he know that these 3 teenagers were trained extensively by legendary shinobi and were soon about to make a name for themselves. And soon, he would later find out. Konoha. Senju Tsunade sat at her desk as she anticipated her guests to come in. She had received report courtesy of one of her Anbu from the southern border outpost about their guest. Instead of either the grim news that she had come to expect about in the last few months, an opportunity opened up for her of news about the Mizukage and her entourage. It was why, instead of having sent out Jiraiya to do his work today, she had her with him at all times. Her advisors, Kaharu and Homura, were competent people. They were sharp for their age and had been Hiruzen's counsel for most of their sensei's reign as Hokage. But she had a distrust of them, with not on the same level as Danzo, but it was still there. They had tolerated the rat just as much as they had stayed with Hiruzen. And although Homura and Kaharu supported her during their selection for Godime, they were not above stepping a few toes when they wanted to use Danzo either. To Tsunade, that was the last thing she needs in meeting up with foreign dignitaries who had the sincerity of using their leader first to negotiate the terms of a treaty. It was why she had Jiraiya here instead of the 2. Jiraiya may know a thing or two about what happened in Kirigakure and may help her gain the much-needed understanding pertaining to what happened throughout the decade concerning the civil war there. Jiraiya seemed willing to lend a hand here, and the man looked serious for once. What do you know about the new Mizukage? Tsunade asked her teammate, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at this. Aside from the fact that she has two elemental Kekkei Genkai, not much. My sources tell me that she rose to power for the rebellion about 3 to 4 years ago, when one of the main proponents of the coup was discovered to be Momochi Zabuza, who went rogue. It was her cunning and strategy that ultimately defeated Yagura, who, if you recall, was said to have perfect control of his Biju, the Sanbi. Jiraiya couldn't believe his ears when news reached to him how the current Mizukage had beaten Yagura, who was seen as primed for complete control of the village with his might alone. Yet someone had done the impossible. And that someone was the current Mizukage. A highly intelligent woman with the power to beat even a Jinchuriki in his perfect state. Tsunade anticipated that this woman might be shrewd enough to turn the tides of the treaty more to herself than to Konoha. Very few people could boast about going toe-to-toe with a Jinchuriki with complete control and coming out on top. Is there anything else that I should have to worry about? Tsunade asked her teammate, and Jiraiya shook his head. For now, nothing. Kirigakure has been decimated by civil war. They are in worse shape compared to us. I would dare say that Suna is more dangerous compared to them at this point. A soft click then enters their ears as Hitaki Kakashi came inside with the delegates from Kirigakure behind him. The masked shinobi bowed to the Hokage and to Jiraiya and introduced his query to two of the Sannin. Jiraiya-sama, Hokage-sama, this is Terumi Mei, Godime Mizukage of Kirigakure. They came here asking for your audience that concerns a proposal from Mizukage-sama herself. The Mizukage bowed to the two as she made her way to her seat, and Tsunade nodded to her as well. Tsunade had to take note of the Mizukage's beauty that seemed as elegant as the many aristocratic women she saw at the capital. But that elegance was tempered by years of war. She seemed like a calm woman that had a friendly enough demeanor. Tsunade looked at her side and saw Jiraiya looking serious. She was surprised that he didn't make a fool of himself in front of a pretty lady. I thank you for entertaining my idea and for your hospitality, Hokage Dono. The Mizukage said with a smile. Her body language didn't seem to betray her expression. Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade nodded. It is of no consequence. Frankly, I would have made the proposal myself, but since we are currently looking at something dangerous, we had to sort out all our ideas first before sending a missive to all affected countries. This seems like the best way to do so now. Mei nodded as well. Yes, I agree. Which is why before we can formally begin this meeting, I would like to share with you what we know about this organization named Akatsuki. Jiraiya and Tsunade's attention were now fixed on the Mizukage as she began to tell what she knew about Akatsuki and how their influence has spread even to an archipelago nation like Mizu no Kuni. Jiraiya and Tsunade still did not know how deep the rabbit holes go, but if Kiri was anything to go by, then Akatsuki's influence stretched beyond borders of the mainland. Truly, a terrifying notion to have. It was here that Jiraiya and Tsunade knew that the more they uncover about Akatsuki, the more terrifying they've become. Konoha Library. The public library was open most days. It was here that many people with time to spare went inside to do some reading. There was another library in Konoha, but it was off limits to any non-shinobi of the Leaf. So it was rare to see shinobi at this library reading more civilian books instead of other shinobi-related business that seemed more important to the rest of the civilians. But it was here that Sai was found, reading books and looking into different ways to blend in with people not out of genuine interest, but out of imperative from Danzo to slip by within Konoha's forces normally. Ever since the blonde's return, Danzo had Sai reassigned back into his base out of fear that his agent would be compromised by Naruto. The blonde had a reputation to be a fool, but that foolishness may as well be a front if he can be perceptive enough to recognize Sai's jutsu. Quietly, he slinked back into the darkness, and Danzo had him reassigned as an observer role rather than an infiltrator. It was much safer for the organization as a whole, anyway. He vanished into the night just as much as he silently came as an infiltrator within Naruto's peers. He had made a lot of people upset with his words that spoke truth, to him anyway. And these blunders had made him stand out inadvertently. Now, he must remain quiet and at a distance while doing his mission. He would risk jeopardizing the entirety of Route. Sai, is that you? Sai's expression of total apathy was replaced when he saw a blonde-haired girl about his age recognized him by appearance. Sai was so startled at this that he had drawn a kunai from his sleeve. He was about to stab the girl until she approached him with a smile. It's been more than a week, Sai. Had Hokage-sama found a team for you? Sai had to calm his nerves down as he sat on front of Ino. If he was startled, he didn't damn well show it. Sai regained his composure not a few seconds later. A hollow smile practiced with ease to hide his true intentions escaped him. No, I haven't. It seems that the Hokage has yet to find a team suitable for my skills. Ino looked at Sai calculatingly for a few seconds, obviously telling her that his polite gesture and inviting smile were artificial at best. Like a mannequin. He was tense from what Ino could deduce. The fact that his hands were in a closed fist so tight that it made his knuckles turn white and his feet were looking like he would jump anytime was an indication of training for saboteurs and professional infiltrators and assassins. Ino had to thread carefully. Sai knows she is part of her father's project. Sai would probably have enough suspicion to keep her at arm's length. That's weird. With your skills, you could just fit to almost any team. You are being watched. Someone is making sure you don't get what you have planned in mind. Is what Sai got from Ino's words. The game of cat and mouse was beginning to unravel itself. Sai remained calm and replied to Ino as mundanely as he could. There are just no teams available currently to have me as a replacement. Ino remained quietly for a moment, looking like she was trying to decipher Sai's words as she then pried to her conversation. Speaking of teams, what happened to your previous team anyway that got you placed in the reserves? Sai was now the one who remained quiet. The usual story that he would have come up was that his team had been killed. But against someone who usually involved herself in intelligence, that would be shaky at best. So he came up with a lie covered with enough truth. I didn't have a team, Ino-san. I was selected at a very young age in the orphanage to be trained by the Anbu and had been an agent since I was 10. My trainers had only given me teammates that I didn't personally know and their faces were hidden by masks. Sometimes we are paired more than once but most of the time, I didn't know who the person was behind the mask. It was a lie made in truth for Sai. He had indeed been selected by the Anbu of Danzo's organization, but he knew of one agent personally. But Sai would rather not think about it. Ino's expression turned serious as she asked, how often is that common practice for Anbu to pick up orphans for their program? Now, Sai remains quiet again. Danzo had operated this way more often than not. Unlike the Hokage's Anbu, Danzo was not picky with his agents as long as they were able. This time, it had taken him a few more seconds to reply, with Sai mentally reprimanding himself with that gaffe. Not often. This time, Ino was able to pick up on Sai's silence. She started to pry further. You seem to be uncomfortable talking about your life there, Sai. Do you want to talk about your time as a trainee and agent? It was then that Ino sees Sai's expression for a second and she could see it all at once. Panic, terror, regret and fear. It was as if Sai had made a huge mistake. But within under that same second, Sai suppresses them with nothing but sheer will. With no words to be said, Sai quickly picked up his things and left the library behind. Ino was about to give chase but stopped. She notices a small drawing book at the desk and picked it up. She sees a drawing of Sai. Flipping it on its back, she sees another picture of another person, one she couldn't recognize. Ino frowned. Sai had lied. Yuki no Kuni, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto gathered around their prisoner, bound by a seal and secured thick rope. Naruto was currently applying a modified seal of the Kaneshibari to maintain his grip on the man as he kept struggling and refusing to answer. Sakura had tried to drug the man to confess but no such luck. It seemed the man's brawn was equal to his mental fortitude. This is getting us nowhere. At this rate, we might as well surrender Yuki once we reach dry land. Naruto complained as Sasuke and Sakura looked at the blonde. It was his idea to begin with, so why was he complaining now? With a sigh, Sasuke turns to the man and activated his Sharingan. The three Tomo began to spin slowly as he put the man into a trance when Sasuke stared at him. Your name? Sasuke commands and the man replied. Fuyukuma Mizore. Sasuke then says another command, tell us everything that you know of Yuki no Kuni's military. Like clockwork, the man named Mizore began to talk all that he knew about the shinobi of his country and their current dealings. A few hours later, Sasuke asked his teammates to go into the deck as he brandished his sword. Sakura and Naruto nodded grimly at what Sasuke intends to do. A body bag and a few rocks later, the shinobi are seen tossing something overboard with Naruto's clones cleaning up the room that they just used. A few thousand shinobi hired as missing nin and a delegate from Kumo to consider an alliance. I think this just got more complicated than we originally thought. Sakura commented as she tries to pry her thoughts away about disposing a person out of necessity. This mission now had no room for mistakes. A wrong move could spiral the entire continent into chaos. They had no idea who Kumo sent to. Must be a testament to their isolationist policies. We should avoid engaging Kumo as soon as possible. Sasuke added as Naruto nodded. Land ho. Their contemplations soon ended when they saw the harbor. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura made the prudent decision to go first towards land and secure the area. All three of them ran on the surface of the water with Makino pointing to his cameraman. You see that shit? Put it on film before they're gone. Hurry. It was at the port that Team 7 saw the entourage that was about to meet them. A group of 10 people garbed in winter clothes gathered around the harbor that they could tell was abandoned. That or it was a makeshift one, done in secrecy and away from towns. It was the most logical thing, and seeing as the port was situated beside a mountainous area, that was difficult to traverse even for shinobi. Sandayu had thought of everything, they commented. If the crew of the ship knew, then it meant that the ship's workers were also part of the rebellion. Which meant that the mole was outside of their current crew and inside one of the factions of Sandayu's forces. Naruto thought. Sasuke and Sakura came to the same conclusion as well. Are you part of Sandayu's help? One of the men asked. It was Sasuke who nodded. We are the Chunin bodyguards for Fujika's Yuki. We made it our decision to secure the area before the ship disembarks here. Are you part of Sandayu's group? One of them nodded and replied, we are. We were supposed to be a group of 20 people. But current circumstances has forced us to act in smaller groups. The current daimyo is cracking down on our group harder than before and supplies are dwindling. We apologize if this is all we can offer until we get into our base of operations. Naruto nods at this and replies, this is more than enough. A smaller group is much more efficient in movement. For now, we'll secure the area and be on the lookout for Dotu's troops. Once the film crew disembarks, are you planning on the ship here? Because we need to move fast. The 10 men, showing their garb beneath their cloaks, shook their heads. The crew is also part of the rebellion. They will have to remain here, and if discovered, we'll have to sink the ship. The three all looked at each other before turning to the 10 men, and Sasuke replied, you'd have to either move them away to a nearby island to hide them or have them come back to a scheduled time. Because we have bad news for you. Dotu knows who the heiress is and tried to have her captured. We think you have a mole in your ranks. This put the men on edge, as the mole could have jeopardized not just the whole operation but the entirety of the rebellion itself. As soon as the film crew disembarks, they were ushered in by these 10 men and advised them to move as quickly as possible. A few hours of walking, Makino decides to film again, and this time, it was by a Nibi tunnel. The trio shrugged as Sandayu's retainers had the perfect expression to hide their dismay. Team 7 then does a head count and finds Koyuki missing. This alarmed the retainers as they began searching for the heiress, while Naruto and the rest had noticed a trail of footprints leading into the tunnel. For the love of Sasuke, Sakura, I'm going inside. She mustn't have gone that far. Naruto shouted as he ran inside the tunnel, leaving behind his teammates. Sakura had no time to remind her teammate about her warning earlier, as Naruto had already gone inside. Sasuke shook his head at this. It was going to be inevitable. Naruto was starting to get annoyed about this whole mission. Beating up enemies. He was fine with that. Overthrowing evil despots. Sign him the fuck up. But what really gets him annoyed were these crazy situations that had to be needlessly complicated. Naruto growled as he finally finds her, running away as best as she can and stumbling down for her efforts. Naruto found it pathetic, really. Inari was much the same way but more antagonistic until he regained his hope. This one looked like she had no fight her. After everything I said and you still run. Why do you keep doing this? Koyuki looked at her bodyguard. Her eyes were filled with so much despair that she only looks down. I know, I'm pathetic. I could tell by the way you look at me. But this is the only thing I can do. I'm no warrior and I'll never be one. I don't have the strength that you and your team has. I can't even ask you to risk your life for me. I can't be the daimyo. I just can't. Naruto stops his thinking for a moment and looks inside him as Asura held his shoulders. The man nods at Naruto wordlessly as if telling him to help. Naruto nods back and goes to Koyuki. The blonde then crouches before Koyuki and held her shoulders firmly with his hands. Koyuki notices now that even though this boy was younger than her, his hands felt bigger than hers and his grip was warm enough to stave the cold away. If you can't fight, then you can borrow my strength and I'll fight in your stead. You can borrow my friends as well. When people stumble and fall, there will always be others who will come to you to help you. All you need to do is ask, and they will. No one is powerless when they are surrounded with people. That's knowing what true strength is, to gather the strength of others, to become a force to beat all adversities. To make ideals come true. Naruto then looks back inwardly towards Asura and then to Kurama, who were looking at him intently. Asura smiled and Kurama gave a huff even if the visage of the old man sage was in the presence of his current container. Naruto then continues, this time tightening his grip on her. What is it that you truly want? What is it that will set you free? You can run away now. Live life in seclusion knowing that danger is always around your shoulder. I won't fault you with it, not anymore. But you will never know what you are truly capable of and you will never know peace or what you were truly meant to be. Or you can borrow my strength and I'll fight for you, even if my legs and arms are cut. You will see me take down your uncle and you will see yourself giving the people of this country what they rightfully deserve. Do you want to run away? Or do you want to live? Koyuki had never seen someone so forceful with their convictions, so sure and certain of his words. She had been wallowing in her own darkness for so long that when she finally saw the light, she immediately had clung to it for dear life. Koyuki had grabbed on to the blonde and embraced him tightly, never wanting to let go. I want to live. Naruto grinned at this and shouted, that's right. Live. The smell of steam and the growing temperatures brought the blonde out of his thoughts as he noticed a track of iron laden beneath him. Then he heard something loud, like the roar of a raging elephant and then the rumbling beneath his feet. A streak of light suddenly faces them as Naruto's eyes widens. It was a train. Naruto cursed and turned his back and started to run. Naruto then shouted to Koyuki. Hey, Koyuki, do you want to see a miracle? Koyuki looked at the blonde grinning ear to ear as he continued to run while carrying her in his arms. We're going to fly. Naruto shouted as he jumped up. A cloud smoke billows from his feet as a board with multiple seals in place appears below him. The blonde stomps his feet on the board in mid-air and the seals all activated at once as they picked up the pace, with the blonde now wearing a pair of goggles from his eyes. The wind picked up as they flew across the tunnel, picking up speed faster and faster as they finally went out and flew upwards. Koyuki looked on in surprise, seeing as she now was in the air, with Naruto holding her tightly. A clone suddenly pops up beside them with the original handing over Koyuki to his clone, with the blonde saying to her, watch me make a miracle. Down below, Sakura and Sasuke were quick to evacuate the crew once they saw the iron train tracks. Dotu was moving quickly than anticipated, but at least it confirms one thing for them: Dotu has an inside man. And it was not with them. A few seconds later, they could hear something rumbling and a hiss from inside the tunnel. Then, Naruto bursts out of the tunnel on his board with Koyuki in their arms as the two watched a train exit the tunnel and coming a full stop before them. Steam wafted from its body as it gave a loud hiss, then the sound of metal moving occurred and multiple little barrels filled with arrows and javelins began pointing at them. Sakura! Sasuke shouted as Sakura was already at work. Sakura slams her foot hard at the snowy floor and the earth shook. Mounds of earth and stone popped up from the ground as Sakura's jutsu took effect and it blocked the oncoming wave of arrows and spears. Sasuke then turned towards Sandayu, who was preparing himself as well as his fellow samurai about to charge straight into the train, but Sasuke shook his head. Don't. We need your men alive, Sandayu. We have a country to fight. We can't have all of you dead if there is no army to fight yet. Sasuke then peered and saw a man of tall stature stand from one of the carts with Roga kneeling beside the man, now covered with bandages. Sasuke watched as the man commanded the crew of his train to change the loadout of his weapons to high explosive ones to snuff out the little rats hidden behind Sakura's earthen wall. Sandayu, I'm a merciful man. Hand over the princess and I will spare you the life of you and your retainers. Your family will grow in renown and you will live the rest of your life in luxury. Sandayu, honor bound to his lord and lady, had to reply despite Sasuke's warning. And let you kill the rightful daimyo of my country. I am no fool. I and many of my men might live happily, but I will not stand by as you let the rest of our people suffer. You are a despot. You are a blight to the people with only power in your hands. I will not tarnish the Kazuhana family in the name of your quest for power. But it is a preferable solution rather than see chaos. The voice in Sasuke's head commented. What happens when you leave people to their own devices? You will see them more often fall into their own instincts. They will fight for their own survival. Because nothing ever exists in a vacuum. It will be filled, one way or another. Truth be told, the voice in his head had a compelling argument for that. Sasuke thought. But now costs not the time to contemplate on human nature. Down below, Dotu looked almost dismayed. He turned to his crew and says, he has made his choice. He will die. If the initial volley of explosives do not get him and this rabble, deploy 50 shinobi out and kill everyone beyond those walls. Roga nodded as he jumped from his place with Dotu going back to the cart. 50 shinobi had deployed to outside the train. They were looking raring to go, but before a single shot had been fired, they heard a high-pitched whistle coming from the air with the pitch getting lower and lower followed by a loud booming sound. Dotu looked around and saw Naruto coming straight for the train with gale force winds surrounding him as his speed began to pick up, faster and faster. Dotu's eyes widened and had shouted to his crew, get us out of here, now. The turrets had no time to change as Dotu had the cart disengage and a balloon grew in size above his head levitating it upwards with Naruto crashing to the locomotive at front. A little earlier, Naruto had began circling the air around the clone and Koyuki and she watched as Naruto got faster and faster with each new spin before he rose up for a few meters and descended straight down like a dive bomb, the wind gathering around him. Koyuki saw all of this as she saw the boy be embraced by the winds itself as he went down below. The high-pitched whistling sound gave away his presence but it is too late as the crew of the train had no idea what was to happen next. Futen. Kamikaze, wind release. Divine wind. Boom. Naruto crashes to the train head-on and immediately, the engine at front was torn to pieces like paper with the winds tearing through the iron easily. Those operating the engine had no time to evacuate as they were immediately torn to shreds in an instant with the winds piercing the second cart destroying it as well, scattering coal around it as Naruto pierces the third cart, a stock room. Tons of high explosive rounds suddenly goes out in flames as Naruto's wind chakra caused friction in the ammunition setting off a powerful explosion but leaving Naruto unscathed as he pierces the fourth cart, one of the turrets, setting off another explosion with the crew inside. If it weren't for Naruto's destructive winds, then they were surely incinerated or blown off with the blast. Sasuke watched as Naruto caused untold destruction in his wake as a blimp escapes by the eighth cart. He motions for Sakura who nods at him. Sasuke then goes to Sandayu telling him to remain in his place as they would handle the rest. Sasuke jumped from their cover followed by Sakura as they both began preparing for their most wide-scale jutsu yet. Sasuke began going through hand seals at a rapid pace as Sakura stuck her swords together, chakra gathering between the blades and it began to grow to turn into one colossal blade of chakra. One thing Sakura had liked with her equipment was that it helped her store more chakra than necessary and helped her had backup as she needed basically doubling her longevity in a fight. But it also allowed her to do absurdly powerful jutsu without affecting her usefulness in battle. Zankanto. Ship-cutting sword. Sasuke ends his seal with the tiger seal. Kaden. Ryuan Hoka no Jutsu, fire release. Dragon flame caterwall. Sakura then jumped as her ever-growing chakra blade crashes down to the Yuki ninja with the chakra expelling on the ground and causing forth a wave of destruction, severing and dismembering shinobi in half with 20 dead or dismembered. Sasuke's jutsu did not leave anyone alive as the flames danced in the sky and began bombarding Yuki ninja left and right, incinerating them before they could even act. His jutsu may not be as destructive as Naruto's or Sakura's but he wasn't going to use his Mangekyo Sharingan now. And his jutsu would serve its purpose as it maneuvers to hit a stray explosive near his foes and going up in flames as wheel. 15 shinobi lay dead at his feet as Naruto destroyed the rest of the train passing through the tunnel again and crashing on the snow at the other end. Dotu watched as his small regiment of ninja get decimated in a matter of seconds. The girl with the pink hair and the black-haired boy were cutting down stragglers left and right, burned and electrocuted. He watched as the blonde recovers and the boy secures Dotu's target, Koyuki. Dotu clenched his fist hard. It seemed Konoha didn't underestimate him at all. But rather, they had sent their most dangerous. His right-hand man, Roga, watched as these three lay waste to an entire regiment of ninja, 18 entire platoons dead, with not even any survivors expected to make out alive. They were an unstoppable force for any normal ninja. Not even their weapons and equipment could put a stop to them. Roga was shaken by this realization. These were fledglings, yet they acted and moved like undefeatable gods. Hokage no Mikami, three gods of destruction. Of wind, of fire and of earth. These will be their names. And Roga, for the first time in his life, prayed for a god to save him from this three. Because they were going to destroy Dotu. Chapter 33. Assault. Hokage no Mikami. The new name spreads among the soldiers like wildfire. Three young shinobi had made themselves infamous overnight through their actions on their second encounter against Dotu's forces. Nothing could seemingly touch them. An entire regiment of ninja had disappeared in a matter of seconds as they dismantled one of the army's best weapons along with it. It had brought fear within their ranks. Many of whom began contemplating a new life, back to a life of being on the run instead of staying within Dotu's payroll. To others, uncertainty turned into hope. The news of these three young shinobi spreads throughout the country, and the splintered factions of those who opposed Dotu suddenly found their second wind and began uniting under Sandayu's banner. In just 2 days, missives from different parts of the country began looking into Sandayu's group and one by one, swore loyalty to Koyuki, the rightful heir of Snow Country. It was a sight to behold, as warriors of old and new bowed to Koyuki, the rightful heir to Kazuhana Saozutsu. Their hopes of a country freed from the grasp of Dotu now growing ever more as they had gained significant morale. But there was still a problem. The envoy from Kumogakure were still present. And they were causing havoc on the countryside. In particular, a nasty rumor about a particular moniker, Aoi Hano no Josei, Lady of Blue Flames, had began spreading earlier than the Konoha shinobi. It seemed it was not only the rebels who had hired outside help to deal with their problems. Frankly, to the three Konoha shinobi, it was disconcerting. Naruto, in particular, was looking out into the night outside his window. There was no snow currently raining tonight and the moon above was a quarter moon. He was feeling restless. Tomorrow would be a full moon, he had thought. It was a peculiar trait that he had been made aware of since Gaara's mention of it. Jinchuriki like him were restless when the moon was full or when it was close to a full moon. As if the certain night had brought forth a wellspring of energy within them that they couldn't know how to spend. Naruto, shouldn't you be asleep right now? We have a big day tomorrow. You need to rest up. Naruto turns to look at his teammate. Sakura was the one assigned for night watch today. Not that she was needed, there were plenty of sentinels to alert them if ever they were needed to fight. But an extra set of help coming from them was a big boost to the rebel army's morale, so they decided to help. Sasuke had done his work earlier as a recon agent to know the nearest and most vulnerable enemy position that could give them a clear path towards the castle. Naruto nods and goes back to his room. Nothing. I just have this tense feeling tomorrow. Like I somehow anticipate that it's going to be difficult from here on out. Sakura nodded. She stares outside the window too and sees the quarter moon above the country's snowy grounds. You think we'll face those Kumo nin? Naruto only nods once and heads back to his room. We won't be having a choice in the matter. But those rumors about the Lady of Blue Flames have me worried. They said that she sprouts a tail of blue fire when she sees her enemies. I don't like where those rumors are going. Sakura nods to this as well. You think she might be? Naruto shrugs at this. Maybe. Let's just hope we can persuade her to stop before she does get serious. Dotu's castle. Yugito watches as she sees Dotu's men begin to fortify the castle. A wave of uneasiness escapes them and Yugito was quick to notice her comrades seem to have taken notice as well. She reaches out to one of the shinobi, who turns out to be Dotu's right-hand man. Is there something going on that we should be worried about? Roga nods. The rebellion has asked for outside help concerning this war and Konoha has heeded their request. Right now, we are preparing for a possible assault and all the bases outside of the castle are being prepped as we speak. Yugito and her team were alarmed at this. An encounter with Konoha shinobi was not a good sign for both parties. And since she and her team have committed their time for this mission, an encounter was all but unavoidable at this point. Unless they chose to abandon their mission and deem it a failure. Or they could persuade Konoha's shinobi to do the same. Can you tell me what abilities these Konoha shinobi displayed? Roga nods again. mostly ninjutsu users, all of them. They have specialization to at least one of each element, earth, wind and fire. Two of them are sword users, one uses a katana who also is an Uchiha with an element combination bloodline, Enten. His fighting style is swift and deadly, he has a shunshin ability that is better than most of what I've seen and he is precise in his movements. The others made a note to nickname him Kagemusha, Shadow Warrior. Yugito made a mental note that this person was probably trained by Anbu. The other is a girl that uses two swords in conjunction with earth jutsus. She also seems to carry some form of super strength along with her. She can destroy the earth with a stomp of her feet and her attacks with the swords are quick, precise and brutal. She is designated as Tekken Iron Fist. A girl with super strength reminded Yugito of a certain legendary shinobi in Konoha's ranks that was also an expert in medicine and battlefield surgery. If she had taken an apprentice, then most likely that this girl would also possess the same knowledge or at least close to it and be also a medic nin. That is something to be concerned about. She thought. An apprentice of the Sannin is a sign of caution that she shouldn't underestimate. No matter if she did have the Nibi as her arsenal, Tsunade should not be underestimated at all times. Her work had made Konoha ninja incredibly resilient and hard to kill. Kumo had just now only began to catch up to Konoha's best assets and even then, their medical knowledge still far outstrips Kumo by a long mile. The last one is the most dangerous of them. He has the ability to fly and his wind jutsu managed to pierce through a thick layer of iron like they were nothing. He's fast, just like Kagemusha, and he made short work of our equipment and managed to secure our objective. He is designated as Kazama, Wind Demon. Yugito raised an eyebrow at this. There were very few people in the history of shinobi that had the ability to fly and almost all of them were in the level of Kage. The ability of flight had posed great advantage to one with that jutsu and it also meant one thing. That this person was confident enough to be seen and not be taken out of the skies by jutsu that can reach him. Yugito had never faced airborne opponents before. And due to their rarity, she never had thought of having a strategy to use on them other than to shoot it out of the sky. Yugito-san, Dotu-sama is asking for your presence at his court. Yugito already knew what Dotu was going to ask of her team. She had every reason to decline, but her reputation as well as Kumo's reputation would be placed in question for her and her village's allies if she were to back away now. After all, she made a commitment. Morning of the next day. Snow started to fall again as Sandayu's faction began to march. The soldiers, armored legs making deep marks within the snow-covered landscape. Samurai, Team 7 had noted, preferred to face their enemies in large formations. An army this large meant to take down a sentinel just west of their own base in comparison to shinobi was meant to take down countries. This one, will be used to take down a base that had the clearest path to Dotu's castle. The previous night had been a strategic conference for the vassals of the former daimyo now of Koyuki. This was the first time the three shinobi had attended a strategy meeting and they had been heavily involved in coordinating the assault and looking at the landscape that they could use as an advantage. Naruto noted that the garb of the samurai were heavier than theirs. They didn't emphasize mobility but rather protection, to serve as frontline warriors that will meet their enemies head-on. Sakura, on the other hand, also noted that the armor that the samurai were wearing were similar in composition to that of Dotu's army. It was designed to protect them from enemy jutsu. Sasuke had also learned that these samurai could also mold and use chakra but not as diversified or as expansive compared to them. These samurai seemed to be adept at combat without the need of conjuring up jutsu after jutsu. Their blades probably had something to do with it. Naruto and his team watched above the treetops as the samurai began their march, resolute in their promises of victory and peace. The three then looks back to the very edges of the battalion at the back. There on horseback were Sandaiu and Koyuki. Sandaiu was now equipped with the same armor as that of his men, but it had the distinction of being red all over and his helmet had been adorned with a wreath of leaves as a design. Koyuki, meanwhile, was now wearing robes meant for daimyo. She had been garbed with the protective armor beneath her garments and a helmet in the same shape as that of Sandaiu but with no mask. She had preferred it to be so that Dotu could see her face. Her look of despair now changed to one of determination. She had deemed it now that she will not run and will face Dotu even though she herself could not fight, others were willing to support her cause. Their march towards the enemy base was seen by the suffering peasants of the land. Thus, this was her chance to do what her vassals couldn't. She would use her theatrics. Koyuki had commanded her troops to stop, and all of them looked at Koyuki with wonder as Team 7 did so as well. Koyuki dropped by her horse and approached a lone farmer, suffering in his tattered clothes within such cold conditions. The daughter of the former daimyo kneeled before the farmer and draped him with her haori as she stood up to the peasants and began to speak with her will. People of the land, today, your suffering ends. Today, I will give you your voice. Today, I will end your misery. Stand tall and be resolute. Farmers of the land, fishers of the sea, hunters of the forest. The time is now to rid of the man who has wrought so much death on our lands. If you will help me, I will ensure a brighter future where no peasant shall die of negligence. This injustice will not stand. Not anymore. Be with me, and I will promise you all victory. Soon young men began flocking towards her. All of them carried weapons with them, spears, swords, bows, even their garden tools. Soon, 200 more men, armed with weapons and light armor, were with the 2,000 armored warriors. They will be her Ashigaru, light of foot. And they will be the last line of her defense. All of these peasants had grown weary of the Dotu's rule, and all of them finally had a voice after 10 years of neglect and abuse. Finally, the will of the country was waking up. Soon, they had seen the base. Behind it was a mountain, and on top of that mountain, they could see the castle with its high walls. The samurai then began scurrying about in their formation. The clank in their armor could be heard at the base as the shinobi behind its walls were looking at the horizon. Look at all those fools. Don't they know that seeing an army out in the open is disadvantageous in this era? One shinobi asked, but one of them, a senior shinobi who had seen the last wars outside the country, scowls. He had only seen samurai in Tetsu no Kuni in his many travels. And his former comrades had always warned him about the foolishness of facing samurai in direct combat. He had never seen them in action, but it would serve him better to heed their warnings. Their base had about 1,000 men inside. All of them shinobi, light armored and capable of doing long-range jutsu. They were a formidable force. But he still did not feel like this was going to go well. Do not underestimate them, was his only warning. As they saw the one clad in red armor stood at the front and raised his sword up high. Spearmen, to the front. Archers, take your positions and aim. Vanguard, draw your swords and aid the spearmen. The samurai shifted in their formation. The archers now stand on a cliff, their long bows drawn and string pulled back. They then applied chakra to their arrows as they glowed an incandescent blue. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke now stood with Sandayu at the front. Those behind the walls saw the three shinobi and with their appearance, startled those behind the castle walls. They had immediately recognized these three. Hokage no Mikami, Kagemusha, Tekken, Kazama. All of them were shaken to their core as the three performed a set of hand seals similar to each other and slammed their hands to the ground. Kuchio's no Jutsu. A large plume of smoke escapes the three, now standing over the top of three large summons. A toad, a slug and a hawk were the three Konoha ninja that they had deemed dangerous. The senior shinobi of the base recognized two of the summons that popped up in pails in utter shock and disbelief. Two of these were the summons of the legendary three-way deadlock. Shit. The only word that had ever escaped him before the mayhem could begin as all of the shinobi inside felt the wind much colder than before. Katsuyu began to separate to smaller pieces, attaching themselves to the samurai, to the Ashigaru and to Koyuki. For being slugs they were quite quick to attach themselves as Sakura performed a more limited version of Tsunade's remote healing technique. The large hawk gave a shrill cry as it took to the skies and took Sasuke along with it as Naruto performed the shadow clone jutsu and went for Gamahiro's blades. Gamahiro, I'm adding wind chakra to your swords. Go wild. The giant toad gave a nod and leapt towards the base. The winter winds then changed direction towards the castle and Sandayu turns to his men. Attack! Sandayu bellows from behind the shinobi and a wave of long arrows fly towards the base. Frantically, several groups of shinobi behind the base slammed their hands on the ground and a wall of ice and earth rose up just before the walls as the wave of arrows had managed to be lodged into the thick ice and earth with some, enhanced by chakra, managed to pierce the wall. Those that were standing above the wall peering at their enemies suddenly found themselves dead with an arrow lodged to their heads or some piercing their eyes and going through their skulls. The initial volley soon ended and the samurai had begun their charge. Counterattack. Don't let them enter the gates. Counter with jutsu. The more experienced of the shinobi barking orders was soon engulfed in an inferno from above as a hawk made its presence known, breathing fire on the hapless soldier and burning him to a crisp. The moment was not savored, however, as the giant toad landed at the front of the gates and with its wind-enhanced blades, cut down a portion of the wall along with several shinobi behind it. Naruto and Sasuke had jumped down as their summons did their work and started doing their assigned roles. Jutsu were flying about trying to hit the hawk from above as other shinobi desperately try and hold off a giant toad on the walls of their base. One shinobi managed to perform a summoning technique with a giant rat, but it was soon cut down by Gamahiro with ease thanks to Naruto's wind enhancement. Soon, samurai started swarming inside the base and the shinobi directed their jutsu at them. But the samurai armor merely absorbed their jutsu and these armor-clad hulking men smashed through their lines as the tip of the spear began killing enemy shinobi left and right. Some who had foregone ninjutsu engaged the armored soldiers in close combat and were cut down brutally for their troubles. Quickly, the enemy forces were being overwhelmed. Some who saw the massacre taking place decided it was not worth the effort and began abandoning their posts while some were left for dead. The enemy lines had broken in matter of minutes. Their enemy commander dead at the beginning of the fight due to Sasuke's summon. The base, the keep, was in total shambles as enemy shinobi were picked off one by one. By afternoon, the stragglers were all dead. Samurai had begun burning bodies left and right and those who fled either went back to the castle or turned tail and ran, never to return again and resorting back into the life of a missing nin. Sasuke had began killing the enemy leaders inside. Those that betrayed the trust of the former daimyo were put to death swiftly while Naruto secured a passageway that led to the castle that no one knew about. As the summons dispersed, Sakura noted that there were no casualties on their side of the conflict. It was too easy in her opinion. Sasuke, who now cleaned his sword off blood, went to Sakura who was looking cautious and mistrustful of the results of their first campaign. It seemed like he had the same idea. Something is off. Sasuke nodded. This was too easy. You do not have an army and control an entire country for a decade by soldiers that is this poorly disciplined. Naruto then appeared before them and suddenly said, "Change of plans, you and Sakura are going with Koyuki to the secret trail while I'll be the one who'll be making a direct assault." Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other. Naruto had acted before each of them as Naruto reasoned out his plan. There's a good chance that Dotu is turtling at the castle with all of his most trusted soldiers. He might be planning this the whole time. A messenger suddenly runs towards Sandayu as he falls to the snowy ground in exhaustion. Sandayu orders one of the men to grab some water but the messenger refused as he said in between gasps. The Hideaki faction has been ambushed. Survivors are close in the hundreds and are retreating. They are headed this way. The Motonari have been defeated. No survivors. The Hojo have been pushed back. There were traps in the base that they stormed into. The commander was killed. All soldiers were forced to surrender. As news after terrible news broke, Sandayu closed his eyes for mourning. Many of those retainers he had come clashed with all those years ago were also good friends of his. Even though they had different ideas to run the country out of fear of the Kazuhana line being snuffed out, Sandayu still considered them as friends of his and their ironclad will in deposing the tyrant had been the only thing that kept them going. His generals soon gathered and looked down once more on the map that they rolled out earlier. Their army was smack dab in the middle of Dotu's forces. There were about at least 5,000 enemy shinobi forces that Dotu had in his command. His allies might have cut the number down severely, but Sandayu predicted that they were still outnumbered and now, surrounded. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke looked down at the map and the three now had to gamble. Naruto was right. They would have to do the assault immediately. Are you guys still okay for fighting? Naruto asked Sasuke and Sakura. The two nodded. Their reserves were not down at half but that summoning had put a strain on them as well as Sakura's healing technique had depleted her chakra pack while a good portion of her own chakra had been shaved off. Naruto nods at this and turns to Sandayu. We'll begin assaulting the castle earlier than planned. We'll try to recover as much chakra as we can. But we will have to do it earlier than expected. This is our only chance in defeating Dotu. Sandayu contemplates this and nods. There was grim silence all around. The samurai were looking at the man in trepidation as he says, "Then do so as quick as you can. We will hold the fort down." To many who understood what Sandayu had meant, they were going to stall Dotu's army while the shinobi deal with Dotu themselves. The samurai steeled themselves. This may be their last stand. Koyuki dismounted from her horse and spoke, "Take me with you." Sandayu had approved. With the shinobi, Koyuki would be safer. And the hidden path would be enough to keep her safe. Koyuki then addresses her peasants. There is no need to risk your lives any longer. You are free to go, you have suffered enough. Your lives are worth more than this country, much more than mine. A young hunter with her bow disagreed. She spoke, "We never had much to begin with. We were only deer hunters before this. When you gave your Haori to old man Hikone, you gave us hope. We can't back down now that we're so close to beating that jerk." The other peasants gave a nod. "We were always hopeless, we didn't have the means to fight back. But now we have this chance. I can't leave this world behind without at least trying my hardest to give a better life to my daughter. I don't want to be a father who cowers against them." Koyuki looks at herself for the first time, and she feels uplifted from all the people supporting her. Naruto grins at her and says, "This is what I said about gathering people and borrowing their strength." Asura smiles and nods in approval inside him, and Naruto gives both him and Kurama a thumbs up. Sasuke, on the other hand, watches everything and the voice in his head remains in silence. Perhaps disgusted or surprised that people who thought they were powerless before, now rose up against an evil that threatened their lives. He was reminded of his trauma as a child, but then remembers that his team were now filling those empty holes within him. Sasuke looks at Sakura and she looks back at him. She smiles as she discreetly holds his hand. "We're in this, together." For the first time, Sasuke responds with a nod and holds Sakura's hand with his as well. Naruto glances at the two and smiles. 3 hours later, Sakura takes out a food pill for Sasuke and for her and swallowed hard. The effects were immediate. Their chakra networks were working in overtime to produce more chakra within them as they prepared themselves. Sasuke summons a smaller hawk this time, about the size of a grown man, and had Koyuki ride the hawk. Naruto sets his goggles in place and activates the jutsu in his board. Fujin no Odori roars to life as Naruto flies into the air and heads straight for the castle. The two shinobi and Koyuki soon left after. When they were gone, the feeling of hope within the group became somber as Sandayu stands before them. "Our hope rides with them. We will not cower into the night. For this is our chance. If we die today, then we die to fulfill our duty. Our standing in life be damned. For I know not the circumstances of your birth, but I will know the glory of your deaths. Stand with me. We will free our land or die trying." The warriors roused. By this speech all raised their arms. This may be their last stand, but they will die fighting. Dotu's fortress. Night had come. The setting sun changes the color of hue of the sky from visible to bright orange and a line of cold blue. Shinobi were going left and right throughout the castle, manning stations of different points of the castle as they waited in bated breath for their enemy. News had spread quickly, it seemed. 2 of the 3 summons of the legendary Sannin had appeared in battle. For those that knew, it was a sign that they were screwed. Some, who had heard of the news and heard of the legends of the Sannin, panicked and ran for the hills, abandoning their posts. Roga growled at these ingrates. They had the nerve to leech off of their leader and run away at the first sign of a real struggle. He had been concerned too. The Sannin were famous around the world. The tale of their exploits were a reminder why Konoha was a superpower. Konoha had produced exceptionally fine shinobi throughout its history. Tales of their exploits remained in books even today. In every era that a Hokage is risen, there were several more legends that this village had produced. From Hashirama Senju, the Shodaime, up until the Yondaime, Minato Namikaze. There were names in each era that would prove to be enough to topple armies entirely. It was why Roga was terrified to meet them again. He had made the mistake of going out with his best men, only to lose them to these children of all people. It had been humiliating for him. Especially when he had to explain this to Dotu. When he faced them a second time, these 3 Hell's Pawns not only managed to wreck one of their best weapons, they also managed to kill 50+ shinobi in a span of minutes. Not hours. Minutes. He then hears that 2 of these little monsters could summon 2 of the 3 iconic summons of the Sannin. Not only that, they made short work of the Sentinel base with 0 casualties. When he heard of that last news, the gears in Roga's mind began to turn and he came to a conclusion. It all made sense now to him why Konoha would only send 3 shinobi. Shinobi apparently trained by two of the legendary Sannin. It seems my suspicions were correct in about these three. The most essential of them has to be the girl. Being trained by Tsunade places her as the medic. They will be hard to fight. Roga looked at Yugito and his eyes widened further at that implication. Yugito began thinking as she decided her options. Dotu has asked her to serve as defense against these three, but Yugito had another thing in mind. She had been considering just dropping out of the mission entirely. There was nothing for Kumo to gain, but now an opportunity presents itself before her. She had to gauge and gather information on Kumo's most hated enemy, Konoha. A feeling of restlessness settles within Yugito. She looks up and sees the full moon coming into view. Yugito goes inside as Roga sees her thinking deeply. A few minutes later, Roga hears a strange sound in the air, humming and getting louder and louder. Roga turns to the sound and immediately feels a powerful gush of wind slamming on to his face and effectively shredding his entire head in the process. A few seconds later, Roga's body falls down on the floor and the entire fortress was on high alert. Multiple explosions could be heard all around the castle as Naruto buzzed around the fortress, blasting the damn place with wind jutsu after wind jutsu. Dotu's men began going for their defensive turrets and jutsu, but Naruto would swoop down below and use his Kuokan Zangeki to tear down the gunner and his equipment while some were blown off when Naruto graced the area with clones. Boom. Down below at the base of the mountain, Sakura, Sasuke and Koyuki watched as Naruto began harassing Dotu's group with his jutsu. Sasuke then says, "It's starting. Once we are inside, where are we supposed to go to Dotu?" Koyuki nods, "We will be arriving at my father's library. From there, I can remember that my father's bedroom is to the right. We can expect Dotu to be in the court surrounded by his henchmen. The court will be at the center of the keep itself." As soon as they went inside, Sasuke was immediately on high alert as Sakura took the rear position with him at point while Koyuki was in the middle. They had silently entered the secret passageway that Koyuki had used as a child. Once they had made it to the end of the road, Koyuki feels the wall to her front with her hands and presses a hidden button that opened their path to a flight of wooden stairs. Sasuke immediately gets to work. With a plume of smoke from Sasuke's right hand, a white porcelain mask of a hawk appears and Sasuke dons the mask on, completely concealing his identity. He then rushes upwards as Koyuki and Sakura follows. Outside the fortress, Naruto immediately adjusts his position in midair and heads straight to the largest tower of the building. He slams onto the windows and immediately crashes inside. Naruto braces himself for the impact, and once he does crash, he rolls onto the floor and gets up on his feet. Naruto then looks around, kunai in hand, and sees multiple ninja staring at him behind any object they could find. He could tell from their eyes that they were eyeing him fearfully, while some were looking to have a chance to strike back. Asura had asked him once if he was willing to shoulder the burden of killing men and women for the sake of his ideal. Naruto couldn't answer, but Asura had warned him that the life he was about to journey into was a life that he had once walked as well. There will be others who will see him as an enemy, and Asura also said to him one thing that he will never forget. Ideals without power will only remain as ideals. But power itself leads only to destruction. He had warned Naruto that he had come to accept his brother's reasoning, but he also accepted the fact that power alone was not enough to change people. There will be people who will oppose him, people who will yearn for his head, those who will seek him out willingly or unwillingly. So he had to steel himself for the inevitability that others will come for him for power's sake. And he will gladly carry on that burden, not as a peacekeeper, but as Hokage. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple clones exploded around the blonde as more than 100 clones began attacking his enemies. Naruto watched as one by one, his enemies fell. Most were only knocked out, but the more resilient ones had to be put down. That was foolish of you to attack this castle on your own. Naruto turns to the source of the voice and finds a blonde-haired beauty wearing light armor and the insignia of Kumo etched on her forehead protector. Naruto holds his kunai right when her opponent leans down slightly with her fingernails elongating and becoming claws. No matter how strong one is, they all fall the same in face of sheer numbers. Naruto remained silent and still, watching his enemy still on her stance. Naruto was instantly reminded of a cat. Matabi. Asura asked as he sees the female growl at his reincarnation with her claws dangerously out in the open. Aoi Hano no Josei, huh? Yugito merely gave a grunt and frowned at the nickname the natives of the land sure were poetic in their monikers. The Lady of the Blue Flames was indeed a title that describes herself. Her renown had spread throughout her country and now here, although in less than ideal circumstances. And from these shinobi, you are designated as the one named Kazama. My real name is Ni Yugito, Raikage-sama's right hand. Naruto looked serious now as he replied, Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha Junin. Yugito's eyes widened at that. Did the boy say Uzumaki? The long sought-after bloodline by Kumo. Whose blood can presumably suppress a Biju? The same Uzumaki clan that had an unparalleled ability to use Fuinjutsu. Yugito cursed. A seal's expert and a Jinchuriki fighting would spell destruction on the surrounding area provided that this boy before her were sufficient in his skills as a seal's specialist. A tense atmosphere escapes between the both of them. Yugito being much more careful this time as Naruto began sliding to the side slowly, he could feel Minamoto Banbutsu pulsing behind him of a new seal that it had just detected. Naruto was sure for now that his current opponent was likely a Jinchuriki. Yugito carefully began sidestepping as well. The few shinobi remaining conscious were looking tense as these two began squaring off. Each step they took, the other followed. A tail then conjures up behind Yugito, made up entirely of blue flames as she then dashes at Naruto. The blonde was quick to respond and threw the kunai at Yugito and quickly clasps his hands together as Yugito parried the kunai with her claws. 3 shadow clones popped out of the white smoke from Naruto's immediate vicinity and the 3 of them dashed at Yugito who was zipping on the floor in different directions. The clones drew a kunai from their pouch each and went in to strike their opponent. But Yugito simply sped up and ducked on the first slash of the kunai, barely hitting her and in quick succession, Yugito stabs her right claw on the first clone. It should have connected, but another clone intercepted by jumping above her striking zone and applied wind chakra to his kunai and extended the reach of his wind blade, cutting her elongated nails in the process. Yugito saw her middle and index claws were sliced in half. Just before retracting her hand back while another intercepts her other side. Surprised, Yugito had to twist her body in a clockwise turn whipping her tail at the third clone who jumped back just as Yugito then finished a full circle, clawing away at the first clone that attacked her. Dispelling it completely, 2 clones then managed to surround her as the one clone that jumped before landed just behind her. Then, several jet streams of wind came from multiple directions aiming towards her. Yugito jumped back and saw the impact of the jutsu creating a dome of slicing winds at her front. The force of the impact sent her flying towards a wall. Regaining her balance, Yugito lands on the wall with her feet. And cracks appeared on them and cratered just from the strong push of the impact that her enemy had created. The floor from where she was standing caved in and the force was strong enough that it shattered the floor completely to a 5-meter radius of a hole. She looked around and found that several clones earlier were now surrounding her from all sides. It was then that a gentle blue glow escapes behind her. Yugito looks back and sees Naruto diving right towards her with a blue orb spinning rapidly in his right hand with the blonde about to slam her with it. Another set of explosions occur. The chaos of the whole fortress had placed Dotu's men in disarray as they scattered about looking at different areas where they think they would be needed. Without someone to bark orders at them, they were frantic and disorderly that Sasuke, Sakura and Koyuki had an easier time sneaking in. As they got nearer and nearer to the royal court, they were suddenly stopped when 3 set of shuriken had landed just before Koyuki. Sakura was quick to react and with her own set of shuriken, let loose on the general area where they were thrown. Sasuke steps back and Sakura were now surrounding Koyuki with their swords drawn. Kagemusha and Tekken. We didn't think you were bold enough to take on the entire fortress on your own. I have to admit, that's pretty hot for you too. Total respect for having a giant set of balls with you. Sasuke then reacts on reflex as he parries a sword strike from above with his katana and a man flips in midair and lands back to Sasuke's front while another appears from the side. Your sword skills are no slouch either. That's hot too. Sasuke remains silent as he holds the katana with 2 hands and goes into a stance. Sakura yanks Koyuki and says, "Go and hide. We'll deal with these 2. Sakura then brandishes her swords and walks beside Sasuke. Oh, another Kenjutsu practitioner. You Konoha shinobi are just burning hot. The man with the sword exclaimed, getting excited to face the 2 shinobi. I'm Atsui, by the way, Tekken, Kagemusha. If we weren't opponents, we'd have been friends or I would have asked for Tekken for a date, because she's hot. Sakura laughs a little nervously as she replied, "Thanks, but I'm not interested." Wow, not even a minute and she just goes out and dumps you, Atsui. That's got to be a record. His partner replies and Atsui points at him angrily. You shut that damn pie hole of yours, she. You ain't hot shit. So what if I got dumped 200 out of 200 times? I'll finally get my girl, you'll see. The 201st time is going to be different. If you two are done talking. Sasuke interrupts and the two of them looked back at the Uchiha with Atsui turning his anger at the boy. I wasn't done yet, mask boy. I got problems with this pretty boy. You want a fight? We settle this after I have words with Mr. Popular over here. Wow, I didn't expect we'd be dealing with a Naruto in this mission. And from Kumo too. Sakura was reminded of her teammate as she saw Atsui arguing with admittedly a good-looking blonde man a little bit older than them. She looks over at Sasuke and she couldn't tell just what his expression was beneath the mask. This is pointless. Let's just go. Sasuke remarks and turns around but paused when Atsui started yelling. And where do you think you're going? I hate being ignored. That ain't hot, bro. Sasuke was grinding his teeth in annoyance. But the others couldn't tell, not with the mask on his face. And here you were trying to bite my head off earlier. I guess I'm just going to have to help out. Sakura's amusement turned to something serious when the man named she clasped his hands together. Sasuke immediately turns around and sensed killing intent from the two shinobi as Atsui went low and dashed directly at them. Sasuke swung his sword from above his head but suddenly light flashed between him and his opponent. Reigen Reikochu. Lightning illusion lightning flash pillar. In quick succession, Sasuke's illusion shatters just as fast as it came. Not when Sakura had intervened just as quickly at her opponent and him clashing blades with Atsui. The effect was immediate. Sasuke was able to stop Atsui's advance by pounding his blade down and parrying it to the ground and letting Atsui get past him. The swordsman from Kumo looked in surprise as he went past Sasuke as he noticed that the pink-haired shinobi was gone from his side and was on his teammate who had no time to place the second stage of his jutsu. Atsui rolled on the ground and regained his balance as he got up to face Sasuke who went back to his stance. Atsui looks at his hands for a second. He felt the weight of that strike. It was heavy and precise. As if the masked shinobi before him had carried so much weight in that strike. He looks back at Sasuke, astonishment turning to seriousness. That blow was just a parry, but I felt the weight of your sword to mine. I'm very surprised with how much weight you had placed with just that blow. You've been through hell, huh? Sasuke merely replies, still living through it. Atsui's surprise changed to seriousness as he leans down and held his blade sideways behind him with his free hand on the ground. I thought your spirit was hot, Kagemusha. But I was wrong. It's a raging inferno. I can't afford to take you lightly. Your sword is heavy with those blows. Sasuke slowly went for a thrusting stance and replied, then come. Atsui then needs his chakra to his sword and fire began sprouting from the tsuba to the tip. Sasuke had then noticed that Atsui had been holding a katana the same size as his. From his understanding of usage of these swords, they came with another sword, a shorter one meant for closer spaces. His mother once told him that these swords usually came in pairs and that she had lost hers during the previous war. Sasuke knew he had to be careful. Because anytime, Atsui may pull another sword out of nowhere. Sasuke was then surprised that Atsui sprouted fire around him and his sword ignited in flames. I'll show you how we Kumo nin fight. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and quickly dashed at Atsui and his sword ignited in flames as well as both of them charged at each other. The high-pitched sound of metal echoed throughout the halls as blade met against blade, dispersing the flames around them and reigniting again. As soon as both of them disengaged, more clashes of steel can be heard as well as the sound of metal cutting through the air with both Sasuke and Atsui missing each other with every strike this time. Sasuke's Sharingan remained focused on Atsui as the Kumo nin leaned down and went for a horizontal slash. Seeing through it, Sasuke timed his jump perfectly as the blade narrowly misses his feet. Sasuke went over Atsui and time seemed to slow down between them as Sasuke was now upside down in midair with his blade about to be swung at Atsui upwards. Atsui turned to look back at the masked boy as he was about to rip his back off. Then, Atsui grinned and soon, Sasuke's vision was suddenly surrounded in fire. Kumo Ryu. Kanemaru Cloud Style. Fire Circle. Sasuke's Sharingan saw it coming, but could not stop it all completely when Atsui used the momentum of his slash to perform a single and fluid motion to spin. Sasuke, instead of slashing his opponent, readjusted the course of his blade at the last second and blocked the completion of the technique, flipping him in midair as part of his clothing was singed by the flames and sending him careening upwards into a wall. Sasuke readjusted his bearings as he was sent flying and landed on the wall with his feet. His quick reflexes, honed by his training in Anbu, had come in to help him as he stuck to the wall with his chakra. Sasuke studied his opponent for a few seconds and saw the flames raging around the man in a circle, forming a defensive wall around him. Atsui grinned when Sasuke, instead of trying something different, resorted to his sword once more. Sasuke's body then began emitting small arcs of lightning around him, and soon, Sasuke quietly vanishes from Atsui's vision. Then, from two sides of Atsui, he sees his opponent drawing their blades at him. Atsui wasn't worried there. His defensive fire wall will prevent Sasuke from entering his field. But soon, they were able to penetrate the wall unscathed, blowing the flames away. On both their sides, but not before Atsui decides to narrowly dodge the blades coming at him. The images of Sasuke vanishes for less than a second and he could suddenly hear the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Eyes going wide, Atsui turns to the source of the voice and sees Sasuke in midair, hand crackling in lighting and a long blade of lightning chakra racing towards him. Chidori Iso, chirping of 1,000 birds, true spear. Atsui ignites the flames on his sword and kicks the floor beneath his feet. Shukuchi. Reduced earth. Sasuke could hear the sound of the Kumo-nin stomping on the floor and sees it shatter upon impact and Atsui suddenly disappearing from view. Then, the sound of thunder escapes, multiple times in succession as the floor then could be seen progressively having more dents and then the wall had large foot-sized holes in them. Bam 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 bam. Atsui then blurs into view at mid-air with a blade of flames igniting wildly behind him as he spins and slashes Sasuke with it. Homura Dama, Burning Soul. Sasuke had no options to dodge his opponent seeing as he was in mid-air. Sasuke was sure that his maneuver would have been certain to hit. But seeing as Atsui had revealed that not only was he a master of the sword, he was also quite fast as well. Sasuke had no time to lose as the attack was getting closer and closer to him. Sasuke had to take a page from Naruto's book and performed a middle index cross seal. A clone pops up behind Sasuke, and pulls him away. The clone then rolls and tosses Sasuke as far away as possible before it was slashed and flames consumed the clone by quickly. Sasuke suddenly felt winded. He gasped and felt his chakra being halved instantly after performing that jutsu. He had never thought just that much strain could affect his coils so suddenly. But the information that he saw about how Atsui used the technique that he was attacked with suddenly proved useful. Unlike the Higasa no Mai, this technique had two purposes. The first was the blade, hidden within the flames. That was the true strike. The second was the flame itself. It was used to obscure the view of the blade, but if it was dodged, the target would have to be burned by the large range it was able to cover. Sasuke clicked his tongue. This guy was as much as Naruto as well. He couldn't underestimate this fool. The Shinkiro Raiko was a jutsu used to move at visually confusing high speeds. The model of this jutsu, Shisui's very own unique Shunshin ability, had been used as an inspiration for Sasuke's technique. It had required to expend chakra. He was surprised then that his opponent could use high-speed movement in the same vein as Shunshin with just leg strength alone. He only knew two people who could do that, but those two were in Konoha and this one was rather different. Near instantaneous high-speed movement and fluid swordsmanship. It was as if he was fighting a samurai who turned ninja. This guy would have fit with the seven swordsmen well. Atsui landed on the ground obviously in a frown as he had missed that opportunity to take his opponent down. Sasuke then assumes a new stance, this time he holds his sword in a reverse grip. It was time to use the Shinkiro Raiko to full bear. Sensing Sasuke's intentions, Atsui grabs the saya of his blade from his back and inserts it to the belt of on his waist, hand hovering by the hilt of the sword as he leaned down. Sasuke recognized a Batojutsu stance. It really was like fighting a samurai. Sasuke vanished once again, and this time, his after images began to multiply around Atsui, who decided to meet Sasuke head-on with his Shukuchi. With Sakura. As soon as Sakura recognized a genjutsu, her mind was quickly on running a dispelling technique. She was quick to draw his jutsu first before all of them, but he was less likely to react when Sakura was already on his face with a fist drawn back and a one-handed seal at her chest. His whole jutsu collapsed when he stopped midway for the jutsu as he jumped back and Sakura slams her hand onto a wall, forcing it to shatter and collapse into rubble. Realizing the danger he was in, she opted to keep away as Sakura went after him. She then performs another set of hand seals as he then points his palm at Sakura. Raiden. Kusatsu Raiko Ha. Lightning release. Bending lightning wave. Sakura jumps in the air and avoids the jutsu in time and lands on a pillar. She then bounded on that pillar and headed straight to a wall and landed there as she continued her approach. Sakura then applied chakra to her swords just as she was about to unleash another wave of assault at her. She then landed on the floor just as another wave went past her, but this time, the light wave bended and went back to her as it arched in the air. Sakura then plants one of the blades on the floor and ran just as the jutsu was about to hit her. The lightning wave never went to her as it suddenly turned and went on to hit the blade and transmitted the lightning below them. She was surprised at this. His jutsu should have hit the girl. How did it change direction from the target? It should have been impossible. Then he remembers that he saw Sakura applying chakra to her blade long enough to leave enough chakra. Any lingering application of it must have been enough to attract his jutsu. She made a makeshift lightning rod. Sakura then pursued her target, with a single blade drawn. Her sword style may have included two swords, but it certainly didn't exclude using one sword. Sakura held the sword in right hand, dashed at Shi, who drew a kunai from his pouch and clashed with Sakura. She flinched when he felt that withstanding was taking all of his strength. Sparks flew from their blades clashing as Sakura was the first to parry Shi's kunai away from his hands and with her free arm, grabbed Shi by the wrist and pulled. A knee then drove onto Shi's back and he was suddenly prone on the ground with a sword being held close to his neck. Stop before I do something regretful. Shi could only grin. I'm not much of a fighter, but you should know by now that these kinds of things are never enough. An angry hiss enters Sakura's ears and immediately lets go of Shi as he turned into a log with 3 exploding tags taped on it. Sakura jumped in time just enough that Shi could escape the blast radius, but not enough with the impact. She grimaced as she hits a wall and a new indentation was made there. Sakura flinched and checked her right arm. The cloak couldn't protect her from the splinters as the wooden shrapnels pierced through it and through her arm. Sakura flinched once more now that she saw her arm bleeding through the cloak. Kneading her chakra to her left hand, she used her chakra to precisely extract the shrapnel from her wounded arm. AMD subtly began healing it after pulling all of the shrapnel out. She then looked around and saw her opponent nowhere in sight. She was getting sick of this cat and mouse game. Sakura then raised her right foot above her head, chakra concentrated from it as she slammed it on the floor below her. Boom. The floor around her, as well as some of the columns, were destroyed and crumbled at the point of impact from her heel. They were now several floors below the original one they were in. She then sees her opponent, now having no place to hide from her as she gave a vicious grin. No more hiding from me. She had to wave his white flag. He would not survive if he was forced to fight this person. With Naruto. Naruto's ears were ringing. He got up and held his head, his body was aching from what happened. Looking around, he was in a sea of rubble. Something had gone off. He then notices something peculiar, a shroud of blue chakra surrounding Yugito, and 2 swishing tails of blue flame from behind. He remembered that he was about to strike Yugito with a Rasengan, but something had sent Naruto away with a shockwave. The explosion from earlier was mere chakra alone. Raw, unchanged and densely pure chakra. If that wasn't a true definition of power in every sense of the word, then nothing is for Naruto. A vessel for Matabi. Asura quipped as Naruto asked, is she like Kurama? Asura nods at this and replies, yes, Matabi is the Nibi no Nekomata. She has power presiding over flames. And those blue flames are hotter than what normal shinobi could emit. To have control at this level of Matarabi's power. This human is dangerous. Asura nodded to Kurama's assessment. Partial transformations are a sign of good to expert control of humans harboring tailed beasts. You best be careful, Naruto, you are still not equipped in handling a person of this caliber. A bead of sweat escapes from Naruto's brow as he wiped the dirt and grime from all over his body. Yugito was growling. With a deep breath, Naruto inhaled and exhaled before he checked for his equipment. His paintbrush and ink were still intact. Good. He still has a chance without resorting to Minamoto no Banbutsu. He still has a good card in fighting off Yugito. I know you were only hired by Dotu. I want to make this impersonal as I possibly can. But stand aside, we don't want to end this to something both our countries will fight over. I didn't come here to start a war with you. Yugito scoffed at this as she growled, yet your presence has caused enough havoc that a war has happened already. You only paved the way for more bloodshed. Lucidity under the influence of Matabi's chakra, that was not a good sign for him. Yeah, that happened. But who can honestly blame the people under Dotu's heel? They are suffering from his actions. Yugito seemed to agree internally, but she refuted, one man's tyrant is another man's savior. What you are doing is leaving a power vacuum, or worse, you are essentially invading a foreign land. Konoha is no different from the rest of the villages concerning your actions, it seems. Naruto didn't seem to get what Yugito was implying at first, but he finally understood once he began to digest his fellow Jinchuriki's words. No, stop that. We didn't come here to make this all about absorbing this country or what have you. But we have the heir apparent, the rightful daimyo for this land. And behind her are the previously torn vassals of the former daimyo. There is no power vacuum going to happen now with her as the daimyo. This surprised Yugito. The rebel factions actually have the real daimyo's daughter. Then this marks Dotu as illegitimate to rule. With Dotu's army collapsing by the second, Yugito remained firm. I don't believe you. Kazuhana Koyuki has been declared as good as dead for many years now. She was just a child when she went missing. Naruto had somewhat expected this. Believe what you want, but this fight didn't need to happen. Yet here you are taking his requests just like a good shinobi. You never stopped to see how Dotu's a piece of shit. Yugito grinned. Oh, I definitely see how Dotu ignores his subjects, but that is an impersonal stance on it. We are not to meddle in the political affairs of an isolationist country or any country for that matter. Yugito then continued as she saw Naruto looked somewhat unwilling to believe that someone would perpetuate this kind of suffering. Then again, maybe Yugito's words were mere lip service. He seemed to have recalled that Kumo caused the tragedy of the Hyuga a decade before. That being the case, if it were another matter, I would have done the deed myself. Dotu may be an isolationist, but a power-hungry fool would be dangerous if left to his own devices. The Raikage merely wants to place the man under close supervision. Then we need to stop. There's no sense in continuing this fight. You don't have much of a stake here as the people of this country. Yugito scoffed at that. You're still a naive fool if you think that. All villages have a reputation to uphold, and that reputation is what attracts clients to do our missions. Without our missions, Kumo would be left penniless. A huge sum of money is needed to run a village, to give his wages for its shinobi, to maintain its infrastructures, and to sustain the prestige the village holds. To back down from this is to fail my village. You will have to defeat me before we can come to terms. And I doubt you will be able to. Of course, Yugito had other reasons on why she was fighting Konoha shinobi, but she was not going to say that out loud. Naruto gritted his teeth and performed the shadow clone technique. Yugito, gaining a speed boost from Matabi's chakra, closed the gap between them so quick that the blonde had to back off just as soon as 5 of his clones had appeared. The clones, knowing how corrosive a Biju's chakra was, did not engage Yugito and instead spread it outwards just as Naruto had backed off. Yugito seemed impressed at that. The blonde had reflexes that could react to an empowered Jinchuriki. The only account that she could recall within Kumo's stories about such a person was. Yugito squinted at the features of the boy. Spiky blonde hair, deep blue eyes, impressive reaction and speed. No, there was just no possible way. She had to take drastic measures. Nibi, take over. We cannot let this battle drag on. But Matabi was having second thoughts. The Nibi no Nekomata had been quiet ever since the whole fight. And throughout their encounter, something about the boy's chakra kept bothering it. As if it was familiar with a hint of potency that it had felt a long time ago. It unnerved the Biju as the battle went on. And when the Biju had been asked by Yugito to lend her chakra, the Nibi no Nekomata had some form of grasp of what she had felt earlier. That sense of familiarity was one she had not felt for hundreds of years. It was Kurama. Matabi changes her attention back to Yugito as her vessel essentially told her to cut loose. It was here that Matabi became reluctant. She had hardly faced her siblings in a fight, and she didn't to be part of a human's quarrel to fight off their enemies. But if it means that this fight that she could at least set one of her siblings free, then she will do it. Blue fire erupted around Yugito as the vessel of the Nibi was engulfed in dark blue flames. Naruto watched carefully as the two-tailed cat roared into life and gave such a primal roar that the earth itself shook from just her roar alone. The two-tailed cat then leapt at Naruto, fiery claws drawn intent on shredding him to pieces. Naruto, seeing the Biju about to go on a rampage, decided to keep away by unsealing his board and flew through the air, smashing against one of the windows above as Matabi crushes the wall behind him. The two-tailed Biju roared again as the winter winds howled that night before unleashing a ball of blue flames at the blonde, who immediately performed evasive maneuvers in midair. Naruto kept track of his opponent despite the dizzying rolls, dives and ascents he did. The blue flames from Matabi's jutsu then explode just behind him, sending forth a powerful shockwave all around, causing Naruto to be forcefully destabilizes in midair, rolling and falling to the ground, until Naruto regained control and began his climb again. He watched as his clones began to secretly do their work. Killing Yugito was out of the question. She was an important military asset for Kumo. If she dies, the Raikage will know. And that could lead to more problems than Konoha was willing to face now. With that in mind, Naruto thought up of a seal that would help him. And true enough, there was one such seal. However, in order to do that seal, Naruto had to put it up to scale. He had to make the seal as large as possible, and he needed the space to do it. And true enough, when Matabi leapt out of the castle and into the courtyard of the keep outside, Naruto saw his clones began writing the ink just 100 meters from Matabi, silently surrounding the Biju. In hiding places as they began writing their works on the floor with ink and brush in their hands. The two-tailed cat then gathers more blue flames to its mouth and fires them at Naruto. Naruto swerved around in mid-air, confident that he could dodge Yugito's attack, until the fireball scatters in mid-air, and from it, tongues of blue flame scattered every which way before bending and turning to Naruto, who by now picked up speed as he dodged, turned and spun. The chase of these blue flames were so relentless that Naruto was starting to lose track of his position in mid-air. Naruto gritted his teeth as he impatiently waited for his clones to do their job. Eventually, amidst the relentless blast that Matabi was using on him, he had made a mistake in dodging. One managed to land on his left shoulder and bursts into a fiery explosion. Soon, all of Matabi's homing flame projectiles suddenly found their way to the blonde. A cascading set of explosions happens in the skies of Yuki no Kuni, and Dodu laughs maniacally from his seat as he watches one of his nuisances burned and ripped to shreds by the awesome might of a Biju. Dodu was about to cheer for it when a blade erupts from his stomach. What? It has been a long time, uncle. A familiar face appears behind Dodu. The man could figure out that this was his long-estranged niece. Though in pain, Dodu had a smirk escaping his face. Koyuki. So you have come to exact revenge on me for your father. Koyuki scowled and twists the sword to make Dodu suffer further. I didn't come here for petty revenge. I'm only doing what's needed to be done. Dodu, though in pain and wincing as Koyuki twists the sword further, gave an amusing laugh. You think with my death, you would be free from all of this? Dodu, through sheer force of will, grabs the blade protruding from his stomach and shatters the blade with his gauntlets. The man pulled himself from his seat, blood gushing out from his wounds as the man staggered up front and screamed to the heavens. Naive of you, my niece. To think that you would kill me with that pathetic knife of yours. Dodu gave a disturbing grin as he grabbed a small vial from his pockets and shattered the tip with a flick of his thumb. The man downed the contents of the vial and steam rose up from his gaping wounds, slowly closing as the blood loss became minimized. I knew that one day, you will be coming back here. You were a loose end that needed fixing. An unfortunate circumstance when I murdered your father. I didn't think that a single, meddling ninja from Konoha would have particularly been a problem. But you established quite an amount of power within Hino Kuni. I have to say, I'm impressed. To start at nothing, then to have your own little kingdom and capturing the hearts and minds of people that don't even know you. Dodu then rips his attire, only to find an ornate piece of chakra-absorbing armor hidden beneath his robes. Quite a name you've made for yourself, Koyuki, no, Fijuka's Yukie. The raging snowstorm outside howled with the cold frigid winds. Yukie stood shocked as Dodu approached her, still grinning from ear to ear. You've saved me quite the trouble. You know what you should have done. Dotu pointed a finger at his forehead. You should have gone for the head. Then, suddenly, a bestial roar escapes from the outside. Dotu turned around and he could see from his window the Nibi had chains holding down on its neck and limbs, and the source of them had been the seals implanted on the ground as 5 clones of the blonde shinobi from below began performing hand signs one after another. A little earlier, just as Naruto was hit from all sides from Matabi, the Biju growled lowly, obviously still not convinced until it saw a body. It then sees the blonde Konoha shinobi in midair from the smoke, clothes tattered beyond belief with only his black pants remaining and descending from the air straight down. It was about to strike when the Biju heard one popping sound that seemed to have jostled Naruto awake. Information entering his mind, Naruto was immediately awoken from his temporary unconsciousness and saw immediately clasped his hands together to form the Hitsuji seal. Fuinjutsu. Kongo Fusa Main no Jutsu. Sealing arts. Adamantine sealing chains mimicry technique. 2 pairs of chains suddenly erupted from ground on one side of the seal that Naruto was doing as another pair erupted from one more side and another, until 5 points surrounding Matabi had glowed and 10 total sealing chains had erupted from the ground. 2 chains went for the neck, binding the Biju down as the chains pulled it down to the ground, and 8 more chains made its way to Matabi's 4 legs. Naruto landed on the ground safely, his board intact but his clothes weren't. He was basically shirtless, his upper body exposed to the elements. It was then that his clones began performing the next set of hand seals and multiple sealing lines began surging on the ground as Naruto's clones continued with their sealing jutsu. Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. All of the clones repeated their chants as they continued to running their hands through numerous seal sequences. The ground began to glow brighter and brighter as Matabi gave another ferocious howl, and the real blonde shinobi then stepped towards the middle. His fingers were glowing in an ethereal blue as it approached Matabi. Asura was quick to respond inside the blonde as his chakra flooded Naruto's system, now face to face with Matabi. Simmer down, Matabi. Naruto shouted as he planted his glowing fingers on Matabi's face. Fuinjutsu. Fuka Hoin, sealing arts. Fire suppression seal. The symbol of fire then appears on the middle of the sealing field. Matabi's powers suddenly were suppressed as its flames were absorbed into the seal. Asura, at the moment of Naruto's connection to the Biju, immediately leapt into the mindscape of the tailed beast and jailer. Naruto suddenly found himself into the hall of the Biju once more. Behind him was Kurama. To his front was Matabi. On top of the 2-tailed cat was Yugito, a look of confusion showing on her face. What in the world? Beside Naruto, now appearing towards Yugito, stood Otsutsuki Asura. It has been a while, hasn't it, Matabi? Asura. Who? Yugito asked. Matabi answered. I cannot answer for you, Yugito. But this person is someone who was a very important in the past. So why is he here? Asura then answered. I do not know, nor do I care of the circumstances that brought me here. I am just here to stop you from rampaging again. Asura. It is not wise to show yourself to Matabi, especially when she still has her unsuspecting host. I don't understand any of this. Why am I here? Yugito asked, now looking down on the person beside her opponent while she was growing increasingly confused by the minute. Asura answered for her. You need not concern yourself with me, but you are standing on holy ground to which the Biju can gather and speak to themselves freely. Due to the link of their tailed beast and their chakra, the jailers of Matabi and the rest can come to this sacred place if their Biju lets them. It seems Matabi trusts you enough that you can enter here. Yugito then turned to Naruto and looked behind the blonde and saw the 9-tailed fox going forward and now directly behind the blonde. So you must be the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi as well. Naruto stared up at his fellow blonde but didn't answer for a bit. No matter how I think about this, you are someone we cannot hope to see flourish. You are a threat to Kumo, another Yondaime Hokage in the making. Someone like you is too dangerous to ignore. Naruto growled at that and answered, I didn't come here just to be told to die. I came here to save this country from Dotu's grasp. I only wanted to tell you that this needs to stop. We shouldn't be fighting like this. And I told you that this is not cut and dry as you make it seem. Yugito refuted. Then let's make it cut and dry. We have the rightful heir. Recognize her, and I'm sure you can gain favor from this country as much as we are going to. We don't need to continue this out of duty. Yugito was surprised at this. You would give a rival village an advantage when you can monopolize your trade with your country alone. Are you stupid? Naruto sighed. Not as stupid as you, apparently. Now it was Yugito's turn to feel insulted. Our villages compete for resources, for revenue. You cannot expect me to believe that your proposition would ultimately end in such amicable terms. Look past your own insights for once and listen to me, lady. I'm not here to conquer. I'm here to create a peaceful solution, and right now, your neutrality shtick is getting us in conflict when we should be letting the legitimate heir of this country be the one to lead it. Ever thought about looking for what's best in all parties? Don't just think about your stinking village. My village is staking its reputation, and I will not have it harmed in any way, shape, or form, militarily or economically. A pregnant pause escaped between the two jailers. It seemed they are at an impasse, that is, until Naruto had one crazy plan that just seemed to pop out of nowhere. Reputation. Huh. Yugito looked at the boy. She could tell that the jailer of the Kyuubi was a wily and mischievous troublemaker. The boy's posture, his grin, his speech, and the way he seems to find simple solutions to complicated problems. Alright, seems you don't want Kumo to have a black eye. I'm willing to compromise. It doesn't have to be known to the outside world, it could just be between you and me, between two Jinchuriki. Yugito's eyes narrowed at the blonde and raised an eyebrow. Compromise. Would she be willing to listen to the boy's schemes? Unlikely, but this was the boy's last shot at letting her hear him out. I have a solution. In the outside world, everyone who saw the Biju unleashed suddenly began to move again, this time, struggling to set itself free once more from the sealing chains that bind it. The beast stirred and raged before it broke through the chains from Naruto's sealing jutsu. Naruto was suddenly forced back when the two-tailed cat demon slammed its gigantic paws on the blonde as Naruto was sent flying away from it. Dotu couldn't help but laugh. All that flair and talent, and Kazama was no match for a monstrous beast. He taunted Koyuki, now staring at his niece, who looked on in despair as her champion was brought on his knees, probably maimed and killed by that monster. She shivered, and then, she broke. All of that bravado, all of that surety, all of it dissolved in 1 second. She was going to die. Her knees gave in as she stumbled on the floor of her father's castle, defeated and hopeless. Now, all that's left is that crystal of yours, and with it, Yuki no Kuni's secret weapon. Secret weapon? Koyuki looked at Dotu, who was merely sneering at her at this point. Surely, you'd know about it. My brother made a weapon as a way to stand up to the 5 great villages. I've noticed it since he started allocating so much money into a project of his. Surely you understand that such a weapon can bring the 5 great villages to its knees. Koyuki shook her head. No, it was impossible. His father was never an ambitious man. His father was a total pacifist, who thought nothing more than the well-being of his people. My father would never do such a thing. Dotu smirked. You'd think that, wouldn't you, my niece? The loving memory of your father, who you only saw as a kind and gentle man. He was no saint. Dotu approached his niece, and his smug grew larger as he gripped Koyuki by the neck of her clothes and grabbed the crystal she had always worn throughout her life. Dotu looked at it. It was a key disguised as an accessory. Only those who had read his brother's journals knew of what it truly was. Dotu smirked at this and then looked down pitifully at Koyuki before tossing her away. Pathetic. Koyuki did not even put up a resistance against him. Once a coward, always a coward. Dregs like his niece deserve nothing but misery. She had no strength of her own, thus, she does not have the power to seize what she wanted. Even death was too good for a miserable person like her. That was what Dotu thought anyway. He was about to turn away when he heard a voice loud and clear from behind him. With this, it was then deemed prudent that the shinobi of Konoha would eliminate a dangerous man like Kazuhana Dotu. It was male, and Dotu's eyes widened as he turned around to see the source. It was that blonde demon that Yugito had stomped earlier. Why was he there? Alive. A smug look appears on the blonde shinobi's features. He was messed up pretty badly, now only wearing a pair of black pants and a tattered shirt that only covered half of his torso. But the blonde was grinning ear to ear with that cocky smirk of his. His intentions made clear. Kazuhana Dotu wishes to increase his sphere of influence through force on the mainland, starting with those nearest to its borders. Aside from this, we have been made aware of Konoha's shinobi that they have the legitimate heir in their protection. If we wish to see an emerging rich and powerful country to be allies, we have determined that we will ally with Konoha's forces and act as liaison for Kumo to Kazuhana Koyuki and recognize her as the de facto leader of Yuki no Kuni. Assassination of Kazuhana Dotu is now our top priority. Another person walks in at the court, just behind the Konoha shinobi, and it was Ni Yugito. A scowl was escaping her face. You planned on double-crossing Kumo with your intentions, Dotu. A man like you deserves to be put to the sword. Naruto's smirk further continued, if that doesn't give you the perfect excuse for your rakeage, I don't know what would. The only question now is. Yugito trailed off, her fingernails elongating sharply and a wisp of flame escaped behind her. Both Jinchuriki looked at each other and they both smiled deviously before turning to Dotu. Who gets to kill him first? Naruto followed suit and the winds began dancing around his feet and picked up as it danced around him. He had activated Ura Tenrin Kazuhana earlier and he felt right in just about unleashing it to the man that had brought them so much trouble. After that last fight, man does it feel good to punch something that actually deserves getting his shit wrecked. It's almost therapeutic, in a sense. Naruto replied, feeling too good about punching something he liked for once. Yugito couldn't help but agree. She had spent days trying to restrain herself for the benefit of her village. In truth, she found herself more agreeable with the rebellion than she did with Dotu's army. But now circumstances changed, she can now freely move against this tyrannical maniac and give him a piece of her mind. Without warning, the two Jinchuriki leapt into action. Yugito was the first to reach Dotu. Being empowered with Biju Chakra, she went ahead and slashed her opponent by the face. Though Dotu managed to evade by the skin of his teeth, scratch marks appeared on his face from his left temple down to his right bottom lip. The strange elixir he had taken had managed to do its work as it protected him from further damage. Naruto had appeared just to where Dotu had stepped out off and then proceeded to deliver a vicious haymaker to his face that sent Dotu flying back towards the court walls, embedding himself there. That's funny, that should have broken his skull. I could have sliced his head clean off first. Yugito replied. Naruto eyed his fellow container for a second and replied. Keep talking. You just have Matabi's enhancements with you compared to mine. If you were at base form, I'd be faster. Keep telling yourself that, kid. I know a sore loser when I see one. Naruto had to keep his temper from flaring at that one. Yugito sure knew how to talk trash despite being rational and observant. Koyuki was broken out of her stupor finally when she noticed Naruto punching her uncle clear in the face. She had seen clearly that time and time again, he was always there to uplift her spirits. Though he never said a word to her now, she could clearly see that Naruto was keeping his promise to her. To see a miracle take place. Right now, she was seeing one more miracle from him. He was her miracle. Dotu took something before this. I could have killed him, but he took some weird vial and from there, he managed to heal the damage that he took from me. Dotu managed to come out of the rubble. The wounds that he got from Yugito were already healing, the blood was drying up and all that was left was a scar on his face. Naruto then finally noticed it. Somehow, Dotu was absorbing natural energy and it made him almost impenetrable with anything conventional that they had now. You two will pay for that. Dotu threatened and ran towards the two shinobi. It might as well have been called a walk for Yugito and Naruto as they saw Dotu coming a mile away. Yugito had managed to jump away easily but Naruto had evaded for the last second, thinking he needed to find out more of how Dotu was absorbing nature energy in small amounts. By the corner of his eye, Naruto watched Dotu make his way past Naruto and noticed black markings spreading through the whites of his opponent's eyes. It was almost as if it was the cursed seal. Naruto thought, a potentially worrying problem. So many questions entered his mind as he stepped back and his expression turned into a scowl. Minuscule amounts of natural energy was being absorbed by Dotu, it was all too familiar for him. Did this man have any contact with Orochimaru and the like? How did he get his hands on something like the cursed seal? Since when? Yugito. We have to step up our game. This guy probably absorbed the Tenbin clan's cells. He's basically an incomplete sage at this point. If we have to put a stop to him, then we don't need to hold back at all. Yugito looked at the blonde with surprise and then back at their opponent. How did the boy come across this information? It's a long story, but suffice to say that he has probably made contact with one of our most dangerous enemies. Either we kill him, or cut him off from his power source. And with the heir apparent this close to us, we can't take that chance. Naruto then notices the black marks on the man's sclerae crawl faster and faster to the middle with Dodo chuckling. His mind was slowly being consumed by the cursed seal formula. Yugito would be asking more later. Right now, she complied and drew more power from Matabi. A red chakra cloak surrounds her, springing up 2 tails worth of power, and cat-like ears coalesced on the shroud by the side of her head. Claws and fangs sharpened, Yugito's eyes shifted to red and her pupils reshaped into slits. Yugito gave a fearsome roar as she went on all fours and then leapt at Dodo. Naruto, for his part, saw his opportunity and grabbed the hilt of Minato no Banbutsu. With Yugito in her berserker state, she would care not much about the tiniest of details. This included the sword in his possession. He had lied. Naruto knew for a fact that he could cut off Dodo from his power source if he tried. The Fujihoin was a sealing method he knew at the back of his mind now. Minato no Banbutsu not only gave him a record on how to do the seal, it also implanted that knowledge in his mind. What Naruto was aiming for was to suppress the idea that someone made a deal with Orochimaru to get a hold of this dangerous elixir that would drive any man insane. Somehow, Orochimaru and Kabuto found a way to mass-produce this drug and are using it on anyone who would dare try it. That was something that Naruto couldn't allow. Especially now, when the world was at its most dangerous point in time past 3 world wars. A seal to bypass his armor as well as bind him and his energy in one place. The wakizashi in his hand responded to Naruto's thoughts. The information within the sword flowed and transferred straight to Naruto's mind. It was like finding the perfect tool that he never knew of, and Naruto started performing the required sealing ritual. Naruto then made a small cut in his hands and started to use them as ink on the ground. He began writing inscriptions and symbols as fast as he could. The matrix for the seal made, Naruto then began adding more inscriptions on the floor. Koyuki watched as Naruto finished the first step of the ritual and the Konoha shinobi began performing a set of hand seals. Once he was finished, Naruto slammed his hand on the floor hard. Fuinjutsu. Tensa Shibari no Jutsu, sealing arts. Heavenly chains binding. 4 golden chains with spear heads then appear beneath Dodo. Each of these chains pierce his limbs one by one. Dodo yelled in agony as these chains had managed to pierce his armor and his enhanced body. He found out soon that these chains not only bound him in one place but also paralyzed him to a point that any movement he tried would only hurt him more. It was then that Yugito pounced. Dodo turned around in fear. He could see the monstrous 2-tailed Jinchuriki bearing down on him and was powerless to stop him. The black markings in his eyes receded before he could fully transform and a tingling sensation on his neck was felt. Strange. Dodo wondered. He could see where his body should be. He could see Yugito pierce his chest with her claws and her hands brutally exiting out to his back, crushing his heart in the process. He could see the Konoha shinobi just above the Kumo shinobi with his right hand outstretched in a chopping stance and was looking at him coldly. He could see blood everywhere. It was all red. The floor, the walls, the ceiling. Yet, strangely, his view of the ninja changed. They were grayer, at least that was compared to the red blood on the floor. Doto's vision soon faded to black. 3 days later, Yuki no Kuni was free. The 3 Konoha shinobi and the 3 Kumo shinobi were fast recovering from their injuries, self-inflicted or otherwise. During this time, an agreement was made. Trade would officially begin within the 3 nations. With Koyuki having complete control on what goes in and out of the country. Her attendants, her father's surviving loyal retainers, have had the chance to iron out the deals in between the 2 nations, and Kumo has sworn to give some compensation in return to the damages dealt on much of structures that were left behind in the battle, with Konoha giving aid as well. Naruto, who had been recovering from both chakra exhaustion and injuries with fighting against a Biju, wasn't present much for the meetings that came with them. Sakura and Sasuke had to brainstorm their way through the talks without his help much, but they managed to pull through. Sakura just didn't like the fact that they were using Koyuki's affection towards her teammate, but Sasuke had no choice in the matter. Seeing as it was the only 2 leverage that they had, and the first being the fact that they were supporting Koyuki in the first place. Sandayu seemed perfectly satisfied with the deals in place. As for the secret weapon, it turned out to be a machine to help grow crops in Yuki no Kuni. It was a project that Saozutsu had poured the country's money into as a way to help their citizens grow food and not left suffering in the hands of long winter periods. With this discovery, Yugito had backed out of destroying it if it turned out to be true. So far, Saozutsu's person was validated in Koyuki's eyes and with their people. The former daimyo remained a pacifist until his last breath. It was during these times that Sakura had asked for Koyuki's autograph that the new daimyo graciously gave her along with a commemorative photo. Theirs were more formal. Naruto, however, told you, "You're hot stuff for female nobility, you idiot. Gah. Hey, at least you get to live out your fantasies of saving princesses from evil tyrants." Sakura added. She smiled and chuckled a little to cover her mouth. But. Naruto stuttered, shakily holding the photo in his hands. No buts, Naruto. From now on, when we're handling missions involving females and noble bloods, you're going to be our go-to guy. I hate to admit it, but Sasuke-kun's right, Naruto. Much as I think you'll become the enemy of women everywhere, I just don't think that a better deal couldn't have been arranged without you around. What did she call you? Her miracle. Sakura mentioned that last part with air quotes. Naruto was glaring at his teammates. In his hand was another commemorative photo, this time, much more personal. With Koyuki kissing Naruto's cheeks, unconscious and him being cradled in her arms. Also note, a signature with a heart and an additional message that told him to come back to her country when he turned 18. Inside his head, Jiraiya was dancing, laughing and prancing around like a madman, throwing confetti all around, shouting the words, "Harem protagonist." Things were not looking good for him. Or not. Whichever you prefer. Konoha. It was another day later that Naruto and his team arrived in Konoha. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto had reported to Tsunade about their mission. Though Tsunade was a bit concerned about the encounter involving Kumo, she was relieved when Naruto, of all people, managed to convince the Kumo delegates to take their stance and support the legitimate heir. She slumped her shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief at that point. She also managed to laugh at Naruto's situation when he had to force to show his photo with the princess. In my defense, I used too much chakra-intensive jutsus and seals and was knocked out after that. You try fighting a Biju then going over to assassinate a rage-induced daimyo. Tsunade had to stifle her laughter and had to praise Naruto's decisions during the mission along with Sasuke's and Sakura's. You three did a remarkable job despite being newly minted Chunin, relatively. Especially you, Naruto, you knew what information to let go and keep, especially concerning our problems with Orochimaru. Naruto gave a nod. The less people know about it, the better. The last thing we need is a nasty group of nameless thugs roaming the country with that stuff, since we're still far from a breakthrough. Sakura and Tsunade gave a serious nod at this, and then the Hokage added, which is why you three will be on break this week to see through these projects that I'm having. Tsunade laid out the two files in front of the trio. The Cursed Seal Project. The Caged Bird Seal Project. Naruto, Sakura, you two will be working on these two projects with two separate teams. Sasuke will be involved as one of the three patients concerning the first project. The second will involve Hyuga Neji. The trio looked serious for a moment as Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this. Naruto did as well, as he held both files within his hands and passing a copy of each to Sakura. This will be a joint project with the Fuinjutsu team and the Medical Corps. Jiraiya will be working with Naruto and I will be working with Sakura every few days. We're hoping for a breakthrough hopefully within this year. We can't follow a certain timetable especially with what we have right now, but hopefully, just within the year, we can make a journal of our studies and use the data to solve one or two of our problems. A knock on the door interrupted their talks as Jiraiya entered, followed by Neji and Hinata. With your groundbreaking discovery a year ago, I felt that we can finally make headway with the Cursed Seal. The Caged Bird Seal is a different beast altogether. Tsunade continued and Jiraiya nodded. We're inching closer towards Orochimaru, and for now, our borders are secured against Akatsuki. Your teachers are doing a fine job in keeping the enemy at bay. Just so we're clear, is that a photo of Naruto being kissed by Fujika's Yuki? Jiraiya was quick to grab the photo from Tsunade's hands as his pervert senses went into overdrive and looked at the autographed copy. My boy, you make me proud to be your sensei. This got a different reaction from Hinata, though. Naruto-kun. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt like his soul was burning in hell for something he didn't do. I didn't do it. I'm innocent. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed it, then like, share and subscribe for the next video, as it's going to be more interesting, and also check out my other playlists. Hope you would like them too.